All right, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are well. Everything is good. It's not made for kids. What's good, everyone? How's it going? How's it going, guys? Salute to Brendan. Why he not fighting them? Okay, so I reckon the reason why the fights broke down, I think with Plant, here's what happened. With Plant, obviously we know what's gone off. I believe with Bivol, I think Canelo's probably seen the criticism, and Canelo's probably thought, nah, there's no point in me fighting him. Let me get this deal with Plant sorted for November, but we haven't got enough time. And I did say there's a possibility that, Canelo Alvarez might not be able to get the deal done. Guys, I've put the link in the chat if you want to jump on. I've been doing all the videos all week, so I'd love to get your guys' thoughts about it. So if you want to jump on and give your thoughts, I'd love to have you guys on. You're probably bored of hearing me speak, so I want to hear your guys' opinion. That's why I've come on live. Should this give Bivol much more time to prepare? I don't know whether the Bivol fight is going to happen in November. I think it may be a Plant. I think he'll push for a Plant fight. It will give him more time to prepare. However, I don't think that's going to be the fight that Canelo Alvarez has, to be honest. I'm not sure the Bivol fight is going to be one that he has. Ismail Rosales says, I think he's giving Bivol so they can fight at 175. I'm not sure the Bivol fight is going to happen. I think it might be Plant. I don't think his intention was if he's fighting in November to be Plant, to be honest. How's it going, Makai? You all right?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, not bad. What have you made of all this news, of all the news with Plant, Bivol, and all this stuff? What have you made of it?
Yeah, I saw it's what Hearn said, wasn't it, on his Twitter? Yeah. I don't think. I think he's fighting Bivol. Cause, I mean, Bivol's team. So I saw saying Bivol's team, they want the date to be moved back, obviously because of the catchweight. So and obviously Hearn's talking about November. So I think it'll be Canelo versus Bivol in November. Yeah, I know he's not fighting Plant, but people think Canelo's not fighting Bivol. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's actually said that Canelo's not fighting Bivol. It's just the date that's getting moved back. I think it will be against Bivol in November.
Basically, this is what. Let me just read out what Michael Benson had to say. Michael Benson says Canelo Alvarez has scrapped the September 18th fight after talks with Caleb Plant fell through. Eddie Hearn has announced they were also in talks with Dmitry Bivol, but Hearn said Canelo will now return in November, opponent to be announced. So I personally think that scraps all the fights for September. I think the reason why he was trying to get that fight with Bivol because he was trying to get a September fight, but now he knows that there's not enough time. So I reckon he's going to go back to negotiations with Plant to try secure that fight. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why fight Bivol anyway? He wants to become undisputed. That's the goal. There's no point of him bringing Bivol down to 170. It doesn't make any sense. It's pointless, really. And I think he probably saw the criticism by the fans, and he probably thought, no, okay, I'll just fight in November, but let's try getting that Plant fight sorted.
I mean, I hope. Obviously, I said I would rather want Canelo to fight Bivol, but obviously, I don't want Bivol to be at a catchweight because we're not going to see the best Bivol. So yeah, I'd rather see Canelo versus Plant, so we can see Plant at his best. I would rather see Canelo fight someone at his best than Canelo fight someone who's compromised.
Makai, what about Canelo v Andrade? Why couldn't that fight have been done for September 18th?
I mean, I don't think Canelo really cares about Andrade because he doesn't feel Andrade actually does anything for him. But obviously he did do something for him when he was at middleweight because Andrade had a belt. Obviously, yeah. But now I don't think he really cares about Andrade. I think he even said to Andrade he's never again the fight. Called him a horrible fighter, but I mean, it's not good of him saying that when he fought Saunders and was trying to fight Plant, who basically fight just like Andrade, really, kind of, in a way. So yeah.
Let's read some of these comments then. Let's see some of these comments. Sweet is coming. What's up? I'm good. I hope you're good. So Mauricio says, I bet he's fighting Plant in November in Mexico. What do you think?
I doubt Plant will fight Canelo in Mexico.
Yeah, I doubt that as well.
I don't think it's going to
be huge though, right?
Yeah, that would be huge. And I mean, Plant would get a lot of respect if he did try and fight Canelo in Mexico. But yeah, I don't think it'll be in Mexico. But I mean, I would like Plant in November. Or, I mean, Bivol fight's kind of like my excitement for it. Fight's kind of like downgraded a little because I heard it's at a catchweight. I mean, do we know that Bivol's even going to be healthy? I mean, so yeah.
So Gomez family says he didn't discard anyone. He just moved the date to November.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think the Bivol fights have broken down. Like the Bivol talks have broken down. I generally think he's fighting Bivol in November. Like he fought Kovalev in November 2nd, didn't he? Because obviously Kovalev fought Yardy in August. Obviously, yeah, it was still an awful. He still should never have picked Kovalev anyway. But yeah, I think he's moving it to November. So like Bivol has enough time to like cut weight more healthier.
Right. Okay. So Brendan says, so there's been some talks of renegotiations with PBC. Do you think there's going to be? Do you think Canelo's going to go back and try to secure that deal with PBC?
I hope. And I mean, well, we don't really know yet. Obviously, I think he's still trying to fight Bivol, but I mean, yeah, he can definitely renegotiate with PBC. That would be good. So obviously, yes, make things different. Obviously, with his demands. But yeah, I hope that fight does happen at some point. Even if we don't get it next, I do want it. I mean, I want an undisputed champion in that division. So yeah, and I mean, it's such a big accomplishment as well.
So Joe Valder says, what are the sources? Well, Michael Benson, and it's been reported all over media. So go and have a look on Twitter. It's all over there that Canelo won't be fighting. Eddie Hearn's also spoken about it. Ismail Rosales says, I rather see Plant fight. To be honest, Plant has never fought no one good.
Yeah, it's true. Plant hasn't really fought anyone good. But I mean, still want the fight. Plant will show up good for that fight. I don't think he's going to win it, but I mean, he's not going to go down easy. I don't think. Yeah.
Gusto Piv says, all I'm waiting for is to hear Canelo fighting such opponent, waiting anxiously for his return. Do you think that he could fight somebody else in November, not Plant or Bivol?
Well, it won't be Beterbiev, I know that. So obviously, like, I mean, I guess he could. Well, he won't be able to fight Charlo if he can't fight Plant. They're both from PBC, innit? So, well, I mean, the only logical fight is Andrade. I mean, I know Canelo's really interested, but I'd like to see it. I mean, I'd like to see that fight.
Yeah, I would.
I like the style matchup. I want to see how Canelo would deal with someone who's got long arms, who's good on their feet. I think he does beat him, obviously. And Golovkin, the trilogy, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Right, okay. There was talk about Gabe Rosado.
What, to fight Canelo?
Yeah. I think it was more for the September date, to be honest. If he couldn't get an opponent, if he couldn't get Bivol or Plant, they were saying he may fight Gabe Rosado.
God, if that happened, honestly, I mean, if he did fight Rosado, that means I would fully say that he doesn't want to fight Andrade or Golovkin because they both called him out. They both have called him out for that September day, and if he doesn't fight him and he fights Rosado, that to me is a duck, and I would say that as well. Would
that be a cherry pick, Mackay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a pound for pound fight. He's number one. He shouldn't be fighting Gabe Rosado. He would need to fight someone like Bivol, Golovkin, Andrade, like the top guys that are calling him out. But if he did try and fight those guys, and there was no more options, then I guess fair enough. But yeah, no way he shouldn't go into Rosado. I mean, that's probably fake rumors anyway. I don't think Canelo would fight Rosado.
Yeah, it was reported on Facebook, but yeah, I don't know whether they were.
Yeah, it don't sound right.
But who else would you like? There isn't really. I think the fight that people want to see is Beterbiev, right? That's a very, very good fight as well.
Yeah,
is that a fight that you would like to see?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd rather see Canelo fight Beterbiev with Bivol, but I just don't think that fight will happen anytime soon.
Why do you think that?
I mean, I think Canelo knows he can't beat that Beterbiev.
Do you think Canelo's not confident that he can beat
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I've just seen so many. I've just watched Beterbiev fights and everything. He's so powerful. Like, I saw training, of him jabbing the bag, and it sounds like a gunshot. It's insane, mate. Yeah, everything he throws is just powerful. It'll be too much for Canelo.
Okay, it says here, we all know absolutely no one can beat Canelo right now, says Ismail Rosales. Do you agree with him?
We all know no one. Well, I think Beterbiev beats him, but I mean, 175 is not Canelo's division anyway. So from 160 to 168, I agree. Yeah, from 160 to 168, I agree. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Did you hear about the Haney Lomachenko rumors?
Yeah. Aaron said he might be fighting Haney or Comey. I mean, I hope that happens, but I mean, I'm not liking what Haney's doing. Haney keep him on Twitter saying Aaron's capping and all that. I mean, you're a free agent. Why don't you try and actually make the fight happen? All I'm seeing is him just talking on Twitter. I mean, that's what loads of fighters are doing lately. It's so irritating. I mean, no one in their right mind can think Loma is stuck in Haney. Loma will 100% fight Haney. He wants to fight Haney. That fight should happen, but Haney needs to stop being so negative about it and actually try and make the fight happen as well, because there's a reason why he's a free agent. He's a free agent, but he's not trying to make these fights, as I know of. All I just see is him talking on Twitter. I mean, talking's not going to help. You need to ring their team up, get your team to meet their team, stuff like that. Yeah.
Going back, Minnie Hill says, I think 175 guys can beat him. So is he saying? I think he's saying that the guys at 175 can beat Canelo.
I mean, we'll see Beterbiev with Bivol at 170. If it was at 175, yeah, Bivol probably does beat Canelo, to be honest. Bivol's really good. Yeah, Bivol probably does beat Canelo. He's really good footwork. He uses his reach very well. I mean, I'm not really confident, but I mean, if it was at 175, then Bivol. But if it's at a catchweight, then Canelo.
Who wins, Bivol or Beterbiev if they fight?
Beterbiev. Yeah.
Well, how do you see that fight playing out?
I see it going a bit like the Beterbiev Gvurtsevic fight. Obviously, Gvurtsevic on his feet, trying to box him, and he's just getting broken down. He's having his moments, but he's gonna get broken down. Then he'll probably get finished in the late rounds.
So Anthony Martin says, I'd rather see Canelo v Plant. So would you rather see Canelo v Plant, Canelo v Beterbiev, or Canelo v Bivol?
Canelo vs Beterbiev. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So would you want to see Canelo v Plant just for the fact that it's undisputed?
Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, it's just Canelo against Bivol Beterbiev just excites me more. If it's at light heavyweight, obviously. But I mean, I do obviously. Of course, I still want to see. I want to see Canelo fight a lot of people. But I mean, at the end of the day, Canelo can't just fight everyone. They need to fight each other as well.
Have you seen Caleb Plant?
I just saw his sources. Canelo Alvarez and Dmitry Bivol agreed to a 172-pound catchweight for a 175 title fight. That would have taken place in September, with Canelo moving on to November. It's unclear when and against whom now. But They agreed though. I was
where's that been
a
reported?
bit confused there. Mike Coppinger.
Oh, is it?
Wait, so he's saying, I think he's saying they agreed for the title fight that would have taken place in September, but now Canelo's moving on to November. I mean, I think he's still going to fight Bivol then, wouldn't it? But he's just moving the date. If they've already agreed to a catchweight, but Canelo's moving it to November, I'm pretty sure that's like they're still going to fight.
So I don't know. Maybe he may think about fighting somebody else. But let's read some of these comments. It says here, I think at 175, guys can really beat Canelo. Is there a catchweight or not? Nothing can be confirmed. Correct. What do you make of this catchweight though? What do you make of this catchweight? I'm against it. I don't like catchweights.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I thought, Canelo shouldn't be doing that. It's bad. I don't know why he's doing that. He's such a good fighter. I don't know why he has to do that. I mean, he fought Kovalev at light heavyweight. Why does he not fight Bivol at light heavyweight?
That's a good point.
It's like he's not confident that he can beat Bivol at his best. That's what it feels like. But the only thing I'm not liking, the real boxing fans, the unbiased ones, I can accept it. But the Floyd fanboys that keep on like saying, "Oh, Canelo's doing catchweights, this and that." Floyd literally beat Canelo at a catchweight of 152 pounds, and Floyd's used catchweight before, so I just don't like that. I'm not liking those kind of guys that are giving Canelo crap for it, but because obviously they're just being like hypocritical and being very biased. That's the only thing that's irritating me about it. But yeah, the people that are unbiased, like they have a right to get annoyed about
that. So it says here. What's it saying? Crimson says Floyd puts a catchweight on Canelo. Shouldn't have had effect on Canelo. Should have won. He's bigger. Canelo puts catchweight on Bivol. Canelo is cherry picking cheater. This is what.
It's ridiculous. Obviously, that's basically what I'm just saying. The Floyd fans and all that. I'm not like with Charlo fans, I'm not liking when they say it, because obviously, I mean, come on, like their favorite fighters ain't great either. So, but obviously the real ones, they have every right to say it. Obviously, I'm unbiased and stuff, so I'm okay to be annoyed, but I don't support what Floyd done with the catchweights or anything. I don't support any of that.
Okay, Jose Rodriguez says Canelo v. Beterbiev will be Canelo's biggest test since GGG, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Most definitely. Yeah, but most definitely. I mean, Beterbiev is basically a better version of Golovkin in a way. Obviously, Golovkin, they do fight a little bit different. But I mean, the pressure, the jabs, everything. But I mean, obviously they're just a little bit different.
Jet says only £3 extra to cut for Bivol.
Yeah, right. Obviously, I'm seeing people say, Bivol said that he would go down to 168 to fight Canelo. Of course, he's going to say that. He's hungry. He's hungry for money. Let's be honest. He wants to fight. You're always going to say dumb stuff like that. The guy who Andrade warred for, Chad Dawson.
Yeah.
He said he will go down to 168. And look what happened. I mean, he was awful. Like, he was getting dropped by every single punch walled through at him. Like, I mean, it's not good. I mean, Bivol may be confident he'll be fine, but trust me, he won't be fine. He's having to cut like £5 of or £3 if that's true, of muscle. In like not in a, obviously it was going to happen at September 18th. In just bit over a month. I mean, it's not good.
Mini Mill says, not saying at all 175 best Canelo, but they really got a chance to beat him. Nothing's been confirmed. Not Bivol, not Catchweight. Well, you've just reported something from Mike Coppinger, saying that that the deal was agreed to fight at 172 in September, but that is now that is now off the table, and now he's looking for a November fight. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to go down. I don't know who's he going to fight in November. Hopefully, it's someone, credible, someone good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, my head's still with Bivol. I think it's Bivol. They've already, they already agreed to a catchweight, and now Canelo's moving to November. I think Bivol obviously would like it more if he had more of a long time to train. So, yeah, I have a feeling it's Bivol. I have a feeling it's Bivol. Yeah, definitely.
Burning Desire says, when Khan asks Crawford for advice against Brook, I reckon Crawford will warn him about Brook's heavy jab, which for Khan will be dangerous. What do you make of that? Have you seen Amir Khan training with Terence Crawford?
Yeah, I saw. I like seeing stuff like that. Yeah, them training. I bet they had a conversation about the nut punch.
Yeah.
And I bet they had a little banner about all that.
It's good to see. I like that camp, Crawford's camp, in the sense that I think it'd be good for Khan to join that camp.
Oh yeah, definitely. Crawford's probably training hard for the Porter fight.
Yeah. How do you think he gets on against Porter, Crawford?
Oh, he's gonna have problems. He's definitely gonna have problems. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Everyone was Spence and Porter fight, and we thought Spence was gonna just run through him because of the power, and then look what happens. So yeah, Crawford. We're gonna see how good Crawford really is now. Obviously, I'm gonna favour Crawford. I'm gonna favour Crawford, but I won't be shocked if Porter would have won. Let's just say I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be at all. I know some people probably feel different.
Jet says Bivol isn't a big 175, so it should be fine. It's about it's not though. It's not that though. It's just the fact that it's wrong though, isn't it? To be fine.
Everyone's saying, "Oh yeah, it's no big deal." Then why is Canelo putting a catchweight on? If it's no big deal, why don't you just fight him at 175? It clearly is a big deal. Canelo, yeah, he's pound for pound number one. He should want to, challenge himself and fight Bivol at his best, not put a catchweight on it or anything. So yeah, it's just nonsense.
Ismail Rosales says, I don't think they should fight at catchweight. People are going to start talking either 168 or 175. I think it should be at 175.
Yeah, it should be at 175. Definitely, it's such more of a better fight if it's at 175 because we're going to see the best Bivol versus Canelo.
Do you think the reason why he's trying to get an advantage over Bivol by doing what he's doing?
Yeah. It's very obvious. Why else would he put the catchweight on? He obviously wants to have an advantage over Bivol, make him slower.
Do you think if Bivol fights at 172 against Canelo, do you think Canelo will have an advantage? Because Bivol's not really a one big 175, and to cut 3 pounds for him, do you think that will make him weaker? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would definitely make him weaker. It definitely will, and especially if it would have been on September, it would have been a lot more of a bigger deal. But right, if it's November, then I guess it's not that much of a big deal because he has a lot more time to cut weight healthily.
Yeah.
But he's still fighting Bivol at catchweight. I don't know why he's doing it. Bivol's losing muscle. He's actually losing muscle. We're not going to see the same Bivol we used to see at 175 still. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I just want Canelo to fight him at 175, and I hope he does fight him at 175. It'll just be a lot more of a better fight, man.
Minnie Mill says there's no confirmed catchweight, not opponent at this time, but Bivol sounds like a front runner thus far. From what you've read, yes.
Yeah,
he does sound like a front runner. It says Boston George says Canelo only lost was at a catchweight of 152.
If Canelo wasn't at a catchweight, he still would have lost to Floyd. But yeah, he was still at a catchweight, and obviously you got Floyd fanboys giving Canelo crap for all the things he does when Floyd was the exact same. But obviously, if when it's Floyd, it doesn't matter. Like that's the only thing I hate about. Obviously, I see on groups that people saying things I can agree, but then I realize who they are. I'm like, oh, these guys are Floyd fans. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it's just ridiculous. Yeah.
So, Charlo here says here, Charlo wanted a catchweight with Canelo, but Charlo is all cap. This is what Mini Mill says.
Yeah.
Charlo wanted a catchweight. He did want a catchweight, didn't he, Charlo?
Yeah, I heard about that. Obviously, it was quite a while ago when PBC tried giving Canelo a free fight deal, and obviously he had to fight Charlo a catchweight. Yeah, yeah, and exactly. I mean, Canelo would have been. What was the catchweight again? Was it like? I guess it was like
165 or 164, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if Canelo 164, yeah, I mean Canelo will be drained, mate. He's never coming back down to middleweight, or he's staying at 168 or going up possibly. He's never going back down. And if he does, if he fights someone like if he fought Andrade, if he moved down to fight Andrade, he would lose. Canelo will be drained. Yeah, he would be drained, definitely.
Crimson says Beterbiev is less talented than Golovkin, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's less talented than Golovkin, but he's more powerful than Golovkin. He's just a more bigger guy, so that's why he will give Canelo problems. But Golovkin, I agree, is a lot more talented, a lot more of a better boxer. Yeah.
Do you think Golovkin in his prime could have beaten a Beterbiev or no?
Nah. Beterbiev too big. Canelo's bigger than Golovkin, and Beterbiev too big. But I mean, I actually think it'll be. I don't know. It'll be an alright fight, but yeah, Beterbiev would win that. But I'm just finding it hard to believe that Golovkin would get knocked out by
him. Yeah, it could do. He's big. Boston George says Charlo is bigger and taller, yet he wants a catchweight with Canelo. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I mean, Charlo is a big guy. He's like he's at least light heavyweight on fight night. I don't know how. Obviously, I mean, it's obvious with boxers. You know, they obviously take things to cut weight easier. I think we all know that. I mean, I'm not being horrible, but I mean, Charlo probably does take something like that to cut weight, because you can't just cut weight like that without taking anything. I think it's impossible. Yeah, he definitely takes some stuff to help him cut weight. Like,
Mackay, do you think is a Charlo fight something that really interests you? Is that a fight that you really interested in? What you want that?
Canelo Charlo?
Yeah.
That's the fight I want out of them all. But he's at 160. Obviously, if you compare, obviously you asked me, would you rather see Beterbiev or Plant Bivol? Obviously, I would pick Beterbiev. But if we're talking about all the fights from 160 to 168, it would probably be Charlo, Benavidez, Beterbiev.
Who wins, Charlo or Benavidez?
I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that Charlo doesn't want to fight Benavidez, but I mean, Charlo can win that fight. I don't know. Charlo can definitely win that fight, but I guess I'd favour Benavidez. I guess I would favour Benavidez, but I mean, people were overlooking Charlo a little in that fight, but I can see why, because it doesn't seem like Charlo wants to fight him at all. I don't know why though, because that's a fight he can definitely win. That's a fight he can definitely win.
Ray, what's good? I hope you're well. Ray goes, Benavidez will beat Charlo. What do you think? What do you think, Mackay?
Oh yeah, obviously I said I would favour Benavidez, but I mean, Charlo can definitely win that fight.
Yeah.
He can definitely win that fight. He's got reach, he's got power. He can definitely win it. I mean, we don't even know if Benavidez can take a proper good punch yet, really.
Yeah, he's been put down, hasn't he, Benavidez?
Yeah, exactly. He's been put down. He does get. We've seen him get clipped. And obviously, Charlo can do that to him. Definitely.
Samuel Ramirez says maybe Canelo wasn't ready to fight anyone.
I mean, I think I know what he means by that, because obviously we saw Canelo. He had a very, really long break, didn't he? Remember, he only said like a few weeks ago that he's back in the gym. I mean, we saw him on honeymoon playing golf. It seems to me like he wants to play golf more than do boxing. But obviously not. I'm being overreacting a little there. But yeah, he did have a long time out. That could actually be quite a good reason. Like, he doesn't think he's ready for September, so he wants to move to November. I was actually thinking that a little. I was like, is Canelo actually ready? Because obviously I'm seeing we saw him have a long break. He had like at least like 2 months, I swear. Yeah.
Burning Desire says, Eddie Hearn said Conor Benn is a bigger money fight for Khan than Brook. Do you think Eddie Hearn will try swing Khan into a Benn fight by offering the money?
Yeah, he'll definitely try and make that fight, but I think Khan said he doesn't really want to fight Conor Benn. Not ducking him, obviously. I mean, he's got way bigger options. He doesn't need to fight Benn. I mean, he wanted to fight Pacquiao. This fight's not going to happen anymore. Who else did he call out? He's been calling out a lot of guys, I think. Wasn't it Furman he called out?
Who?
I think he called out Furman, Khan. Khan just wants to fight the best fighters.
What do you think, Connor? Do you think the Brook fight will happen?
Not really, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about the fight anymore.
Brook's not really picking up the phone. He seems disinterested.
Yeah, I mean, it's right. They're both not the same anymore. I mean, we know Brook wasn't the same. Brook got rocked by Crawford's little jab.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I mean, I'd favour Khan to win that as well. I favour Khan to win that, but I mean, it's not exciting when it first.
So what would you rather see then? What would you, Khan Benn or Khan Brook?
Probably Khan Benn.
Oh, is it?
Khan Benn, yeah.
You think it's a bigger money fight than Khan Brook?
I don't think it's a bigger money fight.
You think Khan Benn is the bigger money fight?
Khan Brook. Khan Brook's definitely the bigger money fight.
Oh, Khan Brook. Right, okay.
Khan Brook, yeah. Khan Brook's definitely the bigger money fight.
Do you think there's a possibility, Makai, that the winner of Amir Khan v. Kell Brook could fight Josh Taylor when he moves up to 147?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you think there's a possibility that if Khan and Brook, whoever the winner is, right, could fight Josh Taylor when he moves up to 147? I don't think Brook can make 147, so I don't think that fight's going to happen at 147. I think he'll probably fight Khan at catchweight. But just say if Khan wins, like you said, you expect him to win. Do you see there's a possibility, rather than him fighting Benn, a fight with Taylor at 147?
He'd definitely try and get that fight. He definitely would take that fight. Because, you know, Khan, like, he loves taking on hard fights.
Taylor, right? It makes sense because it's a fight that he should win easily. And Khan's a big name, big profile, and
exactly,
profile. And do you think it would be Taylor's biggest payday to date?
Yeah. Khan's probably one of the biggest. Khan will probably be the biggest name Taylor's ever fought. But I think Taylor would try and still fight Crawford or Spence first over Khan.
Do you think Crawford's a bigger money fight for Taylor than Khan?
It's not a bigger money fight.
Yeah.
I think Taylor would still rather fight Crawford because Crawford has the belt. He has a belt. So
do you think a Khan Taylor fight would do any, like, in terms of numbers wise? Do you think here in the UK it could sell out a stadium, or it could do big business? Do you reckon?
Yeah, it will sell out a stadium. It will sell out a stadium, definitely. So it's still a big fight. People will still be interested in that fight.
It's good for Taylor as well, though, isn't it?
Pardon?
Because it's good for Taylor because obviously Taylor needs a profile, right?
Yeah.
And that would obviously definitely increase his profile. I won't be surprised. If that comes up. What about Ben Taylor? Do you think that's long? Do you think that's off the scale at the minute?
Yeah, that's long due. I mean, I think Taylor would smash Ben, but
yeah.
I don't see that happening at all. Yeah, definitely not.
What about down the road if Ben becomes a legitimate world level fighter?
Well, yeah, down the road it could happen. We don't know how Ben is going to go through his career.
What do you think about Ben?
He's a good fighter. good speed, good power. We can see he's improving a lot. He's taking it very serious. He's always in the gym and all that. You can just see like that he's doing well. He's had two good tests, and he's went through them really well. He obviously beat that Formella, the one who went 12 with Porter. He's tough. Yeah, he's good. And obviously Vargas, good stoppage as well. I thought it was. Vargas was done. He was just on the ropes. And he's taken on another decent challenge as well in Granados. When that fight happens, he's taken bigger fights each time. It's going well. But I think he wins a world title or anything? I don't think so.
Fair enough. Jose Rodriguez says, Makai, Spence v Canelo at catchweight. Who wins? Keep in mind this fight will be in the future. Canelo might be older at a lower weight than 168. Do you see this fight ever happening?
The catchweight.
Canelo has said he'll be willing to come down to 162 to fight Spence.
164, did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, if Canelo's older and he's going to be trying to go down to 164, I mean, Canelo, and Spence, he's already a big guy. He's already a natural middleweight, really, isn't he? I mean, I don't know, to be honest, but it's the weight's a big issue for Canelo. I mean, I see Jet saying it will be easy for Canelo, but like you need to understand, he's gonna have to cut a lot of muscle and everything.
Could Spence beat him?
At the moment, I'd favour Canelo.
It seems like you think that Spence could actually do it. He could beat him if he. Just put it this way, then, Makai. Let me put it this way: Spence and Canelo, right? If they were the same size, who wins?
Canelo. Yeah.
Fair enough. Canelo. Do you think Canelo's a better boxer than Spence?
Yeah, he's definitely a better boxer. I mean, people would say, Spence, the pressure he throws a lot, but so does Golovkin. Canelo is countering Golovkin, and I think Golovkin's just a lot more tougher guy than Spence. And when we see a lot more vulnerabilities in Spence, like especially to the body. I mean, the guy doesn't really defend body shots really well at all. Yeah.
Curtis Allen is asking Imran, do you think Kid Galahad can finally get the title tomorrow? What do you think of that fight, Makai? Kid Galahad v Jazza Dickens. Who wins?
I think Galahad.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people thought he beat Warrington. A lot of people thought he beat Warrington. People think he should have already been the champ. But yeah, we'll see though tomorrow.
Yeah, fair enough. So we've got here. Mini says making PBC fights with Canelo sounds hard to do. What other 168 fight can Canelo fight? We've already spoken about it, Andrade and stuff, and there's a lot of fights out there. There's a lot of fights out there for Canelo. Makai's already spoken about some of the fights that he would like. I think there's a lot of good fights.
I mean, I don't get why Canelo don't. I know he's a free agent, yeah. But I don't get why he don't just do a free fight deal with PBC. I mean, if he's getting the good amount of money, like 40 million every fight, and it's a free fight, so obviously it'll be against Plant, Benavidez, and Charlotte. I mean, and he said he wants to fight them, so why don't he just do it? It's not like everything's. It's not like you're going to get. There's going to be a problem like the zone because obviously he's already contracted to fight those guys. I mean, I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem. I think he should do it. I'm not saying he's ducking them. He's not, because obviously when with his own, he doesn't want to do any fight deals anymore. But I think he should. I mean, they're the fights that people want to see anyway. So I think he should do it.
Fair enough. So it says here, Is it true? Jose Torres says, is it true that Canelo started his boxing career at 147 and moved up to 175 to fight Kovalev? Yeah, it's true.
He didn't move up from 147. Is that what the guy's saying? Oh, he started.
No, he never moved from 140. No, he never moved from 147.
Oh.
He's basically saying I fought at the highest up to 175 against Kovalev.
Oh,
I think that's what he say. But yeah, he has jumped up weight class. You know, that's 20.
Yeah.
That's what 30. That's 27 pounds from his start off, which is a big jump, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he was 15 as well, so
yeah,
it was good.
Boston George says, once Canelo moves up to 175, you can't expect him moving back down under 168.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be a shock Canelo.
Yep. Be drained. We won't see at all. That's why I was kind of like finding it hard to make a decision on the Spence and Canelo fight, because obviously Canelo will be drained and Spence won't be. Spence will probably be better because he has to cut a lot of weight to get to 147. He's already a middleweight, but obviously the power will be different, that's for sure.
So we've got Crimson says, I wish that the Canelo haters would at least be honest and admit that PBC fighters are notorious duckers and listen to Al Heyman when it comes to avoiding smoke with fighters of rival promotions.
Is he saying is he calling us haters, or is he just like?
It says, I wish that the Canelo haters would at least be honest and admit that PBC fighters are notorious duckers and listen to Al Heyman when it comes to avoiding smoke with fighters of rival promotions. What do you agree with that?
I mean, with Jamal Charlo, I can agree with. I mean, but it seemed to me he did want to fight Canelo if he was in the. I mean, actually, we don't know if he was in that 3-fight deal, do we? That's just what people are assuming, but it probably is true. Yeah, I mean, Charlo, he's could have fought Andrade. He didn't fight Andrade. Who else has he ducked? Obviously, Benavidez. So apparently he did turn down Canelo. See, remember I heard about that. Do you remember hearing about that?
Hearing about
Charlo, he turned down Canelo.
Okay.
Did you ever hear about that?
Charlo turned down Canelo when?
It was like in 2019. Yeah, De La Hoya said that Charlo turned it down. And obviously then it took Charlo like a year to say he never got any offer. But I mean, of course Charlo's going to say that. But I don't know, to be honest. No one knows in boxing, to be honest. But I think, to me, obviously I've always said I've always thought like you get fighters like Canelo and all that who are fighting top guys, and you get guys like Andrade and Charlo who are just talking about the big fights but not actually taking them. I mean, people can't use the avoided excuse either. I mean, we've seen plenty of guys call Charlo out. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest, we haven't seen a lot of guys call Andrade out. It's true, but Andrade, he was in a fight with he was scheduled to face Jamel, the little brother. He pulled out. And then Derevchenko, and then he pulled out. So he's had big fights. He has had a chance, but he's fought, but it hasn't happened. And he's not doing anything either. I mean, the other guy on our stream, I forgot his name, he made a really good point. The guys that avoided, like Golovkin and Lara, they still managed to get top guys still, like in the top 10. We've seen Andrade fight no one. No one. He's not doing himself a favour.
And Andrade seems to be a name that people think's very dangerous for Canelo. I'm not sure. I'm not very sure about that. Christian, my man's here. Andrade, Christian, you said you were gonna come on. Andrade didn't pull out the fight with Jamel. There wasn't a binding contract, says Christian.
I was having a debate with Christian on our group. You blooming think Andrade. He blooming thinks Andrade beats Beterbiev. It's insane.
Yeah. And
that's insane.
You've got to come on.
That's insane.
I've put the link, Christian. I put the link in. I'm a busy barrister. Oh, he's busy at the minute. Christian's busy. He is, to be fair, he's a lawyer.
Yeah, I can understand.
So he's busy at the minute, Christian. But whenever you want to come on, Christian, you're more than welcome.
I've just seen that apparently Canelo vs Plant reportedly could now be revived after Canelo pushed his fight back. It's claimed there is a fresh attempt to make the Undisputed bout despite talks collapsing previously, and it's according to ESPN Knockout. ESPN is the Spanish version of it.
Christian, just leave your thought about why you think Andrade beats Beterbiev in the chat, and also about this situation with Bivol and what you make of it. I've seen some of your comments on Facebook, but anyway, I'd just love to know your opinion. So Christian, what was he saying? He was saying that Andrade beats Beterbiev. Too big. He might outbox him for a couple of rounds. I do agree, but Beterbiev's too strong, don't you think, Mackay?
Yeah. Beterbiev pummels him, mate. I mean, we saw what I rewatched. The Liam Williams Andrade fight. Liam Williams was hitting Andrade a lot. They just wasn't. Obviously, he had no fans there. And so when you listen to the commentators, the zone commentators, they're obviously going to be really biased to Andrade. So it seemed, and obviously we do listen to the commentators a lot. We can't just not listen to them. And it's kind of like thinking Andrade's completely dominating. He's slick. He's not getting punched. He was getting hit a lot. And that was against Liam Williams, who's smaller than Andrade, and he's basic. We've got Beterbiev, who's bigger. Way, way better than Liam Williams. He would destroy Andrade. He will destroy him.
Christian says Andrade will beat Beterbiev the same way Floyd beat Canelo, with slickness. Power doesn't win fights, skills does.
Okay, Christian. God, I don't even know what to say to that. Some of the stuff he comes out with, honestly.
He says Andrade won 10 of 12 rounds on Williams. Come on, guys, it wasn't close.
Andrade, Williams did win. Williams won more rounds than that, and even if it was that, he still had problems with him. It's sort of like they were easy rounds. He shouldn't have been having a hard fight with Williams. I mean, before the fight, no one even knew Williams. Oh, Andrade's gonna smash Liam Williams, and then obviously the Yanks are saying UK bums, don't they? They like saying that word. Yeah, and they say, oh, every time a UK fights an American, they always get like destroyed. That didn't happen though. Andrade didn't destroy Williams. He never did. Andrade didn't look good in that fight.
Migo Lorca says everyone wants to fight Canelo, but then no one wants to fight with each other.
Yeah, I know, it's really annoying. I mean, you only get some fighters that will, I guess, want to fight. Others, I mean, Bivol, he said he's not waiting. He even said he's not going to wait for Canelo. He wants to fight Beterbiev. Was obviously he was going to fight that Ramirez, but obviously now Canelo's in the mix. So, but see, guys like Andrade won't fight anyone, flipping to get the Canelo to put more pressure on Canelo.
But Christian made a point. He said that Charlo is ducking Andrade. He's not, Andrade wants that fight, but Charlo seems to be ducking him, and Andrade also wants to fight. He also wants to fight Golovkin, but Golovkin doesn't seem interested in an Andrade fight. What do you make of that?
Does he though? Does Andrade really want to fight Golovkin? I mean, I think he does, but we don't really know. All he does is talk about Golovkin. I mean, I don't actually see him trying to fight Golovkin. I mean,
Golovkin's fighting Murata.
Yeah. Apparently, I heard DAZN, they're trying to block Golovkin from fighting that Murata because they wanted to fight Andrade. But I swear Andrade's now might be fighting Eubank, isn't he? I swear.
We heard about that. Yeah. But
so if Golovkin can't fight anyone else except from Andrade, I mean, surely Andrade can't fight anyone else. But I mean, but with Andrade fight someone like Eubank or someone, then that means that whole DAZN thing was a lie. See, they can't just be blocking Golovkin from fighting Mirage to fight Andrade, but not Andrade. And another people like to use is that Andrade. Yeah, this came out of Andrade's mouth, so we don't really know if it's true. He said that DAZN apparently tried blocking, and DAZN apparently tried making him fight Golovkin, but Golovkin said no, and he fought Steve Rolls instead. But then Hearn says when it was after Golovkin's fight against Seremeta, he was complaining about DAZN not making Andrade and Golovkin, saying DAZN, they've got two of the best middleweights, Andrade and Golovkin, and they won't even put them in together. He said that. So, and Andrade's Hearn's promoter. Hearn's Andrade's promoter. So, how does that add up? It makes no sense. He's just Andrade talking. Andrade loves talking a lot.
Christian says Beterbiev is slow, just like Golovkin.
Golovkin would beat Andrade, Christian. And I mean, and Beterbiev, he isn't slow. You think he's slow, but then when you get in the ring with him, you realise this guy's beating the crap out of you.
Do you think Andrade would be able to outbox Beterbiev for?
No way.
Well, not even a couple of rounds.
No.
You think Beterbiev will get to him right away?
Yeah, Beterbiev gets him right away, I think. Yeah.
It says here, Ramiro Flores says, another thing that they reach out to the promoter. Okay, so Andrade don't have. So Hawk says Andrade don't have great skills though. What would you say about that?
I mean, and everyone's acting like Andrade's such a skilled fighter. I mean, yes, he's got some skills, but he's not really skilled. I mean, I don't see anything amazing. I don't see like a Lara in him. I don't see like obviously you can see like someone like Roy Jones, Mayweather. You can see they're special. You can see Canelo has got skills. Golovkin, yes, Golovkin, Christian. He's a good boxer as well. He's talented. You just don't see it because Golovkin isn't light on his feet like Andrade. That's what people think. They think Golovkin's not a good boxer, because he's not on his feet like Andrade is. That doesn't mean anything. There's so much more to that. Golovkin has the what's their name? The fundamentals and everything. He can cut the ring off. He's got a great jab. He's got good technique. He's really good.
So Jet says, okay, I think Jet's talking to Christian. He's basically saying, do you think Andrade could win a title at cruiserweight? Absolutely not. No way.
No way.
No, it's too big. Christian says Golovkin is basic and so is Canelo.
Well, I'm not surprised that he said that.
Christian, I think Christian doesn't like guys that.
Okay. Let me ask this, Christian. Do you think Jamal Charlo is basic? I can't wait to see his reply for this.
I said yes.
No, yeah, I'm just looking on the thingy.
All right, okay. I think he's Christian is off the. He said he wrote on Facebook. He said he's off the Jamal Charlo bandwagon. So I don't think you're gonna get a great answer in terms of him rating. Yes, Jamal without his jab is basic.
Okay, without his jab, is that the same for Golovkin? I mean, Golovkin's got a lot more than the jab, obviously, but you don't see it. We all see it though. Me, Ray, Imran see that Golovkin's really good, even if you take his jab out. But is that the same with Golovkin then? Is Golovkin basic? With Golovkin without the jab, is he basic? Same thing what you said about Jamal. Is that with Golovkin as well?
Golovkin has a good jab. He has a very
he has a very good jab, and he has a lot more. But obviously, Christian, he don't think that. So I want it.
Golovkin was older and not very skilled. He used his chin for defense.
I mean, I'm sorry, right? Golovkin is old and not very skilled. He uses him for defense. Yeah, well, he hasn't got the best defense. Neither has Andrade. He just has a footwork. Andrade steps out, but he never shows any head movement. He always gets hit. Well, I saw with the Leon Williams fight. He was getting hit so much. He's not that great defensively either. Jamal moves a little bit more than Golovkin and is more athletic.
Possibly.
He's more athletic, but I mean, moves a little more. I mean,
I don't know. Jamal's a little.
I mean,
I don't know.
Really?
I don't know No,
not really.
Jamal didn't look good in his last fight.
Christian, you seem to think skills is just boxers being light on their feet. If a boxer's light on their feet,
light on his feet though.
Pardon?
Is Charlo light on his feet though? I don't.
No, he's not. He's not really. I mean, we have seen him be on his feet sometimes. He's more athletic than Golovkin, yeah. But I mean, Christian just seems to think
that's not the be all or end all, is it?
Pardon?
That's not the be all or end all. Being light on your feet doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, if you're light on your feet, it doesn't mean you're skilled.
Yeah.
I mean, with Andrade, like fundamentals. Isn't the fundamentals like technique and all that? Yeah, Andrade's got horrible fundamentals. Horrible fundamentals. I mean, how he throws his jab and everything, how he throws the uppercut, he throws it from his knees. You can literally see it coming. Like, and he fights very, it's like he fights very, what's the words? I'll come back to it, but let's see any more comments.
Yeah, so it says here, you don't have trouble with Liam Williams. You don't have trouble with Liam Williams and somehow not get destroyed by Beterbiev. So basically, Ray is in the house. He's entered the. You're in, Ray. What's going on?
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, you've been.
How are you keeping?
Yeah, all good, man. All good, man. It's good having you on, man. You've been seeing the comments. What have you made it? What do you make of it? What do you make of all the chat?
It's a bit like what Makai's saying. It's interesting to get somebody like Christian's views. Give him a plug because he comes out not just like Stephen comes from a different angle. I respect that, but Christian comes from a very, very left field sort of angle. In that, I just wonder whether there's a bit of bias there. Don't get me wrong. The guy clearly appreciates sweet science, and there's nothing wrong with that. He likes his back foot boxers. That's, I can understand that, but I do think there's an element of bias there with the American boxers, maybe the African American boxers.
Do you think he's an Ahmed Andrade, basically? Just that Ahmed
basically, he's he's the American version of Ahmed. Instead of Ahmed, banging on about Crawford, he's banging on about Andrade, and he really hates Canelo. And there's a few people that hate Canelo. That's fair enough, but some of the stuff that Christian says, I've just got to break down. I mean, Charlo having the best jab in boxing is not true, and then Andrade beating Beterbiev is absolutely out this world. He must be the only guy. I don't even think Andrade believes that himself. He must be the only guy that believes Andrade steps up from 160 to 175 to beat Beterbiev. That can't be. No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that whatsoever. I'm not having that one whatsoever. No, I agree with him about Andrade potentially beating Jamal Charlo. I agree with him there. But the other ones I disagree with, man.
In terms of like him fighting Beterbiev, that has like that's like for me that's like probably like Andre Canelo, to be honest. I think
this, or Golovkin be Khan-Brook. It would go the same way where the lighter fighter probably wins a couple of the early rounds, and I literally mean a couple. Then the bigger man starts to go over. I think what people forget is in boxing there's an adage, there's a little saying, a good biggin beats a good littling. There's weight classes for a reason. And all this about Beterbiev being slow and slow, you're not going to be able to keep Beterbiev off you for 12 rounds, for 36 minutes of that constant pressure. He can't do it. He struggled to do it against Liam. He didn't keep Liam Williams off him for 12 rounds. Liam Williams started to win rounds. So how does he do it against somebody like Beterbiev, who's the unified champion at 175? I think I've said it on your show loads, that there seems to be a disrespect from the Americans towards the Europeans in terms of boxing. And this is another example. Or Bivol and Beterbiev, who are they? Like, these people don't even know their history. They don't know their amateur pedigree. Bring that into the equation, and then we can have the conversation.
Jet is saying that I think he's making a comment to you, Ray. He said GGG ran straight through Brook.
After round 2, yeah. After round 2. You know, the first 2 rounds he was having a look at Brook, but Brook was giving a good account of himself nonetheless.
Nooney says Brook is not that very good. I don't know why Brits rate him so much highly.
Because he gone to America and he did his job on Sean Porter convincingly, and nobody wanted to fight him. Nobody wanted to fight him. So if you avoided, it's a backhanded compliment.
But Brook just made a mistake. He should never have tried fighting Golovkin because it put his career back. Obviously, because of the Golovkin damaged his eye. I mean, didn't Spence make it worse when they fought? I think isn't that the reason why Spence won?
No, yes and no. Spence beat Brook because he was better than Brook. I think if
a lot of people say that, right?
Do you think
a lot of people say that the only reason Spence beat Brook was because of his eye.
And you got to remember, Carl from our show was there live, and he could see the difference. He could see the difference. I think sometimes when you're there live, you can see the difference. It's a bit like when you're watching a football match as opposed to watching it on Sky. You see the little bits that the camera doesn't pick up. And Carl and Andy were like, you could see the quality that Spence had.
Is that why Carl and Andy rate Spence so highly? That's why they're always talking about, because of that. They went to his fight.
To be fair, they've seen him in the flesh. Have you two seen him in the flesh?
Yeah, fair enough.
You go. So it's, you know, it's a bit like I've seen Amir Khan in the flesh. Most of my favorite boxers, apart from Canelo, and Mayweather, I've seen in the flesh. I think it makes a big difference. I think it helps your judgment as well. But going back to the point that Mackay was making about Brook and Golovkin and about Spence would have beaten Brook regardless of the Golovkin fight. And I think he took the Golovkin fight because A, he was frustrated, nobody at his weight class was fighting him, and B, that was a lot of money. I think about just under 10 million he was getting paid. It could have been that he knew he was going to get beat, but he thought, okay, I might just get knocked out, but not get that much damage. He probably thought he would have just, you know, I'll probably get knocked out round 6, round 7, you know, and it might just be a clean knockout. I might not get any damage, because how many of Golovkin's opponents have had significant damage? But then again, they've been at middleweight.
Yeah, exactly.
He was a welterweight stepping up, so it was a risk. And it's one of those things in hindsight, you can be an after timer and say, I wouldn't have taken that fight. But I've been consistent and honest saying, if I was Kell-Brook, I mean, 10 million is a life-changing amount of money. You can't argue that Caleb Plant should be fighting for 10 million and then have a go at Kell-Brook for doing the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, do you think the weight cut had a problem, obviously? Because Brook, obviously, he went up to middleweight to fight Golovkin, then he went straight back down to fight Spence, and he stayed at the 147-pound limit on fight week, on the whole fight week, to try and prove a point. Do you remember that? I mean, and I agree. I still think Spence would have won. I do. Spence has more of a dog in him, but I think that did have I don't even know the word, but yeah, it's definitely a problem.
It did have a bearing on it. Well, Spence, Kell-Brook, sorry, is probably a natural 154-pounder. If we're looking at his body, because when he stepped up at middleweight, he looked great. They didn't look as though there was that much fat on him when he stepped on the scales. I don't know if you remember his weigh-in. If you Google his weigh-in against Golovkin, he looked fantastic on the scales. I've never heard that one about Kell-Brook staying at 147 throughout fight week. I haven't heard that one before, so I'll have to look at that one, Mackay.
Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. I think Brook. I think if Brook never went up to fight Golovkin, he stayed at welterweight, I think he would have been Spence. I do. I think he would have been Spence. Yeah.
Not sure.
I think Spence brought skills that Kell-Brook just found too difficult. I think he was a better version of Brook in nearly every department. And I think sometimes you just come across somebody you just can't beat in boxing.
To me, I felt like Brook was kind of outboxing him a little, and then nearly later around Spence, obviously, has a
over.
I don't know. Spencer's got more of a dog in him, no doubt. We literally saw that. But I think Brook he wasn't really outboxing him, but he was countering him a lot. He was making Spence like lunge in to go from the body with his head, like just with his head down and everything. But obviously they all had their moments. But I think Brook would have won it if he didn't go off to fight Golovkin.
Heaven Knight says this: Prime Book was amazing. He was schooling Spence. True, never should have taken the GG fight. GG took 5 years out of Brook after that fight, like Margarito and Cotter won. I don't see how he was schooling Spence. I don't.
He wasn't schooling him like that. He was outboxing him. He was outboxing him. Definitely, he was outboxing him. But yeah, it wasn't like flipping. I'm trying to think of a fight who schooled someone. Yeah, it wasn't a big schooling at all. But he was outboxing him.
Just the point that Mango's making there about fighters coming to America to become a superstar, the Americans are biased. I think what you have to remember is that's something that's been happening in the past. The things are changing now. You know, the American audience has to be receptive to European fighters and fighters from all across the world. It's not just about American fighters though. So yeah, I would still say an American, some American fans are biased and they just think unless you're American, you're no good. But that's got no bearing on people trying to, because America's the biggest market. America and China's a big market as well. So that just because fighters want to fight there doesn't necessarily have any bearing on that. They're two separate arguments. So just to make that point very clear.
Shout out to True Boxing. True Boxing says, "Hey is gonna say now Canelo is ducking September."
I mean, yeah.
What do you make of it, Ray? I didn't really get your opinion on the Canelo situation, all this stuff, because we haven't done a live for a while. Firstly, Canelo plant. Secondly, Canelo making Bivol come down to a catchweight. And Stephen, I've seen that you entered the chat. I know that you've mentioned this about Canelo as well, so I'd love to know your opinion. And anyone else that wants to jump on. But Ray, what do you make of it? It's been a bit of a mess, hasn't it? And now we're hearing that he's not going to even fight in September.
Well, to be honest, man, I did say, didn't I, that the Canelo plant fight might not happen.
Yeah.
Everyone was saying he's desperate for the belt, and I said, not necessarily. And I've been proved right there. I believe that he wants to fight on his own terms. So it's no real surprise that he's not going to have the plant fight. It doesn't necessarily mean that fight may not happen down the line. It could happen down the line, but if it doesn't happen now, so what? Maybe fighting in November gives Bivol more time, and maybe that fight takes place at 175. I have more respect for Canelo if he takes that fight at Bivol's best weight. I don't think Bivol's best weight. I don't think Bivol's got any business down at 68. He's 75.
175. They're talking 172.
No, I don't know. No. If he's going to fight Bivol, fight him at 75, not 72, not 73, not 74, 75. That's what it is. Fight him at 75.
Yeah,
I know why he wants to do that. He wants to copy off Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao and start dictating things. But he needs to start respecting the weight classes for what it is. If you want a piece of Bivol, fight him at his weight.
Yeah, and if you're pound for pound number one of... Sorry, before you finish.
No, I was just a quick point there, Mackay. All I was going to say was, I've said all along to Imran that if these two, particularly these two fighters, fight each other, the winner is decided on the weight. I've always said if the fight takes place at super middleweight, Canelo wins. If the fight takes place at light heavyweight, Bivol wins. The weight's massive in this fight.
Yeah,
that's why I wanted that 175.
Yeah, I agree.
Steven, how are you?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What's up, right? Triple OG? What's up?
Yeah, man. We're good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. What's up, Makai?
You know, man. How are you?
Doing good.
Stephen, I wanted to ask you because I know you've been a guy that, although you give Canelo his props, you've also mentioned many times about Canelo you don't like this nonsense behavior about catch weights and all of this stuff. So I really want to know your opinion. Stephen? Oh, he's froze.
I know.
I think he's froze.
Did you guys hear about that Paradigm Sports? That obviously they were trying to block that
Yes.
Pacquiao. Yeah, good news. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to happen anyway. Obviously, they've been cleared to proceed as planned for the fight. The judge obviously ruled it in favor of Pacquiao, so the fight's on. We don't need to worry about that Paradigm stuff anymore. But yeah, I knew they wasn't going to get away with it anyway.
Yeah,
that's good. So that's good news.
Yeah, they were talking that the fight might get blocked, but yeah, it's not anymore. It's not anymore. That's good. That's good. Let's read some of these comments. Ray, Dan Sosa says, I don't get why people think Andrade is so overrated, but no one wants to fight him and take his WBO belt. Why?
Very good point. That's probably one of the best points I've come across on the stream, to be fair. I think Andrade's a winnable opponent for people. I like him, don't get me wrong. He has got some skills. Let's be honest, he has got some skills, but he's got a lot of weaknesses in there as well. Some people do say he's the best at his weight class. If he is, he's not head and shoulders above everyone else. He's very beatable. The middleweight isn't a strong division like it was years ago. There is a lot of me that thinks Golovkin can still do a number on Andrade. I wouldn't potentially. I don't think that's as one-sided as some of these people, name dropping Christian and a few others that I've come across seem to think that Andrade and Charlo wipe the floor with everybody. That middleweight and up at 68, I just don't see that. Andrade's got skills to give anyone problems. Don't get me wrong, but he's not winning comfortably on 12 rounds because he ain't got the power to stop people. So he's not winning in a unanimous decision against someone like Golovkin. I just don't see how he keeps him off.
Yeah, and do you know what else? It's right. People ain't talking about the fact that Golovkin's fighting Murata. Murata's got a belt, by the way. Golovkin's literally going to the guy's hometown to fight him. I mean, would Andrade and Charlo fight Murata in Japan? Do you reckon? Do you reckon they would do that?
Those boys won't step out of America.
Exactly.
And that's the mentality for me that I don't like. I like to see people step out of their comfort zone, go to somewhere like Japan, pick up the belt, and then come back.
Yeah, and why does Golovkin see when Golovkin fights Murata? Why ain't people calling for Andrade to fight Charlo? Why do they have to fight Golovkin?
That's the thing. Too many people. We've got Christian and Stephen on, and we'll see what they say. Too many people are putting the blame on Canelo and Golovkin. Why not put the blame on Andrade and Charlo? Why we not putting pressure on them to make these fights?
Christian, that question to you. Good, man. How are you?
Okay, I'm good. Which is the question precisely I'm going to answer?
Just anything. So you can answer Ray's question, or you can just talk about Canelo, Bivol. You can talk about Andrade, whatever you want, man. The floor is yours. You say what you want, man.
I heard.
Looking forward to this.
What I heard is about Golovkin. The fact is, Golovkin doesn't want to unify the belts. Andrade wants to unify. Charlo doesn't want to fight Andrade. None of the guys want to unify at the middleweight division except for Andrade, and that's a fact.
Golovkin's fighting Murata.
If Andrade is so weak and has all these weaknesses, then why don't they fight him and take his belt?
And that's why I said that's a good question. I can't see why Andrade and Charlo don't fight each other. If anything, that'll tell you how big American boxing is. Getting those two in the ring, you can't get Spence and Crawford in the ring, and you can't get Charlo and Andrade in the ring. It's worrying, that, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean it's problematic. I mean, I know that Andrade through Hearn, they conveyed a $7 million offer to Charlo, and Charlo rejected it. The offer was conveyed directly to Charlo himself, and I know PBC does have the authority to reject offers without conferring with their fighters, but in this case, Charlo himself rejected it. And he said the offer was too little. And did he counter offer? As far as I know, no. So it's a problem. it's pathetic.
Christian, Canelo Bivol, what's this nonsense about catchweight 172? What's all of this?
I heard your video the other day about it. I don't support it. To me, it's the same old BS with Canelo. It's the same story. Always looking for a handicap. If he's gonna fight Bivol, he needs to fight about 175. It's that simple. For his legacy. Because if he keeps doing this sort of stuff, he's gonna have an asterisk, next to his name when he's done fighting.
Christian, I saw you. I mean, Stephen. I want to know your opinion. What's your opinion about it, man? You had technical issues. What's your opinion? I know you've called Canelo out. You said I like Canelo. He's a good fighter, but let's be real. He does a lot of this stuff. What do you make of this situation, Stephen?
Man, you know what I always said, man. I always said that Canelo is he's Floyd Mayweather version 2.0. And here's the thing: if he wants to be, I kind of think along the same lines as Chris and Ray. He needs to stick to one, unify 168. If you're gonna do that, unify 168. All this fluctuating weight classes going up and down. It's kind of making it hard to really see through the fog, see through what he's really trying to do, because he's fighting all these different catch weights and these different divisions. It's kind of hard to get a grip on, like, okay, so what is he really doing? What is he really doing? Because it doesn't do you any justice to start and then don't finish it.
Yeah, I think he's having some technical issues.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's because he's driving, isn't it?
Yeah. Heaven Knight, thank for the super chat. I'm gonna send this message to either Stephen or Christian or Dre, whoever wants to answer this. Heaven Knight says Jamal's a bum. Come on, we all know he can't beat Andrade. Hell, I don't even think he can beat Murata.
I let Christian answer that one.
Okay, no, I agree. Jamal can't beat Andrade. Why? Because if you look at Jamal's skill set, he fights behind the jab. Once you take away his jab, he's discombobulated. He has no way to generate a cohesive offense. And Andrade is very good at taking away the jab, because he fights from different angles. He keeps his guard off the center line and his head. And what that does is, when you shoot the jab and you miss, you're exposed to getting countered because he's on an angle. And that's precisely why Jamal Charlo doesn't want smoke with him, because he knows that he's not going to be able to get off with his jab.
Fair enough. Good. Ray, what do you make of what Christian just said?
Yeah, I would probably have to agree. I mean, I think I don't rate Jamal Charlo as high as, that, Imran, as highly as what some do, to the disappointment of Stephen. I just don't think, and I've always said, I've said to Christian before, I don't see what the big fuss is about him, and particularly, I mean, his jab's decent, but I wouldn't say it's world class. But I do think Andre causes him a lot of problems because of his movement. It's my worry is whether someone like Andre could sustain it, particularly at middleweight. I do see worries of somebody who's struggling with the weight there. I'm not too sure if he can sustain that movement for 12 rounds, because his skill set, his repertoire of skills requires a lot of energy, and I don't see him performing like that as he does in round 1 and round 2, where he looks frighteningly good in the first 2 or 3 rounds. He looks frightening. I just can't see him doing that in the last half of a fight. That's my only worry with him. Stephen?
Yeah, I really don't know why Demetrius Andrade he doesn't get a lot of respect, but I seem to think personally, I think that he's a very, 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 very skilled fighter, and I think his resume kind of does him an injustice, because we haven't got a good we haven't had a chance to get a good gauge as to what he'll do against elite competition. But I think a fight between him and Jamal Charlo is a very compelling fight. I think he edges it out even against Jamal Charlo because of his, of his skill set, his overall skill set. He's light on his feet. He's a perfect fighter. And I was gonna say earlier when you asked me about Canelo jumping up in weight or fighting at catchweight, I just think you really can't get a good gauge as to what Canelo is trying to do because he starts something but he doesn't finish it. If you want to unify at 168, unify at 168, then move up. But all this jumping up and down from weight class to weight class, man, it's kind of making it hard to see. It's kind of making it hard for me to give him, me personally, me to give him the credit that he deserves because you keep starting something and you don't finish it. You're just doing whatever you want to do. Like I said, he's like the 2.0 version.
But isn't that what Davis is doing, Stephen? Isn't that what Gervonta Davis is doing?
That's what he's doing too. You got to call a spade a spade.
Yep.
He's doing that, right? He's not fighting the best. He's jumping up and down. There's even rumors about Gervonta fighting Thurman now.
That's
silly.
That's so stupid. That is so stupid. They need to, whoever decided that need to be punched in the mouth because that's so stupid. I mean, Keith One-Time Thurman has incredible skill. His skill set alone is gonna propel him because he's bigger. When you're a bigger man, you're more powerful. That's a fight I don't want to see. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that fight. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I don't want to see that.
No, I don't want to see it either. If it happens, Tank's gonna leave on a stretcher because Thurman's gonna put him out.
Leonard Ellaby, Christian, Stephen, Leonard Ellaby, Mackay, Ray. Leonard Ellaby said, if Tank gets in the ring with Keith Thurman gets knocked out. This is the CEO of Mayweather Promotion saying Gervonta Davis would knock out.
But this is the same guy who said he doesn't know who Josh Taylor is. Josh Taylor doesn't bring anything to the table, yet he puts his guy in with Mario Barrios.
And also, he's the same guy that said Canelo is not pound for pound number one because of the guys he's fighting. Terence Crawford is number one. Who the hell is Terence Crawford fighting? Makes no sense. Every time he opens his mouth, he makes no sense. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I do agree with Leonard B. I do agree that Canelo's not the best pound for pound. I agree with him there.
Do you think Crawford's number one?
Who's the best then? Who would you put number one?
I think Crawford is. I'll let you know after the. If Spence beats Pacquiao, then I would have to say Spence is the best pound for pound.
Over Canelo?
Over Canelo. And I can tell you why. I dissect Canelo's resume.
Yeah,
and I can show you why it's all smoke and mirrors.
Why, instead of doing that, why do you just tell us why Spence is a pound for pound better boxer than Canelo?
Because I think Spence has had tougher competition at the welterweight division. Relative to the guys that Canelo has been fighting over the past 2 years. Callum Smith, I'm sorry, gentlemen, he is not a world beater. He's stiff as a tree. He's not very skilled. I've watched tape on him. Okay.
So hang on. So he's not a world beater, but he was the Ring Magazine champion at 168.
Yes, but he only fought on the UK European circuit. He hasn't even he's never fought any of the guys.
So hang on. So you have to fight in America for you to be seen to be good. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. Had he fought, I think Caleb Plant is much better than Callum Smith. I'm looking at their skill set.
The competition
more
thing.
Skilled fighter,
I mean, there's Porter, obviously Danny Garcia, Kell-Brook. They're the guys he's for. Have I mentioned anyone else?
Mikey.
Right, that's a good resume, but I mean, I don't know how it's better. I mean, Danny Garcia, he hasn't even had a good win at welterweight. Porter,
to be honest, I get where Christian's coming from in terms of Spence has fought better level of opposition at welterweight than what Canelo has done, because Canelo hasn't fought that many top sort of like pound for pounders or even top guys, but that's not always Canelo's fault. The other thing I would say is I think we're being too harsh in the criticism of
wait a minute.
Canelo's opponents, where I would argue that Callum Smith would actually beat Caleb Plant.
No, but it is Canelo's fault, because if you look at all his moves, I'll just go to 160. When he beat Daniel Jacobs, he announced in the post-press conference he wanted to unify all the belts. He wanted to be undisputed. And the last belt belonged to Andrade. He had 60 days to make that fight and never ordered Golden Boy to petition the IBF for an exception so he doesn't have to fight the IBF mandatory, which was Derevyanchenko. He didn't do it.
But how many times has Spence said he wants to fight Crawford?
Yeah.
No, but okay, he did say that. Okay, but Spence also, but there's a caveat. Spence says he wants to unify all the belts, and he's going to leave Crawford for last. So we have to hold him to his word to see what he does.
When the Christian, I mean, Canelo, he literally tried fighting. He tried fighting Andrade and Kovalev. He was in negotiations with both of them.
He never.
And he picked Kovalev. He didn't duck Andrade.
Why?
Because
why Kovalev? He said he wanted to be undisputed.
Yes, if he beat Andrade, he wouldn't have been undisputed because he lost the IBF belt because of his promoter.
No.
His promoter went behind his back. I was listening to you. He went behind his.
No, I read the lawsuit. You need to read the lawsuit. He never alleged in the lawsuit that was filed in the Southern District, in the Federal District Court in California, that he ordered Golden Boy to make the fight with Andrade. He never alleged that. And let me tell you, had he told Golden Boy to make the fight and they didn't listen, he would have included that in the lawsuit because he sued Golden Boy for breach of fiduciary duty.
So Mike Commander, who has inside information from the zone, is just lying. That was all fake. You're saying? That was all fake. It's just rumors.
I can tell you what's real. What he said in his lawsuit is real because you can't lie when you file a lawsuit, because if you do, you get sanctioned.
Right, as I was saying, right, De La Hoya went behind Canelo's back and they made a deal with the IBF saying if they don't get a deal in 12 days, they won't. He has to vacate. It's true they have to vacate the IBF belt. So Canelo, Derevyanchenko was priced himself out. He wanted more money, and obviously they couldn't come to an agreement. The 12 days were over. Then the IBF belt was gone. He still tried to fight Andrade and Kovalev, but Kovalev.
He didn't.
Yes, he did.
He did not. He did not. Where's your proof? Can you cite a link to something that verifies that he extended an offer to Andrade? I bet you can't.
There's literally a link of him in negotiations with Andrade and Kovalev. It's Mike Commander's not going to lie. He has inside information from them.
No, that's not what happened.
Why on earth would he duck Andrade? Why on earth would he duck him?
Why would he fight Kovalev instead of Andrade? Andrade wanted to fight.
Who would win? Who would win if they fought? Kovalev or Andrade?
Listen.
That's a stupid question. That's a stupid question. I know you can pick Andrade.
Yeah. I mean, the issue is you said you wanted to be undisputed. So why are you talking about Kovalev?
I just told you he lost his IBF belt. No, so if he fought Andrade, he wouldn't have been undisputed. But if he fought Kovalev, he would have been the first four. He would have been the first four division champion.
You're not following the timeline.
I am. I'm telling you my thing, and you're not listening to me.
When he won the belt, okay. When the purse bid went out for the IBF mandatory was 2 months later. Under the IBF rules, you have to petition the IBF to say you want to unify so that you're not stuck fighting the mandatory. Canelo never petitioned timely within the 60-day window. Now, why didn't that happen?
You're wrong again.
Look at the IBF rules.
You're wrong again.
Look at the IBF rules.
You're not listening to me about the De La Hoya thingy. You're not listening to me about the De La Hoya thingy about.
And I told you, he never instructed De La Hoya to make the fight. And I can prove it by pointing it to what he alleged in the lawsuit.
You're wrong again.
I read the complaint. Did you read the complaint and against Golden Boy and the zone?
I've read a lot of things, and I know.
Okay, no, you didn't read the complaint. You didn't read the complaint.
I read a lot of things, mate.
Listen, man, I practice law, okay, and I know how to read a complaint, okay, and he never alleged it. And had that happened, if Golden Boy didn't make the fight when Canelo instructed him to, that would have been included as part of the claim for breach of fiduciary duty.
Christian, just to get off topic. Just to get off topic, I've just seen from your good pal Carl that Andre needs a breakout fight. Would you agree with that, Christian?
Yes, he does. You know, he needs a breakout fight. He wants Golovkin, but Golovkin doesn't want smoke.
Hey, Christian, anyway, back to the thing. Andrade, why did Andrade admit that he was in negotiations with Canelo? He said that Canelo chose Kovalev over him instead when he got offered more money to fight Andrade. Obviously, that's a lie. Why the hell does
Makai, here's the thing. Forget about the Canelo Andrade because that's water under the bridge. It's done now.
Absolutely.
We need to move forward and think about them two fighting at 168 or whatever. But what I wanted to ask Christian, you said Andrade would beat Beterbiev. I don't how? I like you, and I think you make some good points. But that is for me, that's absurd.
Bro, and you think Canelo will beat Beterbiev? Canelo, who is smaller, who's not even.
But Canelo's stronger than Andrade. You said that.
Strength doesn't win. He'll be in the pocket with Beterbiev, so he's gonna get hit. Andre's not going to sit there in the pocket in the phone booth to Beterbiev. He's not.
Christian, do you think Andrade can knock?
Christian, Andrade was having some physical problems with Liam Williams. Who's stronger, Beterbiev or Liam Williams?
Of course, Beterbiev is stronger.
So yeah, that's my point. How's he going to keep Beterbiev off?
Liam Williams was touching Andrade up. I mean, imagine Beterbiev.
Okay, listen, Beterbiev doesn't fight like Williams. He's not going to sit there and walk through shots the way Williams did. All he did was walk through shots.
Well, you don't think Beterbiev can walk through Andrade's shots? He's bigger than Williams.
Christian, do you think Andrade can knock Beterbiev out?
I'll ask Christian one question at a time.
I don't think he can knock him out. I think he can outbox him. I think he can outbox him, but not knock him out.
Okay.
No, but Christian, how's he going to outbox him for 12 rounds? He might outbox him for 3 or 4. How's he going to outbox him for 12 rounds?
It's the same way Ray Leonard outboxed Hagler for 12 rounds.
A lot of people think Hagler won that fight, mate.
Yeah, but that was easy because Ray Leonard was special. Ray Leonard was special. Andre's not special. Andre's just good.
Like we're talking about an all-time great now, Christian. Ray Leonard was like I don't put Andrade and Ray Leonard on the same level, man.
I mean, listen, Floyd outboxed Canelo for 12 rounds, and Canelo was the bigger guy.
Floyd's an all-time great. Andrade's good, but not that level.
Listen, I doubt Andrew will ever go to that weight anyway. So it's really much ado. He'll go to 168, but not 175.
So
yeah, that's really a bad. That's a bad fight for Dmitry Andrade. It's a bad fight for him. I mean, I don't want him. Me personally, I think he'll get crushed by Beterbiev, but it's kind of like a hypothetical fight. It's not really a realistic fight, but. I mean, Beterbiev is he a monster in there, man.
Stephen, the reason why I was asking Stephen, before you speak, let me ask you why I was saying that fight. Christian said he feels Andrade would beat Beterbiev. What's your opinion, Stephen?
No, I don't think he beats Beterbiev. I think Beterbiev is just too physically imposing of a force for Demetrius. I think if he touches Demetrius gets hurt, and I think it's a bad fight for him. Me personally, I like Dmitry Andrade, and I don't want him to, I don't want him to lose that fight because that's a bad fight for him.
I would agree, Stephen.
Yeah, it's horrible fight. It's just too dangerous. It's too dangerous moving up those weight classes. He could get hurt in that fight. Not just forget about him. It's a dangerous fight. It's a dangerous going up against
it is a
two
dangerous
weight
fight.
classes in his prime.
It is a dangerous. No, it is a dangerous fight, but I do know. But aside from that, I'm positive that if you fought Canelo, Andrade will box his brakes off. That I'm sure of.
So you think Andrade beats? Oh yeah, you've said that in the again. It's another one that is a hard. I think Canelo.
I just think once Canelo comes inside and starts landing on his body, making those investments again, I think he takes away Andrade's movement.
That's the point.
He hit Lara a lot to the body.
You don't think he'll be able to get inside at all?
Nope, he won't be able to.
He managed to hit Lara to the body.
If you look at have you seen the fight? It was years ago between Floyd and Gatti. That's exactly how that fight would go if Andrade fought Canelo. He would snipe at him from a distance all fight long. And Canelo, who's slow-footed, can't cut the distance. He'll be a sitting duck. And head movement from a distance is more effective in the booth. But at a distance, it's not easy to hit. It's easy to hit someone because Andrade changes the levels and angles on his punches. So that head movement isn't going to be effective.
First of all, you just compared Gatti to Canelo. Gatti was a brawler. Canelo is not a brawler. Gatti was basic as well. Canelo's not basic. Canelo's got the head movement. He's a lot better.
But the thing is, Christian doesn't rate Canelo. Christian sees Canelo as some basic fighter.
Yeah, so it's very hard to debate with someone who thinks that Canelo's basic.
I mean, he's entitled to his opinion.
Hey, then listen.
Go on, Christian. What are you saying?
Well, listen. Why won't Canelo just fight Andrade? Why? Why did he duck him?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, right? Supposing Canelo fights Andrade, not Charlo Andrade, and he does a job on Andrade, are you going to give Canelo the respect he deserves?
Yeah. If he did, yes, I would.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll hold you to that then, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that fight will happen though, Christian? Gents. Take care anyway.
I hope. I don't know. I don't think so, because unless the promoters or the networks force it, he's not gonna fight him, because he knows he can't beat him. He knows that stylistically he's got a real problem with Andrade because of his height and his lack of foot speed. Because he's not gonna do what he was able to do against Callum Smith. He was able to walk up to Callum Smith. That's not gonna work against Andrade.
I don't think Canelo gets I don't think he gets credit for being a superb, skilled, knowledgeable fighter. I think he has a lot of, underneath the exterior, he's built like a tank. I think that dude's been around the block a number of different times, and I think that it's possible that we ain't giving him credit for being a skilled, knowledgeable fighter. I think that may be a bad fight for Andrade too. It's just me. I think so. I mean, you got to look at his resume. And I know I sound hypocritical because I'm saying he's doing all this up and down, but that dude's beat some killers, man. Lara, he's a killer, man. Amir Khan, a straight killer, man. He was a killer, man, back in the day. You know what I'm saying? He done beat some, Shane Mosley, albeit when Shane was older, but shit, that was Shane Mosley. That was Sugar Shane Mosley. At one point in time, Sugar Shane Mosley was my absolute favorite boxer for a while.
Best lightweights,
Here's the thing, though, Stephen. Like those guys that you mentioned, Lara, Khan, they all had success against Canelo, but they were smaller fighters. So whereas Andrade's a bigger man, and also he's also very slick and he moves and he's got basically he has fast hands like Khan. And he also has good movement like Lara. So
this is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a bad fight for him. I ain't gonna count it out like I count him out against Better Beef, but it's a bad fight for Demetrius given his resume and given his opposition versus somebody like Canelo. Canelo has that rock'em sock'em one hitter quitter power. I don't know if Demetrius has felt that before. So I think Demetrius, if he can stay slippery and because he got some thump in him too. He got a little swab in him too. If he could do that for all 12 rounds, I get an extras Andrade. Yeah.
Because what Steven's saying is he's not fought anyone before like Canelo.
Yeah. Like
he's not fought anyone to prepare him against Canelo.
His resume is worse.
Also you talk about what these people outboxing Canelo. Yeah, they outbox Canelo, but eventually Canelo beat them. And what I see with Andrade is not going to like what Canelo brings in on the inside.
Canelo was set. I think Canelo.
All right, I gotta go, fellas. Take care.
Take care, Christian. Take care.
All right, all right, man. All right, bye, fellas.
Take care. Yeah. So I don't know. Steven's got stuck, but yeah, guys. Just breaking it down. What Christian was basically saying. He's basically saying that he feels that Andrade would outbox him. Andrade's being ducked and avoided. Here's the thing. Surely, there's fighters out there that will fight Andrade. I don't know. Like when I look at Andrade, I don't look at him and think he's a fighter that somebody would be afraid of fighting. Like I don't see why. He's not a big puncher. Let's be honest. So they're not afraid of him because he's a monster. He's not afraid of him because he's a Beterbiev. Are they afraid of being outboxed and outboxed and him humbled for 12 rounds? I don't get it. I don't see why someone would not want to fight Andrade. What is it? What is it? We got offered 40 million, man. It's nonsense.
Did I have some technical difficulties? Did y'all hear what I was saying?
You did.
Man, I'm struggling today, man. I'm struggling, man.
You're back now, though.
Yeah, I'm back for the moment. I'm in the country, man. I'm in the country driving. But it's so my coverage is in and out. Let me pull over real quick so I can explain it. What I was saying about Dmitry Andrade and Canelo is I don't think people give Canelo a lot of credit for his superior boxing prowess. I think they look at Canelo and they just see a block of power. But underneath that is a champion, is a warrior. He's tried and he's been tested. He's been to the battleground. I don't know that Dmitry Andrade, if he has that experience and he's been tested in his chin to take what Canelo got to give him. Because Canelo been in there with some killers. You know, so I don't need to name them again. I named them. I had some technical difficulties, but you get what I'm saying. And I think Dmitry is right now, he needs to prove himself against some worthy opposition. I think that's a potentially bad fight for Dmitry Andrade. You know, that's the way I feel. That's it.
Ray, I'll come to you for this one, right? Jet makes a good point in the comment section. He goes, although Khan was outboxing Canelo and he won most of those rounds, he wasn't in control of the fight. Do you see the same way if Andrade was to fight Canelo, that fight would be exactly the same, where although Andrade might be outboxing and winning the rounds, he won't be in control of the fight?
Exactly. This is the point I was trying to make to Christian.
Yeah.
This is it's an obvious flaw with Canelo that he's susceptible to being outboxed. But it's almost like Canelo gives away those rounds, almost like Golovkin used to some time ago. And that's something that Canelo can capitalize on. I think Christian's very harsh on Canelo's feet. I think where he sees he's not fleet-footed, he's very adept at positioning his feet to limit the movement of his opponents, i.e. cutting off the ring, putting it back to the ropes. And that's when he gets inside, negates a jab of the opponent, targets the body, and then eventually he starts to slow his opponent down so they become static. Then he starts to take them apart. So it was easy to do that with Amir Khan. He literally made that look easy. I believe he'll do that against Andrade, who doesn't like body shots, mate. He does not like body shots. He doesn't like being touched up, Andrade. So you imagine what Canelo's going to do to him. I can't see
that Canelo's a better boxer now, though.
See that again?
When he fought Amir Khan, he's better now.
Yeah, he gets better with every fight. He's still improving, Canelo.
This is what I mean.
This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. So Well, Andrade, bearing in mind, he's not had the quality, he's not had the preparation in terms of fights.
No way, yeah.
To go against somebody like Canelo. How's he? He doesn't have that skills. His skill set's not been developed yet because of that lack of experience. There's question marks about his jab, his physical strength, his stamina. He doesn't make body shots. These are all a recipe for disaster against arguably the best fighter in the world.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I just don't see
how Andrade sustains that level of evasiveness, elusiveness for 12 rounds.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. I just think a lot of people are going back to like Lara, Khan. Those were ages ago, man. Those fights were time ago, you know. And when you look at the recent fight with Billy Joe, he was outboxing Billy Joe.
I can see where Christian's coming from because it is obvious that it's one of Canelo's flaws, but Canelo's mastered how to deal with that.
Didn't he outbox Billy Joe though?
Sorry?
Didn't he outbox Billy Joe, Canelo?
Later on, yeah. Later on, I mean, Billy Joe was having success. Billy Joe made Canelo miss more than I've ever seen any other opponent do. You know, obviously, aside from Mayweather, more than any, you know, and it was more than I ever thought that Billy Joe would do. But Canelo was still in control of that fight. Billy Joe put up a better performance than what some people thought he would do. I know some people thought he would win that fight, but I knew Billy Joe didn't have enough to beat Canelo. I don't think Andrade does. In fact, I think Billy Joe, not now obviously because of the facial injuries, but Billy Joe would have given Andrade a very, very good fight. Very good fight at middleweight.
Fair. Yeah, I think it would have been. I think it definitely would have been a good. It would have been a good one. I think they both needed that fight. Billy Joe's resume is probably better than Andrade's resume, to be honest.
Probably, yeah.
Fought Andy Lee, Eubank, and then he beat Lemieux. Andrade's got nothing on his resume. I like I said, he's got nothing. His best wins Liam Williams or Brian Rose or like who's the other Selecki or you know Cotton Dockwar. Like, come on, like let's get real here. Like, not top level guys at all. I don't see. This is the problem. Like when Christian says those things about Canelo. Like he's going through like Kovalev, Khan, and Lara, and you know Golovkin, Jacobs. But when you look at Andrade's resume, like it's not even comparable. It's like chalk and cheese. I just don't. So I don't see how you can criticize Canelo.
It's funny because I know Mackay will remember, but last time Christian was on the show, he was saying resumes aren't important. Yet whenever you talk to Christian, the first thing he talks about is a fighter's resume. Which, you know, I said to Christian, you know, he falls over his feet because he sets himself up to fail. How can you say I don't pay attention to resumes, yet when you talk about a fighter, the first thing you want to use to discredit that fighter is his resume? So
he also said that Callum Smith is stiff as a tree. Now Smith really was poor in that fight against Canelo. I expected him to do much better. I was surprised how poor he was in that fight, and the fact that I felt like he was trying to survive at some point in that fight. It was a very poor performance. His fight before that was poor. Why do you think that fight was very poor? Why do you think Callum Smith was so poor in that fight?
Dead at the weight.
Do you think he's not? Yeah. He's not.
Yeah. He was dead at the weight. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think John Ryder beat him when John Ryder fought him. I just think sometimes when you're a champion, you stay at the weight longer because you don't want to give up your belt. But I just think it's in it. You saw it with Lee Selby. I mean, there was times when I saw pictures of Lee Selby making featherweight, and he just looked like. He just literally looked like a skeleton with hair on top. There was nothing on him. And you look at him now at lightweight and there's barely any fat on him. So you think, how the hell did he manage to lose that extra 9 pounds? For me, Callum Smith should have moved up once he won the World Boxing Series. He should have moved up the light heavy. He's gone there now and we'll see what he's about. But it doesn't do you any good staying at that weight for too long. I literally think the weight killed him. And then he was against a terrific fighter who took away his attributes. He literally took away his left arm. So when people, you know, come on the show and start saying Canelo doesn't know what to do with a jab, of course he knows what to do with a jab. Look what he did with Callum Smith. He took away his left arm.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy that a fighter like Callum Smith, who at one point was rated as probably the best British fighter pound for pound at one point when he won that series, World Boxing Series, and now all of a sudden he's just viewed as a guy that was overhyped and not that great. And I actually thought, I was a big fan. You know when Callum Smith fought on Joshua's undercard and he wiped Ndam out? I thought this guy's a really good fighter. You know, he looks really good. And obviously the fights before I seen him, he looked good. But then, you know, it just in the space of like 6 months over 2 fights, he really, or was it 8-9 months, literally in those 2 fights, he's kind of ruined his whole reputation's been ruined.
Not by him, no. One, and Dan was a middleweight, really.
Yeah,
and Dan was a middleweight, really. Two, he's still highly respected in Britain. This is the point I was making earlier in the show. It's the Americans, or not only America. I don't want to be generalizing here. I'm not like that, but a lot of people in North America just seem to think because he's from Europe, he was a sitting duck, and they'll say the same about Bivol. And it's a big if, Canelo beats Bivol, they discredit all their achievements. The
thing is with Callum Smith, though, Ray, is that I was overrating him, but I thought he had a better chance of beating Canelo than Billy Joe. I also saw
everybody thought that. Everybody thought that. He was taller, he had a better jab, he had more power. He's
bigger, naturally bigger at the weight. Yeah. But the performance was, I was just left. I don't know how anyone can watch that and think this guy. Billy was right in the sense that Callum Smith looked like he just turned up for the payday. He didn't believe he could beat Canelo. But then having said that, I think Billy put up a better fight and he gave Canelo more issues. Like I just thought Callum Smith, I don't know. I basically thought Callum Smith towards the end of that fight was.
Well, Billy Joe wasn't dead at the weight. He could move for a little bit. You know, if don't get me wrong, if Canelo never caught Billy Joe Saunders with that shot, he still would have caught Billy Joe Saunders with something else. Adam Kames made a very good point. Just because he lost to Canelo doesn't mean he's poor. There's no shame losing to Canelo. So that's what I'm saying. All those people that are slagging off Callum Smith, I don't think they're proper boxing fans. I think there's a bias. I think there's an agenda where they want to see Canelo fight Americans, a particular demographic of Americans, before they give him credit.
I mean,
if you're not that, you're a bum opponent. So Petervia, bearing in mind he's a unified at 175, always a bum. Bivol, always a bum. Callum Smith, but he's a bum. Who's he fought? He hasn't fought in America, so we're not. You know, we don't appreciate his talents. This is the mindset that we have to face.
Yeah.
But Ray, I want to ask you, why is Ray Mackay? You're still in the thing. I thought you disappeared, but yeah, Mackay, you're still there, and Ray. I want to ask you, why is it seem like Canelo's fighting a lot of people from the UK and not as receptive to fighting a lot of the Americans? Is it something to do with them in terms of their being awkward on the negotiation table? What is it? Because obviously at the minute it does look like the Charlo, the Andrades, the Plant. It seems like the fights are not happening. So why? Is there something? What's going on?
Obviously because Canelo said he wants to be undisputed, and it's not his fault.
No, but the Plant is a champion, so and the fights go through.
Yeah, because of the PBC. Because PBC are hard to negotiate with. They were trying to do a free fight deal with him, and obviously Canelo don't want to do that. I don't know why he don't just do that.
Mackay, from what we know, what this is, you reported Mike Coppinger. Now I'll tell you what Mike Coppinger said about this. Mike Coppinger said that Canelo Alvarez was offered a 1-fight deal of 40 million, right, guaranteed, and he also was offered. But what PBC rejected was they weren't willing to give him 40 million for a replacement opponent that Canelo could basically fight anyone. right? That's what's been reported, and Mike Coppinger reported that.
I heard.
Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair? I personally think the BBC were in their right to refuse that.
No, that's not fair. But I heard it was what Canelo done there. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but I heard it was Plant could make the decision as well of which opponent he could, who would be the replacement. I heard. Yeah, so Canelo and Plant, they have to both agree with a replacement opponent if Plant got injured. That's what I heard. Yeah, but I mean, either way, it's stupid that Canelo done that. But as I was saying anyway about the UK fighters, Saunders and Smith, they both had the belts in that weight class, so that's why he had to fight them.
Yeah, fair. No, but the thing is, what I'm talking about is that the deals with the Americans seem to be difficult to be made.
Yeah,
like they're not being made. It's like, when was the last time Canelo fought an American fighter? Was when he fought Jacobs, right? Or
Daniel Jacobs.
It seemed, and Jacobs was with Hearn, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, it feels like these fights aren't being done. So it's not a good look. We want to see Canelo fight Plant, right? And if he needs to do it, he needs to make a deal. And from what we're hearing, Ray and Michael's just entered the live as well. Ray, like, that's, what do you make of that? That Canelo wanted 40 million guaranteed for a replacement against anybody if Plant gets injured. Is that a reason for the fight to be cancelled, Ray? Who's at fault there? Who's fault? Who's at fault?
But we haven't heard Canelo's side of the story, so it's difficult to say. We're judging this, and we have to make a decision on hearing only Plant's side of the story. So how's that fair? We need to hear Canelo's side of the story, and then we can have it.
Mike Coppinger reported basically the inside information that he had.
Yeah, but that's still heavily favoured towards PBC. It's not saying Canelo's coming out and saying X, Y, Z, is it? So I think you're asking me to make and the boys to make an informed decision on only one real side of the story. I think we need to hear what Canelo says, and then it's better because, in my opinion, and I had initially said on your show, and everyone else thought I was crazy, that the fight may not happen. And I stand by that because I don't think that Canelo was happy to be, because if what Caleb Plant's saying true, you've conceded everything to Canelo, then why doesn't the fight happen? If you've conceded everything to Canelo and accept that Canelo's the A side, then surely why doesn't the fight happen? Then there's got to be something on your side. It's a bit like Pacquiao with Mayweather. Pacquiao's coming out and saying, "Oh, I agree with everything that Mayweather does." Okay, so why didn't the fight happen then? Then there's something Pacquiao's not telling you that's why the fight didn't happen, and this is it. So unless we hear it from Canelo or we have access to the legal documents, as Christian did, then we'll be able to answer about in a minute. We're just hearing it from Caleb Plant, but you've got to be intelligent. You've got to be able to critically evaluate what he's saying. And ask those difficult questions like, okay, you're saying all that. Okay, why is the fight not happening? Why is it? Because you are 7 weeks out. This fight should have been tied up long ago. It shouldn't have gone as late as it did.
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that he kept on saying like, oh yeah, Canelo wanted this, we agreed to it, and then he wanted this. Like, he was acting like Canelo kept on putting more demands when he was accepting them, like Canelo's scared to fight Plant. Like, Plant's overreacting with things. He's not telling us the full thing. We only heard what Canelo said. Yeah, you just keep making out that Canelo put so many demands in after another when it got accepted. Like, Canelo just kept on like changing his mind on things. That's not true. We all know Plant's not telling the full truth. Because, as Ray said, why hasn't the fight happened?
Oh my God, that's really obvious, right? Because it's one of those things where of course you have to wait for Canelo. He's the one that has he's the one that brings in the people. You can't pay 10 million to Caleb Plant by himself with who? Caleb Truex? Like, of course not, right? Like,
yeah.
Canelo is the one bringing in everyone. The quote was something like, we gave him Mexican TV rights. It's like, what the fuck else were you gonna do? Aren't you gonna? Canelo is no one's in Mexico is trying to look for Caleb Plant. And he talks about his Hennessy sponsor. That's already Canelo's Hennessy sponsor. Like, of course, you're not gonna get any money from that. Like, why would he get money from that? That's Canelo's Hennessy sponsor, right? So he was saying a bunch of things that were already Canelo's to begin with. Like, why would he get a cut of that? The only thing here is the
replacement.
The replacement. That's the only thing. And to me, that's not even that crazy because September 18th is Canelo's date. People are there to watch him, and they're going to log in regardless of who the fuck he's fighting, right? They don't care.
But the thing is, here's the thing, Michael. One second. Let me step in there 1 second and ask you this. It's been reported that this would have been his highest payday guaranteed, right? 40 million that the PBC were offering him, right?
We're not looking at the entire contract here, right? A lot of times they just say, we're giving you 40 million guaranteed, but we're taking all the pay-per-view, they'll take in the
I don't think Michael,
like, it's not
Canelo wouldn't accept that. Canelo wouldn't accept that. But let's take what's been reported, right? 40 million guaranteed would have been Canelo's highest payday, right? To this date on paper. Like he hasn't had a bigger guarantee than 40 million, right? It's
the key word of those guaranteed, right?
Yeah. But
he's likely had higher payments in total before, right? So he's maybe getting guaranteed.
Yeah, no. We don't know. Plant Fight might have done 2 million pay-per-views. So we just don't know how big the pay-per-view would have been. What I'm saying is the guarantee that he was getting offered, we don't know what the contract is, you're right. But the guaranteed was his highest payday, highest guarantee to date. He hasn't been guaranteed more than 40 million before. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So do you think it's unfair then for him to say, for PBC to then say, or for him to say to PBC, well, if Plant gets injured, right, I want you to guarantee me 40 million and I can fight Anthony Durrell, for example?
Yes. I think he should have said, like, okay, I'm only going to take up to a 10% haircut or something like that. I know he wants his money, right? But yeah. I think it's more so lawyers finding a way for PBC not to skirt out of, or forcing Canelo into a 2-fight deal, because he obviously wants the belt, right? Imagine if Caleb Plant, PBC tells him, hey man, like, can you like fake this for us real quick? We'll set you up with good deals later, right? And then he gets sick with COVID. Now they replace him with Anthony Durrell. Now Canelo's fighting on PBC twice, right? So it might be one of those things where they're trying to protect their fighter, that he doesn't get in a weird situation where PBC is obviously, they want him to fight there multiple times, right? So they hold this belt in his face, right? So maybe it's one of those things where the team is just trying to protect Canelo, and maybe they should have said, like, okay, let's put a percentage on this. We don't want to take more than a 10-15% haircut, right? So you're still going to pay us a lot, right? They maybe should have gone that route, but I don't know. I think that's more so lawyers looking into nitpicking stuff as well, right?
This is what I mean. You haven't checked that story out with Canelo, because that's probably valuable. And this is what I mean. Like, at the end of the day, Canelo's an asset as well as a boxer. He's an asset, and people want to protect him as a financial interest. So it makes sense, because what that lad's saying is valuable. So if Canelo is tied into a 3-fight deal, they all of a sudden Caleb Plant can magically become injured. And instead of fighting him first, they may fight him at the end of the 3rd fight of the 3-fight deal. So who does he fight in between? So he's probably wanting to think, hang on, if I ask for this 40 million guaranteed, then they're going to put me in with Plant sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they'll be putting him in with that guy I can't pronounce. They've gone one with you. The one that Caleb Plant beat, and Benavidez is somebody like him, or a Durrell, or somebody like that. They'll put him in with those guys, and it's just not what he's after.
But this is what I mean, Ray. Why couldn't Canelo just say, okay, I'll take 20 million guaranteed if that happens?
Because that's taking a pay. That's taking a pay.
Because
honestly, he gets paid like 35 million a fight.
They should stick with the word. They have put up 40, so he's basically calling their bluff. Okay, if you're going to give me 40 regardless of the opponent.
Exactly, right? So maybe it could have been one of those things where they were trying to entice Canelo, like, hey, you're getting the highest payday over here, right? And then they back up Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant's been known to back out of fights, right? And now he's fighting multiple people on PBC when he never wanted to do that.
But this is the problem I have, in the sense that why are we negotiating a deal that on a potential someone gets injured? Like, fair enough that could happen, you're right, but we've just lost a fight because they're negotiating because somebody might get injured.
I guarantee Canelo never saw that portion of the contract. That's just lawyers talking. Like, I think a lot of people have the thought that Canelo is in the room, you know. Like, no, man, he's a high profile asset. Lawyers are taking care of this stuff. And if they don't think it's the best interest of their fighter or their asset, let's call it, they're not. Of course, they'll tell Canelo, "Hey, Canelo, you know, this is the hang up." Okay, right? So they'll keep him informed, but a lot of the nitty gritty gets decided by lawyers and stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, but Canelo's the boss of all those lawyers.
I know, but let's say Canelo's like, "Hey, okay, so I want to only fight Plant. I want 40 million. That's it. Take care of everything else," right? And then the lawyers from the mandate of Canelo go to the talking room with PBC, and then the PBC starts saying, "Hey, if Caleb Plant gets hurt or he gets sick in any way, we want him to essentially continue the fight, but for lesser money for a lesser opponent. And Canelo wants to make championship fights, so why the hell would he want to do that, right?"
But this is what I'm trying to say, that so Canelo wants to be undisputed really badly, and Ray said that he didn't think that he was that desperate actually to become undisputed. And obviously what this shows is that he's not that desperate, in the sense that because otherwise he would have said, you know what, I believe the Plant fight will happen, so let's just do it, you know. But he doesn't see it. To me, it doesn't seem like, it seems like it's more still of a business kind of deal going off here, where he's kind of thinking that, oh, I might lose money, or they might you know, do me dirty, you know, and they might time me in for 2 fights and make me fight Darrell and then fight Plant. What I mean is that why are we negotiating something, or something being negotiated, even though the lawyers might be looking for Canelo's best interest? But at the end of the day, Canelo has the power. Canelo is the guy that calls the shots. Surely he would say, no, I don't want to negotiate something that on someone may be getting injured. I want to become undisputed. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that type of language, I guarantee it's in every contract, right? Because there was always going to have to be a replacement opponent for big money fights. So I'm pretty sure that's just something that Caleb Plant said to make people, to turn the tables on Canelo or something, right? It's like, okay, he's not doing it because of this, right? That contract language is in every fight, guaranteed.
But this is what I'm trying to say, that, Ray, I'll come to you for this, right? When Joshua, just say, he's fighting Usyk, right? Joshua now has got a contract for that particular fight to get paid an X amount of money, right? Yeah. Tomorrow Usyk gets injured and in steps Carlos Takam, right? Is Joshua going to get the same amount of money to fight Carlos Takam that he would fighting Usyk, bearing in mind the Usyk fight is massive and the Takam fight isn't in comparison? Do you think Joshua will get the same amount of money? I don't think so.
Well, it depends on what part of the deal taking into consideration of what's done on the tickets. So we're commenting on stuff that we don't really know. Due to part of that deal is we're talking about Usyk being a mandatory, and then Takam's just a late replacement. So definitely Takam's going to get less, but also that fight's going to be on pay-per-view, isn't it? I think that's the last one. I think this is the last one with Sky Sports. So we don't know. See, those have definitely been factored into the deal because that deal's completed. With Canelo Plant, those things never really got finalized. So again, it's difficult. At the end of the day, we're talking about things that, as fans, we don't really have much knowledge of.
But the thing is, Ray, when someone offers you a guarantee, they do it on the basis of what they think the pay-per-view is going to do. Eddie Hearn has a projection on what he thinks the pay-per-view is going to do, right? So obviously, if now a lesser opponent comes in, the pay-per-view is not going to do as well. So Joshua Takam isn't going to do as well as Joshua Usyk. That's a fact, right? I think we can agree to that. That's a fact. But they're basing his pay-per-view, the guarantee, on the projection of how well Joshua Usyk will do on pay-per-view, which probably would be over.
The stadium's still going to be sold out, though, isn't it? The stadium's still going to be sold out.
Yeah, the stadium. From a receipt, from a tickets point of view, yes, but from a pay-per-view point of view, that's what I'm saying. The deal will look a lot different because the pay-per-view, let's be honest, if he's selling 20 million pay-per-views, there's only like at maximum in Joshua fight 80, 90,000 there. But imagine how much they're making off pay-per-view as well. Like pay-per-view, there's 20, maybe 1 million people buying it at £20 or £25, right? So in America, it's more, it's $90. So that's $90. If 1 million people are buying it, that's $90 million. You know, so now we're talking if that gets cut to half, that's a big loss in revenue. And for me, a Joshua Usyk fight easily does 1 million plus. I think Joshua Takam probably does 600, 700,000. So it's probably half. This is what I'm trying to say, that surely that would then impact the guarantee overall. And that's the same with the Canelo Plant fight. I think Canelo Plant's going to do really well on pay-per-view. I don't think Canelo Darrell would because of the fact that it doesn't have that same appeal, you know, as the undisputed fight.
Yeah, I see. You're right. I see where you're coming from. But then again, it just sounds, the way it's reported sounds biased against Canelo. They could have put some other initiatives in there to balance it out, because clearly Canelo and his team don't trust Al Haymon and his free fight deal, and that's a sticking point. So my argument is, why propose the free fight deal? Why did they need to propose that? Why couldn't they not just propose the one fight deal, or two, with regard to a rematch? Why did it need to be three?
Plant is literally lying. I mean, there's an interview with Benavidez, which came out yesterday, of him literally admitting that Canelo would fight Plant, then he would fight him, and then he would fight someone else. Like a free fight deal. That's what Haymon was trying to get Canelo to do. There was never a one fight deal. That's the only reason why Canelo's not fighting Plant, because he doesn't want to do any deals, because of the zone thingy. But he should do it anyway, because he said he wants to fight those guys. So I don't see why he don't do the fight deal anyway. I think he should do it. 40 million each fight to fight them. I think he should have done it, but Canelo don't do fight deals anymore. That's the only reason why the fight's happening. Plant is just being a knob and lying.
And Imran, what you said makes a lot of sense, right? And it is correct. But that's assuming you have a dance partner, right? Like that's Fury and Joshua, right? Joshua and Fury both bring independent, people into the fight. Like for the Canelo Plant fight, I mean, Caleb Plant probably brings in a few Tennessee chicken houses, and that's about it, right? Canelo's carrying that entire pay-per-view.
I agree and disagree, and I'll tell you why. I agree in the sense that, yes, obviously Plant's not a star at all. However, I disagree because I feel that the undisputed fight is why that fight is going to be big, because of the legacy, the status of the fight. Yes, if it was just a normal fight, you could say the same about Billy Joe. You could say the same about Callum Smith. They weren't really bringing a lot to the fight. The fans weren't there to see them. The fans were there to see Canelo. The fans weren't there to buy the pay-per-view because of them. They were there, to see Canelo. But that wasn't on pay-per-view anyway. That was on DAZN. But what I'm pointing out is I think the status of the fight, the undisputed, and yes, it could be anyone. It could be Benavidez or someone else lesser than Plant. It's the status of the fight, and Caleb holds the belt, which makes that fight a legacy fight. It makes it a big fight. I'm not saying Caleb brings in anything. I just think the status of the fight, the undisputed crown, that makes the fight big. But Canelo needs Plant to do that. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I get where you're coming from, but how well did Taylor Ramirez do?
Oh, but come on, we can't compare Taylor and Ramirez.
Canelo. No, I'm comparing the status of, you know, someone like Taylor to the status of Plant, because they're not very well known. So what I'm telling you is Canelo's the one carrying that entire pay-per-view.
I agree.
Of the unification fight.
But this is what I'm trying to say. But Canelo's got a lot more audience, so that's why that fight is a lot bigger. Do you understand the status?
I get what you mean.
You can't. We've now got two guys. We've got two guys in Ramirez and Taylor that nobody knows about. That probably amongst both of them have no kind of pull. In the UK, nobody knew about that fight, but we can't really compare that to Canelo and Plant. It's way bigger.
Right. When we saw AJ Vesturi collapse, everyone complained except from the Wilder fanboys. Everyone complained because it was a big fight. They were both 9. Haven't you realised not a lot of people actually care about the Canelo versus Plant fight falling apart, because no one actually knows who Plant is. Canelo, they only know Canelo. No one actually cares about that. No one actually really cares about that fight. But when Canelo was announcing he was fighting Plant, you have to admit no one really cared. Everyone thought Canelo was just going to destroy Plant.
But here's the thing, Makai. This is what I get what you guys are trying to say. I get what you guys are trying to say. But if Canelo fights Darrell, right, he's not going to do the same numbers as he would if he fights Caleb Plant. I think. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Because of the fact that it's an undisputed fight. Yes, those fans are there to watch Canelo, but the reason why there's more interest in that fight is because he's fighting an undisputed fight against Caleb Plant. If Canelo can't do those numbers fighting Darrell, he can't do those numbers fighting somebody, you know, even Benavidez. Even Canelo Benavidez for me isn't as big as Canelo Plant because of the undisputed.
No. Canelo Benavidez is a lot bigger.
What, you think he'll do bigger numbers than a Canelo? But no one knows Benavidez either.
Benavidez is quite a big star.
Yeah, but that's a massive fight in somewhere like Mexico. That's I can imagine.
Okay, the fact that they're Mexicans,
two top Mexicans find each other in man.
But in terms of I believe that yes, but in terms of the undisputed, I reckon that would be that right now would be massive. For me, it does bigger numbers than the Bivol fight.
No, I don't think it does bigger numbers than the Bivol fight, because Bivol's a bigger challenge and more people know who Bivol is. I think you're putting too much emphasis on the fact that Plant has the belt, because essentially what he's saying is this fight's only big because Plant has the missing piece to the Canelo jigsaw.
Yes, that's essentially.
I don't think that's a good enough reason to say that fight is guaranteed to do bigger numbers than the Benavidez, which we would call in the UK a derby, or against Bivol or against Beterbiev. Because I think people are looking at Caleb Plant like what Makai said and thinking, nah, he just walks over this kid.
Yeah,
I reckon there's a lot of people that want to see Canelo become undisputed, and it's a legacy fight, which is why they're going to tune in.
It's a history-making fight too, right? It's a history-making fight too. Right?
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Benavidez is not a history-making fight. It's just another Mexican guy that, let's be honest, hasn't got a chance against Canelo either.
Hispanics appreciate wars.
We all have this coming anyway.
I don't think Benavidez has got any chance against Canelo.
Oh, I don't think so either.
I don't think he beats him, but I think it's a big fight for people in the southern parts of the United States and from Mexico.
People
better chance of Plant.
It's it that way, Mexican versus Mexican, and market it that way, and people will buy it. I'm not saying he has any chance against Canelo, because I don't think so. I think he gets hit way too much, right? But you can market it that way, and it doesn't matter if Canelo stops him in one round. What matters is that people bought it at that point, right?
Yeah.
So you can market it in a good way, is what I'm saying.
I think Benavidez versus Canelo will sell more than Canelo versus Plant.
Yeah.
Even without the belt. If he had the belt, yes, I would agree. I'm not sure. Like I said, undisputed fight is with Canelo. It's a legacy defining moment. If Benavidez had just say it this way, if Benavidez had the belt and Plant had the belt, yeah, Benavidez would be a bigger fight. But Benavidez hasn't got the belt. He's beltless right now. So I don't know. I don't know whether right now, if Canelo was to fight Benavidez without the belt, what does that fight really mean? It doesn't really mean anything. Like
so do we know how well Charlo and Castano did then?
Charlo and who? Sorry, Castano. But again, we're talking about two guys that They have no history of pay-per-view. Canelo will draw in the pay-per-view audience, and they want to see him become undisputed. That's what I'm trying to say.
Most boxing fans, I think most boxing fans want Canelo to fight guys like Charlo, Beterbiev, then Plant, and I've noticed that a lot. Not a lot of people wanted Canelo to fight Plant, but now all of a sudden,
Plant would beat Charlo. You don't think?
They're both not on Canelo's level, so they're both going to lose to him.
Well, who wins that fight, Michael? Plant or Charlo?
I'm trying to think of that.
Maybe Plant. It really depends because I think he's a little bit bigger, right? He's a nice big 168 pounder.
I think Charlo's bigger. Yeah, I think Charlo's a lot bigger.
You think so?
Charlo's a big guy, mate. I mean, I'm fighting like Charlo's at least a light heavyweight.
But he's pretty big. He looks pretty. Look, this is one of the things though. It could be deception. He looks very muscular. He might not be heavier, right?
I get
some boxers look incredibly muscular, but they're not that heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's very cut. I don't know.
No, I think Plant would be Jamal Charlo.
No, it's a tough fight though.
It would be a good fight. I think
he's the better boxer. He's the better boxer. He would win. He would find a way to. It would be a good fight, but see that them two are more at level. Neither of them belong in the ring with Canelo, to be honest. But Plant would win.
Bernie Mac, yeah, that's a good point. Charlo's the weight, but yeah, I mean, you realise it's Charlo, yeah. Like obviously, that Montiel was I think that Montiel was the first guy that Charlo fought that was actually the same size as him, and Montiel isn't even average. And look what Montiel does to Charlo. I mean, imagine if Charlo fought someone his size who's actually good. He'd get destroyed.
Yeah, he's benefiting from a very weak middleweight division.
Pardon?
He's benefiting from a relatively weak middleweight division.
It's not very deep. I think the problem is it's not a deep division. Like it has some killers like Gennady, right? But then it just falls off a cliff, right? And they're not fighting each other. That's the problem.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I still think Golovkin beats Charlo.
Yeah,
me too.
You know, let him get rid of Murata, and then he'll go back and do a job on Charlo.
I mean, no one's giving Golovkin credit for what he's doing. He's actually gone to Murata's country.
Makai, I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time.
Would never do that.
Yeah, I know.
Andrade and Charlo would never do that.
I think Golovkin, for me personally, I think he becomes undisputed if he fights all of them.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think he beats everyone. Yeah. I think he beats all of them. You don't think he beats Charlo and Andrade and Murata?
No, I agree. There. I think the only challenge that like an old Charlo might catch him, maybe, right? But I doubt it. Just because we haven't seen Gennady face a decent puncher since Canelo.
I mean, yeah, Charlo's definitely got power, but his power's a little bit overrated anyway, I think. But
I know, but I'm just saying it can be
Golovkin does get caught. Golovkin does get caught, so he will inevitably be hit clean by Jamal Charlo. It's whether or not Jamal Charlo's got enough power, because I haven't seen Golovkin hurt.
They're both bangers, mate.
It could be one of those things where he trusts his chin because of previous history where it holds up, but maybe he's too old at that point and it no longer holds up. Maybe he gets stunned, right? By like Charlo, and then he just gets surprised and he's like, "Oh, I just got rocked." Like that's never happened before, right? Right? It could be one of those things where you just trust your chin, but you're super old now comparatively, right? And you just get hit by someone who can punch decently well, and it could probably put you down, right?
Guys, I've got to ask you, and whoever wants to answer this can answer this. Jet's asking, can I get your opinions on Galahad v Santa Cruz? Who wins that fight?
Santa Cruz, if he can do 1-2-6 safely, because you got to look at Warrington's style was probably a little bit too much for Kid Galahad. Kid Galahad wasn't busy enough. So if Santa Cruz is throwing a lot of punches and a lot of those are landing, you can see why the judges would give him that.
I think Santa Cruz still has the ambition, because I saw Eddie Hearn's interview. Santa Cruz said that because Lee Wood's not going to be made super champion, because Santa Cruz still has the ambition to come back down and fight at that weight, at the natural weight. I saw you guys talking about Carl saying there Lee Wood beats Cruz. Nah, I'm sorry. Santa Cruz for me is the best 126 pounder. And if you look at his fight against, now it just depends on what Santa Cruz has got left, right? If he's washed after getting knocked cold by Davis, but I don't see Lee Wood beating Santa Cruz. No, Santa Cruz is very, very good, and he's not Tszyu. He's not Tszyu. Sorry, Kanzu. He's not Kanzu. Different level of opposition. Well, what are you guys' opinions about that?
Well, he's a better version of Kanzu, isn't he?
Oh yeah, way better.
He's a far better version of Kanzu, and I told you that Lee would be too much for Kanzu.
Yeah, you did.
And you know, Santa Cruz, if we just take it as read that if he comes back to 126, he's going to be back to his brilliant best. You could argue that him and Navarrete are the two best there.
Yeah. But the thing is, Carl, I did say Kanzu. That's because I didn't know a lot about Lee Wood. However, I know about Santa Cruz. I know about how good he is, and if he's at his best, I don't think anyone beats him. To be honest, like I said, I think he's a legend. Let's be honest, he's a legend. He's a 4-division.
I think Navarrete gives him a good fight. You know.
Yeah.
I think a lot of casuals underrate.
Navarrete is a very, very good fighter. But what I'm saying is
a big guy as well, man.
Hey,
Navarrete's a very big guy as well. I think he's the best in that division. Absolutely.
Santa Cruz and Lee Wood, who wins, Mackay?
Santa Cruz, definitely.
So see, it's not just me with that opinion. Santa Cruz is a legend, man. He's a serious. Let's not forget, this is a guy that got beat by Carl Frampton and then came back and beat Carl Frampton.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
For me, would have beat him in the trilogy as well, because I just felt like Santa Cruz had figured out Carl Frampton. Ray, I think he had figured him out in that second fight.
I think in the second fight he jabbed.
Yeah,
that was what it was. He jabbed. He put it with different. Strategy.
Right. Yeah,
you know, but there's a lot of what I call dons in that division. You know, he's still got Gary Russell Jr. there.
Yeah.
He can cause people a lot of problems with his hand speed. He's just inaccurate.
He's a monster.
You know?
He's a monster.
Yeah. And then you know, obviously you got Jesse Magdaleno still there. Yeah. So there's. Don't get me wrong. I think Lee Wood, great fighter. He did a job on Kanzu, but I just think it's a difficult ask. Put him in, expecting him to beat Leo Santa Cruz, especially right now. No, Leo Santa Cruz and Navarrete and Carl knows that I've always said Navarrete would beat Lee Wood. I think Lee Wood's best option is to look at the winner of Dickens and Galahad, and you know, if Warrington beats Lara. You know, he needs to prove he's the best in this country before he starts chatting about, you know, the best overseas.
Is he the best in this country?
That's what I'm saying. Because at the minute, if you ask me, probably Galahad is. So let him face the winner of Galahad Dickens. If Warrington comes through against Lara, then, you know, then we can see. Because obviously we know that Warrington beat Galahad. But I would strongly feel that Galahad's going to beat Dickens. And for me, he needs to prove that he's the best in this country, hands down, before you start putting him in with Santa Cruz and Navarrete and being confident about it.
Guys, you're forgetting another fighter, Gary Russell Jr. What about him?
I just mentioned him.
Did you?
Yeah, he briefly mentioned that.
Oh, my bad.
I've just said Gary Russell Jr. causes people a lot of problems with his speed. The problem with Gary Russell Jr. is he's just never about. He fights once every.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Gary, who's he been fighting recently? I know he fought Joseph Diaz.
I'm beginning to think he just all talk, to be honest.
What about could do you think Inoue could move up to 126 eventually, or is it too much of a stretch?
It's too much to ask. I think it's too much.
Yeah, too much.
I think it's too much for his frame won't allow. Obviously, he could do it, but I've said it's one thing going up in weight or going down in weight, and it's another thing performing.
You know what though? him against Leo, I think it'd be a good fight. I think because Leo's there to be hit. And
no, it's a size. The size difference is too
massive.
much.
It's probably the length. It's probably the length.
Anyways, already small. Anyways, already small in his weight division he's in now. So,
but Jet makes a good point. Even someone like Isaac Dogby versus the loser of Warrington and Lara is very, very interesting as well. You know, so
I can't see Warrington winning that fight, Ray. I don't think Warrington's versatile enough, like Joshua was against Ruiz. Yeah. I just think Lara's going to do that again. I think Lara might just walk through him again. Like, how's he going to... I don't know how he's going to box differently. He hasn't shown me anything throughout his career that tells me that he can beat that guy.
It's interesting you say that because neither had Leo Santa Cruz, but he did that against Frampton.
Yeah.
So that's why I was very, very confident that Frampton would beat him again in the second time. But Leo Santa Cruz all of a sudden turned up with a jab. So you never know. Warrington's always proved me wrong. I've always tipped against Josh Warrington, and he's always proved me wrong. But you don't know because we don't know. This Lara might just turn out to be like Andy Ruiz, where he gets overly excited that he's beating somebody, and then he himself doesn't have a game plan. Lara's been beaten before. I don't buy that this Lara is a special unhidden fighter that we've not discovered. I think he's 22-year-old or maybe 23, and I'm not saying Warrington's great, by the way, but I just don't think Lara's all that either. I think he.
So do you think Lara's been overhyped of that win a little bit?
Probably, yeah.
I felt like that about Ruiz after he beat Joshua. I never thought Ruiz was a killer. Like, he was a good fighter, but I thought he got overhyped massively. Oh, he's this, that, and the other. But like, nobody was ever speaking about him before, and he'd had high-profile fights against Parker. So I know he did well in the Parker fight, but it's like Parker. Look at how his career's turned out after becoming world champion. So this is what I mean. Like, I think Ruiz got overhyped quite massively after that win against Joshua.
The thing about Ruiz is that he has very elite attributes. Like his hand speed,
Lara doesn't have any elite attributes, and I think I've seen Carl say Josh Warrington's limited. I mean, look at who he's out of all the featherweights. He's arguably got the best resume, and he's beat his opponents convincingly. Like Lee Selby was a good champion, he beat him convincingly. Carl Frampton was a good champion, he beat him convincingly.
But I think Warrington's style against Frampton was brilliant. I'll tell you why, Ray, because I think Frampton's naturally a smaller guy than Warrington, and Warrington bullied him, really. If we look at that fight, Warrington bullied Frampton, but he can't do that against Lara because Lara's bigger and stronger. So Lara's basically doing to him what he's doing to a lot of other guys, but he's actually a bigger puncher than Warrington. So that's the problem Warrington's having.
So what we're going to see is this fight is about what Warrington has got in terms of ring IQ.
Yes.
That's what we're going to find out in this fight. If Warrington's got ring IQ, this should be a comfortable win for him. If he hasn't, he's gonna end up facing the same consequence he faced in his last fight. That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
But Warrington, what he does well. But if you can't get that explosive sort of tornado swarmer style off, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
I also say this to Carl, because I know Carl's in there in the chat. I think Lee Wood beats Warrington. I'll tell you why as well.
Well, yeah, of course, because Warrington's very similar to Kanzu.
Yeah, but the only difference is I actually think Warrington's a harder fight than Lee Wood. I'll tell you why, Ray and Carl. Kanzu had very slow feet, right? Josh Warrington closes off the distance a lot quicker. He's got a lot faster feet than Kanzu was. He was slow as molasses, that guy. He was very slow, where I think Warrington closes off the ring. However, I'll tell you why I think Lee Wood beats Warrington. I think Lee Wood's quite versatile, and I think Lee Wood would outbox him, right? He would outbox him. And I think Warrington, I'm not sure Lee Wood has got a bit of dig on him. We saw that. Warrington back. What's his name? Kanzu backed off. But I just think that I think Lee Wood's a little bit more versatile. He switched from orthodox to southpaw, and yeah, I think he may be a problem for Warrington. However, again, I think Warrington's got better feet than Kanzu. Warrington would close off the distance a lot quicker than Kanzu. Kanzu was slow as anything, molasses. I think Warrington would make it a lot tougher. He'd close the distance, Ray, a lot quicker.
Yeah, so okay. I know he beats Warrington. But Galahad and Dickens present different problems to Lee Wood than what Warrington does. It's very easy for us all to break down the Warrington fight, but the Galahad fight and potentially the Jazza Dickens fight pose completely different questions. Lee Wood needs to convince me he can dispose of those two kids with relative ease before he starts saying, "Oh, you can stop Santa Cruz."
He's only gonna have to beat one of them though, Ray, because they're gonna cancel each other out, aren't they? On Saturday.
I guess the point where I'm going is he's already been beaten by Jazza Dickens, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
So even if he beats one, the idea is he's lost to one. He's lost to one. So essentially, what I'm saying is he's not the best in the country yet. So how can we go around saying that he's going to be beating Leo Santa Cruz, who's arguably one of the best in the featherweight division? He's definitely in the top three, along with Gary Russell Jr. and Navarrete, who I think is the best.
But the thing is, Ray, this is a better Lee Wood now, isn't it? It's not the Lee Wood that fought Jazza Dickens. It's a better version. He's under Ben Davis.
It doesn't matter. I know that, but he's still not the best in the country yet.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. He has to prove it.
That's what I'm saying. He needs to sort what's out in his country before he goes out and we can see he beats somebody like Leo Santa Cruz or Gary Russell Jr.
So what do you think then? If I was to ask you right now, who wins? Lee Wood, Santa Cruz, Gary Russell, Galahad? Who does he win? So
okay, Gary Russell Jr. He doesn't beat Gary Russell Jr. He doesn't beat Santa Cruz. He doesn't beat Navarrete. He beats Warrington. Does he beat
Galahad?
The Jazza Dickens rematch would be really interesting. Does he beat Galahad? Galahad's a real tricky fight for him. I think he probably does beat Galahad. Galahad's not really. I like Galahad a lot, but he's not really active. He is a really good boxer, but he's not really busy enough. He pickpockets, and I've always got to say, you've got to rip it from the champion, and because he doesn't have that kind of power to go with it, I can see something like Woods, Lee Wood beating him over 12 rounds on points. So I think that's where it's going to be for Lee Wood, where he's just going to come again short in his big unification fights against the best. The top three, I don't think he beats any of them. Yeah.
It's hard though. Those guys that we're mentioning are really, really good fighters. You know, he's in a very tough division. Tough fight for Lee v. Barry. That's a boring fight though. That would be a horrible fight to watch.
Well, Barry, for you, but for me, I think it'd be great because it'd be fascinating. It'd be like a game of chess. For a purist fan, for a fan of the sweet science, I think it's a fascinating fight because it's about footwork, about tactics, it's about skills.
Do you think Galahad? Thing is, it's one thing like watching Mayweather. I love watching Mayweather. There's another thing watching Galahad, who grabs hold and ducks. Like it just doesn't make great viewing at all. I don't think holding, grabbing hold, and and all of that stuff that Galahad. I don't think he's exciting to watch, even from the sweet side. I just don't like his style at all. I think it's a terrible watch. And I thought the Warrington fight was terrible, by the way. I don't see how that fight was appealing to anyone, to be honest. I don't really, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of Galahad. So just some of the stuff that he said and his style is not great to watch, to be honest. So I think I don't really want to see Lee Wood fight that against Galahad. I'd prefer him to fight Warrington.
Yeah, we're not going to be in a hurry to watch Warrington and Galahad again, but I thought Galahad and Dickens the first time around on Channel 5 years ago was a decent fight. So hopefully, yeah. I thought it was a decent fight on Channel 5. So I'm hoping that this fight is just as both fighters have improved, and we go again. I think Jazza Dickens has come on leaps and bounds since then. Galahad's is also improved. I'm tipping Galahad to win. I think he's the more skilled. He's the more skilled out of the two, absolutely. And I think he's got to beat in the Dickens, because I don't think Dickens will be able to cope with him from the southpaw stance when he switches to that stance. I just don't. I just think he'll have all sorts of problems with him, because he'll try and overtime on his right hand. I've seen Dickens do it before, and I think with the experience that Kid Galahad has had against orthodox fighters, I think what you'll end up doing is catching Keem with 2 or 3 shots and tying him up. And Jazza Dickens will get frustrated. Yeah, Galahad will do that Jazza Dickens and frustrate Jazza Dickens.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I saw when he fought Warrington, he kept putting his foot on Warrington's foot. You know,
that's what he said. So, you know, especially if he's going to be out the southpaw stance and he's against an orthodox fighter, that's what they tell you to do when you're in gym as a kid. You know, keep your lead foot on the outside. That's what's always a battle between a southpaw and an orthodox, and it's easier for the fighter who's got their lead foot on the outside to land their shots. So that's what Galahad was always trying to do: keep his foot on the outside so he can land his shot first. But you get very few fighters, in the example of Manny Pacquiao, who have learned to make adjustments to get their shots off with their lead foot on the inside of the orthodox fighter. So if you watch Manny Pacquiao against Spence, or if you watch Manny Pacquiao's past fights, you can see he still is effective with his lead foot on the inside of an orthodox fighter. But generally speaking, you should have your lead foot on the outside for an orthodox and a southpaw. Even fighters should have their lead foot on the outside.
But so, what's your prediction then for tomorrow night?
For which fight, Galahad Dickens or?
Yeah, Galahad.
Yeah. Galahad points.
Oh, so you don't think he's going to stop him?
Nah. I know he did last time.
Yeah.
I know he did last time. I don't think he's going to stop him this time, no.
Ray, what do you make of Tony Bellew? Obviously, he's commentating for DAZN, and he's got a very good relationship with Dickens, right?
Yeah.
Do you think? Obviously, he says that he won't be biased. One thing we've seen about Bellew, I like Bellew. I think he's good, but I know some people don't like him. Do you think he can't help himself when it's somebody that he has an emotional attachment to stay neutral? Do you think it's important? Do you think it really matters if he stays neutral or not? It doesn't really matter. Or do you think he should?
It doesn't really matter for me, because I like to turn the volume down.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm one of these, particularly when I'm concentrating on scoring. I always have the volume up when I've got people around, just so you know you can hear what they're saying. But when it's me by myself and I'm scoring a fight, because I'm going to be jumping on either our show or your show to talk about it, I like to give my own opinion. And I like to score. I'm sad that way. I like to just score a fight and just use my own thoughts. So it doesn't really matter from my point of view. For the people watching at home, you are going to see some bias from Tony Bellew. Not only is he very close to Jazza Dickens, they're from the same city, and he's also pretty good friends with Derry Matthews, who's Georgie Vaughan, who are very well known in Georgie and Danny Vaughan, who are very much involved in his
corner,
Jazza Dickens's camp. So you are going to get that, but to be fair, you got that from Sky anyway. I know it's on DAZN, but you had Ann Smith, head of boxing, commentating on fights. So if you had a Sky fighter against another fighter from elsewhere, I always felt that there was always bias from Sky commentary anyway. So I think the people watching boxing, my point is they're going to be used to that. because this is, and if you look at BT, the BT commentary is quite biased as well.
Yeah. I don't like that.
But it's even biased when they're in the studio.
Yeah.
Even biased when they're in the studio. So I think Ben Davison had to pull them on something because they were really biased. Like, it was a point when he said that Sonny Edwards win was the best win of the year, and I was like, no, the Josh Taylor was the best performance by a British fighter this year. He became undisputed for goodness sake.
Yeah. It's more the achievement, isn't it, of becoming undisputed? So whereas
absolutely. So honestly,
I can see where he was coming with Edwards, because that guy that Edwards fought was a prolific champion. So I can see where he was coming from. However, I think it's more the achievement, right, of Taylor.
I thought the achievement hands down is better than what Edwards done. Don't get me wrong, the guy Edwards fought hadn't been beaten in 13 years, which was a terrific achievement for Sonny Edwards. He absolutely boxed beautifully. But how many? I keep coming back to this point. I'd only been at that point 4 undisputed boxing champions in the modern era. Josh Taylor became the 5th. Josh Taylor isn't getting enough credit from the British public.
Oh yeah, he's not.
For that, so that needed to be, that was without question. But to go back to your question, Imran, for me, you're going to get bias from Tony Bellew. I just can't wait for Mike Costello to come back. He's at the Olympics now, covering the athletics. When he comes back, you're going to see some proper commentary.
Is he going to be in Tony Bellew's position?
Is it going to be him and Tony Bellew? Did he just say?
No. So Maya Jammer's the presenter, and then there was Tony Bellew last week, right?
Yeah.
Analyzing. It was just one person. Now they're saying this week there's going to be Josh Warrington and Dillian White. I heard from Eddie Hearn there. Right. Tony Bellew was just there on his own with Maya Jammer. So I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know how they're going to do it. Hopefully there's going to be more people than just one, otherwise it can get quite boring, right?
Well, my point from Mike Costello is the commentary basis. Mike Costello will be the lead commentator.
Who's the commentator now?
Well, I had the volume down last time.
All right, okay.
I know Andy Lee was doing some bits.
Andy Lee, yes.
Yeah, it was Andy Lee and somebody else.
Yeah, Andy Lee, yeah, it was Lee.
Was it Chris Lloyd? Was he there?
No, it was Andy Lee and that guy that used to be on Sky Sports. That guy that used to do Sky Sports with Jim Watt. He used to remember the guy that's called the Kell-Brook Porter fight when
Ian Dark. No,
not Ian Dark. Not Ian Dark. Jim Watt and remember the Kell-Brook fight. You can get it up on YouTube after this. He did Kell-Brook, and it was Jim Watt and the other guy. Forgot his name. I don't know what his name is. Forgot what his name is.
Right.
Yeah, that guy. It was that guy. Him and Andy Lee.
Right.
Yeah. So.
But that guy would be getting dropped and then getting replaced with Mike Costello.
Right.
I know Mike Costello and Andy Lee work really well together. They've done loads on BBC and yeah. But it's early days. It was the first show really in America, and then we'll see how things progress. But
yeah. Ray, let's finish on this then. Right? There's talk about Josh Taylor and Catchweight. There's
in December.
Yeah. So, I think he's obviously got to fulfill his mandatory. I think it's a kind of a nothing fight in the sense that I don't see it being competitive. But then I was talking with Mackay after that. Obviously, we've got talks about Khan-Brook now finally happening at one. I don't know what weight it's going to be at. For all we know, it might be at 170. We just don't know, but. Josh Taylor's obviously talked about coming at 147, right? Is there a possibility that the winner of that fight might end up fighting Josh Taylor from a profile fight point of view in the UK? The winner of
Josh Taylor in court.
No. The winner of Khan-Brook fight Josh Taylor when he moves up to 147.
No.
You don't think so?
No. I'm not even convinced Khan-Brook's going to be happening, Imran.
You don't
to be confident enough to say, and if that fight did happen, that would be it. That would be that fighter would be winning on a high. That would be the equivalent of Carl Froch beating Gross in front of 80,000 or whatever it was. I can't see how Khan or Brook would have enough to then challenge. They wouldn't know.
They wouldn't challenge. They wouldn't. Here's where I'm coming from. It's not about a chat. It's not about challenge. Of course, Taylor would be a huge favorite to beat them. That's not the. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that will they make that fight in order to increase Taylor's profile, right? Increase Taylor's profile. Also get to remember, Taylor would get the biggest payday of his career by a country mile fighting either of them, especially Khan. He'd get a huge payday. For me.
They wouldn't make that fight. They would go elsewhere. I don't think the winner of Khan and Brook will be that. They say to the public they would come down to negotiations. I don't think they would.
I don't think they would
have anything. Nah. Of course they wouldn't. I mean, he's struggling to get Brook to put pen to paper to fight Amir Khan allegedly. So what makes you think he's going to be committed to fight Josh Taylor?
So no. So what are you saying that Khan's not going to want to fight Taylor, or Taylor's not going? I don't get where you're coming from.
I don't think Taylor I don't think Khan or Brook would have it in them to fight Taylor.
So you're basically saying they wouldn't want to take that fight?
No, I don't think they would. They wouldn't want to go anywhere near Josh Taylor. No,
because I just think from a legacy point of view, that fight. So now they're talking about Conor Benn, right? Fighting Conor. So basically, Dominic Ingle was saying yesterday that the winner of Khan and Brook could fight Conor Benn. So we've heard that Josh Taylor is going to move up to 147. Why wouldn't if just say whoever wins that fight, just say in rhetoric, Khan beats Brook, because I don't think Brook can make 147. Carl's saying the fight doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense for Taylor. That's the thing. And I do agree Josh Taylor wins, but it makes sense financially and from a profile point of view. Do you see what I mean? It's not the fact that I don't want to see Khan fight Taylor because I know the outcome of the fight. What I'm saying is I think that fight might get made. Do you see where I'm coming from? I wouldn't, because remember, if Khan and Brook fight, the fact is that fight is a huge fight, irrespective of whether people don't like it and people say it's past its best. The hype on fight week, there's going to be a lot of hype, right? And people will watch it. Whoever wins that fight is coming off a high momentum, like you said. They may end up retiring, like you say, but I just think that the momentum of that fight will then build into.
Okay, man. Just what are you talking about when you say high profile for Josh Taylor? Are you talking about the UK or stateside? Because they're two completely different things. Because in the UK, he's already fighting Jack Catterall. If you get him another big fight with a decent stateside opponent at 147, I don't think the Khan or Brook fight will put him any higher than somebody like Conor Benn, somebody like David Avanesian, or somebody like Porter. I just don't. I
think you're looking at it from a challenge point of view. I'm looking
at
it.
I'm just thinking that if you put someone like Conor Benn with Amir Khan compared to other guys at 147, I don't understand, because people will see Amir. It's not Amir Khan and Brook aren't like Mayweather, where every opponent in the face has that uplifted publicity.
So Carl's saying Khan and Brook have nothing to offer Taylor, but they do. They would be his highest payday, wouldn't they? If Khan was to fight Taylor, do you think he wouldn't get more money than fighting anybody he's fought so far?
The thing is, though, man, you're talking as though that's going to headline a stadium. It basically that's going to be. This is my argument. It's not going to headline. For that to give Josh Taylor the profile, it's going to have to headline the stadium, and it's not, because Amir Khan and Brook don't have that in them anymore. So what's going to happen, Imran? There's going to be a show headlined by somebody else, and the Josh Taylor fight v Khan or Brook is just going to be third from top on that bill. So he's going to essentially be an undercard fighter.
Taylor does headlines here in the UK.
Nah.
You think that it would be I don't. I think it would. I still think it would be a main event.
Maybe some people on in the chat may agree with you, Imran, but I can't see Josh Taylor v Amir Khan headlining a stadium and filling that stadium. I really can't.
So you don't think that Khan and Taylor could fill out the O2? Really?
Yeah, I'm being serious with you. Yeah.
I still think it would be massive. I still think Khan and Brook could be massive.
It would be on the undercard. It would be a co-main event. It would be a co-main event. It wouldn't headline the show, no. I mean, remember, Catterall's a mandatory. So if Catterall wasn't a mandatory, and I like Jack Catterall, I think he's skillful. He's not beating Taylor, mind, but that wouldn't headline no show. That's only because that's a mandatory.
But it would headline though. The Catterall fight is going to headline
because that's going to be the main event. Because he's a mandatory, essentially. That's what I'm saying. But you're saying if for Khan, because he's mandated to be in that position. Khan or Brooks are voluntary. I can't see. I think you're thinking because of what they've done in the past and what have you, that the British public are going to think, oh, Josh Taylor's against one of our former things, but the British public aren't that daft, you know. I don't think it's not like Mayweather, where whoever Mayweather fought, his opponent was getting a lot of money and a lot of publicity. Not with Khan and Brook aren't at that level, because Mayweather was always the A side in that. Khan and Brook are always going to be the B side, and they're heavily tipped to be annihilated. These guys are finished. That's the other thing you got to think of as well.
Ash, you all right?
How's it going, brother? You good?
Good, man. All good, man. Ray's making his points there about what do you think? Obviously, if Khan fought Josh Taylor, right? Do you think that would still be a big fight and it would still headline a show?
No.
Even now in the UK, do you think it could still sell out O2 or it could sell out a 30,000 stadium? Do you think it still could be be a big fight, irrespective of whether you think it's a competitive fight? But would it still be a big fight?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
I don't. Answer one question: has Amir Khan ever filled out a stadium in the UK whenever he's fought?
No. He's never had a big fight in the UK, really.
You know what I mean, though, isn't it? Like, he's not really filled out with anyone before. So what makes you think he's going to fill out with Josh Taylor?
Exactly.
And he's from Scotland as well, so his following is more Glasgowian, isn't it? And them sides.
He's from Edinburgh, isn't it?
Edinburgh, so it's like all the Scottish following, in it. The best fight Amir Khan is Canelo Alvarez, I think. Just now, have the Canelo Alvarez fight.
Would that fill out a stadium? Would that sell 30,000?
I think that would. Yeah, that would, because of the grudge in it. Because what you got to remember is they finished both of them, but you're gonna see whatever's left of each of them. You get what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah. I get.
So even though it's gonna be, that's what you want to see. So whatever's left in either one, that's what you're gonna see. So you still want to see that. Well, I still want to see it, but I don't know about anyone else.
Ray, what would you say about that?
Again, I've always said that it wouldn't. I can see where people. That's a better argument than the Taylor Khan or Taylor Brook one.
But what I was saying to you, Ray, the winner of that fight would come off that hype, though, right? So, for example, if we're saying that fight does 40,000, the Khan-Brook one, the winner of that fight would be coming off a big momentum, you see, and that's what I'm saying. Taylor could use that momentum, right, that he gets off that to fight one of them in order to increase it, or especially Khan, because I don't think Brook can make 147. So I think Brook wouldn't make sense for Taylor. But I'm talking more from Taylor's perspective, the fact that he could, because have it or not, Khan's still a huge celebrity in this country. So whether it's people view it as an exhibition or what, and Carl's saying no credibility, there's many fights that had no credibility in the past that have sold massively. Like, I just think I still think there would be a market if he would. I think he would have to destroy Brook, by the way, which I don't know whether he can at this point. But if he destroys Brook, like I'm saying, goes in there, wipes him out, right?
Like Greco.
Yeah. No, not even like LeGreco, like batters him. Do you know what I mean? Just looks good doing it.
But he did batter LeGreco. We got him out there in no time. But see, that's the thing, Imran, because then essentially, what you're looking at essentially is like an Ollie Harrison, David Hay, where you're relying on Khan performing in the ring, which we know he's not going to do, and then selling the fight. So we've already been conned off Ollie Harrison.
You know what it is?
Then you're expecting us to believe that Amir Khan or Kell-Brook's going to have... We know that these guys haven't got anything left. We're only watching this fight, so it's a bit like watching your two worst enemies fight. Essentially, these guys are done, and it's a big fight for certain geographical areas, like your Yorkshires and your Lancashire areas. So that's where this fight's going to predominantly. It's going to take place in a stadium one there. It'll probably end up at Old Trafford, somewhere like that. But I can't. It's not. It's nowhere near as big as what it was years ago. I think we all know that.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not confident in saying that it fills the stadium. I still see it being a co-main event.
Do you guys think Kell-Brook quit in his last fight against Crawford?
No. Say that again.
Do you think he quit in the last fight, Kell-Brook?
No, I just think he had no punch resistance left.
What about you, Imran?
I think you could argue that Amir Khan quit against Crawford.
Yeah, that was a.
I think Kell-Brook quit as well, though.
No, I didn't think Kell-Brook quit. I think he just got caught with a shot and he just lost his senses. Like he didn't know where he was.
Punch resistance went, mate.
That's what I thought at first, but when I watched it again, if you see the stoppage, he gets punched with a right hook, whatever it was. He rumbles to the rope. The referee steps in. As he lets him start off again, he goes to the corner, like, you know what I mean? Like he ducks down, like he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't go to hold. It doesn't go to, jab or move. He just goes to the corner, like, don't hit me. So I feel like he quit. That a championship fighter doesn't do that. He grabs, he holds, he moves. He doesn't go into the corner in a shell.
I think he just lost. I don't think he knew where he was. I think he had lost his senses. I think he was up in the cloud somewhere. He didn't know where he was.
If you're on about Kell-Brook, his punch resistance had gone. Yeah, and Amir Khan, for me, I think he quit against Crawford.
He had no fight left at that point, Ray.
Kell-Brook?
No, Khan didn't have any fight left at that point when he fought Crawford. He got beaten. He was getting beaten up in that fight, and I don't think he had anything left.
Funny enough, man. You never seen who's been sparring with
Crawford, Amir Khan.
Khan.
Yeah. They're working out together. It's crazy. I didn't expect them to, especially after the way that fight ended, for them to. But I think that in itself shows you that Amir is not, like, if you look at the way he squashed it as well after the fight, when Crawford was put it on him that you quit, that.
Yeah.
He squashed it very quickly, didn't he?
To be honest with you, obviously I'm biased. I'm a bit of an Amir Khan fan, you know what I mean? But yeah, I understand that he quit. Yeah, I understand he quit. I'm not arguing that.
So are me and Ray.
Yeah, are you both fans? Yeah, fair enough. End of the day, we know he quit, but the fact of the matter is Kell-Brook quit as well. I know he's got punches. Come on, man. He could take a punch. You're saying that Kell-Brook can't take a punch like that?
To be honest, I don't think Crawford was the fight he quit, Ash. I think the fight that you can say he quit was probably the Spence fight, but he did have a broken socket.
I don't think he quit against Spence either. I just think Spence was just annihilated him.
I just think that against Canelo, he just didn't act like a championship high level fighter who, doesn't a high level championship fighter doesn't do that. He doesn't go into a shell. That's my opinion anyway. I understand your guys' opinion where he took the shot and he doesn't know where he is. But end of the day, he could have took another knee then, innit? He could have done anything but do what he did, where he just went into a little shell and just went into the corner. But that's my opinion, obviously. But you don't have to agree with that. You know what I mean?
See, the other thing is, Ray, when Khan fought LeGreco, right? LeGreco was a complete no. Like, to be honest, I didn't really know much. I knew that he had fought Porter back in the day, but that fight did about 10,000 people, and that was against a nobody, really. So I just still don't see how you think that Brook Khan
10,000 people there.
10,000 people, in Liverpool. It sold out.
He just come off that jungle program.
I don't know. What do you think that was the reason why?
Amir Khan against Phil Greco, I'm sure he just came out the jungle. He came out the jungle and basically used the jungle to promote the fight.
Yeah, he did do that.
So it doesn't surprise me that he got.
But even the Vargas fight rate, it sold out wherever it was. I think that was in Liverpool. I think was that in Liverpool as well.
That sold out. Wasn't that Birmingham? Was that Diaz?
No, Birmingham. Yeah, that sold out. Birmingham.
That one.
Yeah, Birmingham. Yeah. It sold out. That Birmingham. So I still don't see how you don't think it does good. I still think it do good numbers, Ray.
Against Josh Taylor.
Against anybody, man. Against anybody that like Brook or Taylor, I think it would do good numbers, man.
Doesn't fill out the stadium, bro. He doesn't fill out the stadium.
Not stadium, but O2, it would pack it out. I'm confident.
20,000.
Depends how much.
Yeah. What you don't think Khan-Brook does 20,000? Ray, come on, you've been following British.
It'll be a co-main event, man. Come on.
Ray, it can't. It's too big. It's too big. So you don't. I don't see how that don't fill out the O2
because they're past it.
Ray, KSI and was it Logan Paul filled out the Manchester Arena? Was it Manchester they were fighting? Surely these two can fill out. The O2.
Yeah, but Ariana Grande can fill out that arena. They're performers. They're performers.
Oh, no.
They're not.
I get what you're saying, but I still think Khan and Brook would fill that out. Look, people are still saying they want to see Khan and Brook, and they'd even buy it on pay-per-view. Dude, bro, said I still want to see Khan v Brook. I'd even buy it on pay-per-view.
And Ash says he would see it.
Ash, what are you thinking?
It depends how much. To be honest, it depends what they're charging pay-per-view, innit? If it's like something stupid, I don't think they're going to get the numbers. But if it's something like, I don't know,
15 quid.
$14.99, yeah. I think if it's $14.99, then they would get some good numbers, I think. I know.
How many? What are you predicting, numbers-wise?
They got to do at least 15,000. And I think they'll do 15,000 in a stadium.
15,000? No, so pay-per-view numbers.
Pay-per-view numbers, it depends. I don't know, man.
I'm predicting 300,000 to 500,000.
Nah, man.
I think we do 100,000.
Oh, Ray.
I'm with Ray on that one.
Yeah.
100,000.
In regards to a stadium, I think they can fill about 15,000. But in regards to pay-per-view, I agree with Ray about 100,000.
I think we're underestimating. How big that fight was.
Look at Carl put on Channel 5.
Channel 5.
No, I still think it would be. Big. I know a lot of the British fans are put off by it, but Dave Colwell made a point about that fight that as soon as fight week hits, everyone's going to be buzzing.
You know the Canelo Khan fight? I think that was 500,000 pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, but that was more. That was like 750.
But that's
750.
That's with Canelo. So
yeah, but remember that was $80 a pot.
Yeah, true.
That was in America, not in the UK. That's $80 that fight did. Yeah. $80 a pot. So it's a completely different ball game, that one.
But then
I'm talking £15 against Brook.
That's worth it. Yeah,
I'll predict, Ray, 300. If a fight happens, 300 to 500,000 pay-per-view buy in that region, I would say. I think. And I think it could fill out 20,000. Yeah, I think 20,000 and 300 to 500,000 pay-per-view buys. Remember, right, there's some fights like Lomachenko and Campbell, which was a great fight, right? That bombed. It's because the guys, nobody knows Campbell, and nobody really in the UK was familiar with Lomachenko. It was a more credible fight, of course, but the fight bombed. I think it's about the names at the end of the day that bring in. I still think it can still do some decent numbers. I do. And
it's from three. Imran's going at 300 to 500, and that's a big ass, that is.
But 15 quid. Considering I'm your cons, not with nobody.
Then again, if you have a good undercard, then you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The undercard would need to be incredible.
That's what I mean. Like if you got, I don't know, Conor Ben on there, and I don't know, Campbell Hatton on there, and load it up, then maybe.
Campbell Hatton, no, that's not going to help it.
No, but why won't it have?
Well, it will. Actually, if it's in Manchester, it will, because that's where Camel Hatton comes from.
He's got a big following, man. Ricky Hatton's following is the biggest in England, man.
What about? So Carl says British fans, boxing fans are not stupid. Well, as Teddy Atlas
that's
says,
what I said. They're not that.
There's a lot of suckers out there. You know what I mean? That will buy it. Obviously, everybody knows that the fight's not what it was. I guarantee you that people will watch it, irrespective of what people say. Oh, I watched Love Island instead. But they will watch it. They will watch it.
They'll
watch it on streams, man. They'll not pay the hard-earned money.
That's the thing. They're watching it, so they are interested in it, aren't they? They are interested if they're going to watch it.
Yeah, but if you watch it on the stream, that doesn't count towards the pay-per-view numbers.
No, it doesn't. But that's what I'm saying is it's still. I reckon $14.99, like Ash said, $14.99. Do it at the O2 Arena, right? I haven't got a problem with that.
Okay, do it at Sheffield Arena, the Sheffield Arena. Do it there.
Nah, but I don't think Khan's gonna want to fight.
Khan won't do that in his backyard.
He would do it, man. He will fight anyone's back garden, man. Come on, he fought in the flipping Washington DC.
Yeah, but you got to remember he hates Canelo. He's not going to give Canelo the opportunity to fight him in his own back garden.
Yeah,
but I think where do you think that fight would happen, Ray? Where would you say? Realistically,
that's what I'm saying. London. I think London, and it'll be on the undercard of somebody because. Brook's or daft. Brook will think, okay, if you don't want it happening in Sheffield, it's not happening. It's not happening in Bolton. It's not happening in Manchester because Manchester's not too near. But Birmingham, Bolton. But I think for me, he won't even let it happen in Birmingham because what you'll argue is there's a heavy Asian population in Birmingham, so you won't allow that either. So that's how Amir Khan ended up fighting in Newcastle when he fought Dmitry Bivol. Because one was Muslim, one was Jewish, so they'll take into consideration this. So I think possibly the only way it's going to happen is if it happens in London, which means it's going to be on the undercard of somebody.
Carl says Hearn won't touch it. It would rather be. Let me tell you what Hearn said, Carl. Hearn said Amir Khan v. Kell-Brook is going to happen, and it's still a big fight, and we would be interested. It's not as big as it once was. But it's still a big fight. This is Hearn saying it. Go back and watch his interview with IFL TV. Not me saying it. Hearn said that.
Hearn ended Cal's career, man. Forget what Hearn says.
But the thing is, Hearn did say. Did you see that, Ray?
I've heard Eddie Hearn say that before, but I'm not too sure whether I believe him. I don't think it's a big fight.
Carl said, "I think Sheffield as Khan is the B side."
What do you guys think of August 21st? Who's the winner?
Spence.
Oh, you mean Pacquiao Spence? Yes, I'll go with Spence. Mike is on. Mike is on.
Spence is all right.
Am I in or what?
Yeah, you're in.
Oh, okay. Because I'm using the phone, so this is the first time using the phone, so I can't even see. I don't know. It looks different, but I guess apparently you had to kind of like put me in. Usually, like through the laptop, I just kind of get in right away. So I don't know. I guess you had to kind of like get me in. So, but you guys heard the Canelo news, right?
Yeah.
That they're gonna revisit the fight later on. What you guys think? Did you guys talk about that already or what?
Yeah. We've been discussing that. That was the first thing we talked. Yeah, man. What's your opinion on it? We've given our opinions on it.
I was kind of, I was kind of expecting that, man. I don't know, like the whole Bivol thing. It just didn't make sense to me because, especially if they were gonna fight in September, it just didn't really make sense. So I kind of felt that the date was gonna be pushed back. And even Canelo wasn't going to fight just any guy. So I don't think they were going to force the issue. And it just wasn't going to be enough time. Like for both guys, it just didn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for Bivol. It wouldn't make sense for Canelo because, Canelo's he's training and he's game planning and he's thinking about Caleb Plant. He's thinking that fight's going to happen, and then it breaks down, and then you got a month and a half, and they're telling you now you're going to fight Bivol potentially, who's probably even a tougher opponent, or at least the majority of people think it's a tougher opponent. Why would he switch, or transition to Bivol that fast and not give himself more time, not give the fight more time to be promoted and stuff like that? So there was just something about that news that didn't really make much sense to me. I was thinking that maybe Hearn was out there pushing that out there to kind of like maybe put pressure on Caleb Plant or something, like just to think that maybe they were gonna get a big fight and they were gonna miss out on the fight. So it just didn't make sense. So I was thinking, they're gonna have to push the date back, and if they push it back, then they're gonna have more time to like kind of renegotiate, and then because it didn't make sense. Like the stuff that we talked about, what was it, last week, right? I mean, if these guys are getting paid what they said they were gonna get paid, it was just dumb. It was dumb to pass on the fight.
Yeah, but the thing is, we know that Canelo now he rejected the replacement thing from the PBC, and now he wanted Bivol to come down to 172, right? And now I just think he didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough time to kind of do it. So Canelo just thought, forget it, I ain't fighting in September. I'm going to fight in November. And I think, I don't know who he's going to be. At this point, I don't know. It's just not a good look, is it?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was trying to say. I mean, it just didn't like if we put ourselves in Canelo's position, it's just not enough. It's not enough time, like you said. It's just not enough time. So I never thought that fight was realistic, at least not for that date. So even if they passed on Plant, I thought that if they're gonna fight Bivol, the date was gonna have to be a different date. It wasn't gonna be September or Mexican Independence Day. So either way you look at it, I mean, I think it's gonna be Plant. I think it's obvious it's gonna be Plant. They're gonna go back and then they're gonna try to renegotiate, and then they're gonna come up with an agreement, and that's it. I think that's what Canelo wants. Plant is not going to pass on that. And then once he gets that out the way, that's it. Then all of a sudden he could start thinking about maybe light heavyweights and maybe Benavidez or someone else next year.
But yeah, to be honest with you, I'm kind of got like a little bit sick of this Canelo whole situation. I just want it to be over, and I want him to nail down an opponent. I feel like it's just been quite draining following it, to be honest. I just want him to fight somebody now. I wouldn't have even minded if he fought Gabe Rosado, Ray.
Really? I agree with what Jet's saying. I want him to fight Bivol because I think that's a proper challenge. I would have him as a slight underdog going into that fight if it's at slightly bigger. If it's at 175 in terms of an underdog, and that's a chance that he goes into that fight and he could get beat. So I think that's a very interesting fight. I'd rather he fought Bivol than against Caleb Plant. Don't get me wrong, I get the whole undisputed thing. I would love to see him undisputed. I would want to see more undisputed champions, but the Bivol fight's really interesting. It's I can't begin to tell you just how fascinating it is because of the skill set that Bivol says, and Jeff made a comment about Bivol being very underrated. Well, he is. Too many people are going off Bivol's last performance against Craig Richards, and saying Bivol isn't as good as what he is. Trust me, Bivol didn't even get out second gear in that fight.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Bivol didn't even get out second gear in that fight. When Bivol steps through the gears, Bivol's a serious don. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think they're underrating all these guys. I mean, if you compare them to other light heavyweights, and maybe you can argue, okay, this guy's better than this guy, but the fact that they have that skill set and they have these physical advantage over Canelo, I think they're underestimating. They're underestimating Bivol. They're underestimating a lot of these guys. It's hard for me to think that Canelo's just going to go up to light heavyweight and just easily just beat these guys. I just don't see it, man. And I'm going based on what we've seen in the past. I'm going based on other fights in the past and guys that he's fought, even Kovalev, right? Kovalev is a good example of that. Unless we see it, and let's say he does fight Bivol and he beats Bivol, then I can say, okay, you know what? Canelo's on another level. Then now all of a sudden I can go based on that and say he already beat Kovalev. He beat this light heavyweight. He beat Bivol. Now he probably does have a better chance than I thought of beating Beterbiev. But there's just too much. It's like it's too much, too many question marks for me right now, man. There's way too many question marks. Like I just can't give Canelo the benefit of the doubt. But as far as the Bivol being a better fight than Plant, I agree with that too. But if you're gonna tell me what fight I would rather see, like if I'm gonna line them up like 1 through 5, then I would probably say that the best fight is Beterbiev. I just think that since Canelo's going through this undisputed route or this undisputed like streak that he's going through, I'd rather see him get that shit out the way and then have those other fights that you guys are talking about, which we all agree are better fights, because those fights are not lost fights. They're still going to be there next year. These guys aren't old. They're in their prime. So it's not like, it's going to affect what the possibility of them fighting later on, or like next year, for example. So I'd rather see him get that shit out the way, get Plant out the way. And then we know that next year there's a chance that he could either fight Benavidez, he could fight Bivol, he can fight Beterbiev, and that's cool. So but what do you guys think about the whole catchweight thing? You guys have a problem with that or what?
Yeah, I do.
Don't like.
So my thing is this though, like, what is it about the catchweight specifically that you guys don't like?
It's not good for boxing. A light heavyweight championship should be contested at 175, not 172.
Yeah, I'm consistent with it as well.
But
another fighters have used it. I'm dead against it, because although Bivol says he can do 168, it's one thing saying you can make the weight. It's another thing performing at it. If you want Bivol's light heavyweight championship, you got to fight him at that weight. Don't fight for his belt at a weight you think is suitable for you and put rehydration clauses in it. No?
But wait a minute. Who said there was a rehydration clause? I didn't hear anything about a rehydration clause.
Yeah, we don't know for sure. How do we not know that we want in?
He's only had one against Kovalev his whole career. So I don't know if he would do that. And it was Kovalev who was still outweighing him by 20 pounds. So I mean, see, the thing, this is my thing, dude. Like, this is my take on it. Well, I'm not for catchweights either. I'm not a big fan of catchweights. When I heard that there was a possibility of the catchweight, I was like, oh shit, I don't like this, right? Because of the same reasons that you guys brought up, and not just because of that, but Imran was talking about this in some of the other videos where, he's just gonna get a lot of hate. Canelo's they're not gonna want to give him the credit and all that. But to me, when I look at the history of boxing, there's been a shitload of catchweights in the history of boxing. A lot, whether it's Manny Pacquiao, whether it's Floyd Mayweather, or we could go on and on. Pernell Whitaker and Chavez Sr., that was a catchweight too. See, but there's catchweights and then there's catchweights. And what I mean by that is that if we know for a fact that it's going to affect the actual matchup in the ring, meaning that Canelo Alvarez is purposely trying to gain an advantage by draining the fighter, then that's what I don't like. That's the problem that I have. But if we go based on what Bivol said, right? And we know that based on the rules, not based on what we say, but based on the rules, we know that it says the light heavyweight division is from 169 to 175. The limit is 175, but it's from 169 to 175. If both guys and Bivol meaning that Bivol said himself, so Canelo, they didn't go to the negotiations and say, hey man, we want you to fight, we want to fight you at this weight. No, Bivol said himself last year, and he said it this year without talking to Canelo, without anything else. Eddie Hearn has videos. There's video proof out there. If Bivol says himself, I can go down easy to 168, 168, that's 168. So if Bivol can go down to 168 and he's saying he's cool, and there's a catch weight at 172, why am I going to question whether Bivol is going to be drained or not? I don't think he's going to be questioned.
Let me jump in because Benavidez said he would go down to middleweight to fight Charlo. Are you going to give that credibility too?
No. You know why?
Because he can barely make 168?
Yes, because he lost titles at 168. Because he couldn't make the weight.
But that's what I was saying 5 minutes ago, bro.
In other words, okay,
it's one thing saying you can make the weight, and it's one thing performing.
But Ray, he's not going to 168. It's 172. The catch weight is at 172, bro. That's my point. So let me give you a different example. Eddie Reynoso said that he was willing to fight Errol Spence, right? Like this is a hypothetical, right? And he said that they were willing to fight, to go down and fight and have a fight at 164. So does that mean that Canelo's going to be drained?
If Canelo was to fight Spence at that,
yes. So that means he's going from 168 to 164. Are we going to assume that Canelo's going to be drained?
No, because Canelo's the bigger guy.
Then Spence is way out his depth.
No. But I'm talking about the assumption that Bivol, if he cuts down, that he's going to be drained or it's going to affect his performance. It's impossible to tell unless we have proof of it, bro. Like you look. There's absolutely no way. There's no way that we can say that weight classes are an exact science, bro. It's impossible to say that. You have guys that go.
We've never seen Bivol perform effectively below 175, and you and I don't know how much the weight cut takes out of him.
No, we don't. But we're going based on what Bivol is saying. Why am I going to question what Bivol says?
Because that's can be unreliable, as I just told you with David Benavidez.
Okay, so but is there a chance? No, Benavidez lost. We know Benavidez is bullshitting because he lost he's losing. If you're losing belts, man, because you can't make the weight, that means that you're not telling people the truth. That means that you're struggling to make the weight. In other words, their actions are going to speak louder, right, than their words. Bivol everybody knows. Right, though? Who do you guys think is bigger? Bivol or Better Biev?
Yeah.
So how do we know that, though? How do we know that?
Because Bivol fights at 175 and Benavidez doesn't. Bivol
No. I'm saying who's bigger, Better Biev or Bivol? Not Benavidez.
Better Biev struggles to he boils himself down to 175.
Exactly right. I agree. But yet they're still fighting at 175, right? But we can tell based on the eye test, we can tell that he is naturally in the ring. He's bigger than Bivol. In other words, Bivol, he's a light heavyweight, but he's not a massive light heavyweight. So if we can tell that Bivol, if we can all agree that Better Biev is bigger than Bivol, right? And then at the same time, Bivol is telling us that he has no issue going down to 168. Why am I going to make a big deal if they're both? I'm talking about if Canelo Alvarez and Bivol, they're both going to the table and agreeing that it's not a big deal. There's a huge difference between me and you. Let's say me and you, Imran, we're gonna fight. And you're telling me, oh, no, I can't make that weight. And I'm saying, no. It's either that weight or the fight doesn't happen. There's a big difference between that and me and you coming to the table and you're saying, hey, what do you think, Imran? What do you think about this weight? Do you think you can make this weight? Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I think I can make it easy. I walk around this weight. This is around the weight that I walk in. And I don't struggle to make 175. I can easily make 172. Why is that such a big deal? If they're both agreeing to it, why is that a big deal? I don't understand why that's such a big deal. If the matchup, if the actual fight in the ring is not going to be affected by that, why is that such a big deal? Unless it was being forced, then I would agree with you guys. Even though, and this is, I'm not saying that I still like the catchweight. I'm not saying that at all. But I just think that we're ignoring the fact that Bivol, he himself is coming out without Canelo doing anything or saying anything. He himself is coming out and saying, I'm good. So if he's saying that, why
we're not ignoring that? We're not ignoring that. And then you've got to remember that this is a guy, Canelo, who stepped up and he fought Kovalev at 175. He didn't. So why do you fight Kovalev at 175? But then try
because how do you? Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question, but this is what I think. This is just my opinion. When Canelo fought Kovalev, they interviewed Reynoso later, like a week later, like they were in San Diego, right, training, and they asked Reynoso about the fight. Reynoso said himself that he did not like the way Canelo looked. So I never got the feel, and I've talked about this with a bunch of friends, right? And I've said it. To me, it felt like he was just moving up to try and get that fourth division title so that he could become a 4th division champion. But I don't think their intentions were really to go up there and literally campaign at 175. I don't think those were their intentions at all. But if there's a chance and people are out here pushing Canelo, telling Canelo, hey man, I'm not going to give you credit for fighting Caleb Plant because Caleb Plant is not that good. I'm not going to give you credit for fighting Callum Smith because he's not that great. I'm not going to give you credit for fighting Billy Joe Saunders. Nobody can beat you. The only guys that can beat you are Better Biev and Bivol, and the guys are at 175. So he does it. So he's not. So they're not going to give him. They're not giving him credit at 168, and they're trying to push him to go to 175 when he's not even a light heavyweight at all. He's already giving up every single physical advantage at 168. He's barely a 168, and we want to push him to go to 175. So I don't see why is it a big deal that if people want to see that, and if there's a chance to fight, let's say a Bivol, and Bivol's cool to meet him, halfway, or maybe not even halfway, a little bit higher than halfway, since it's 172. Why is that a big deal? I'd rather see that fight at 172 than not see it at all.
And I would like to say, if people want to discredit Canelo, then they have to discredit Floyd for fighting Canelo at a catchweight.
Yeah, but that's what we were saying. That's what me and Ray were saying. We were consistent with that.
No, but that's not the same thing. I'm gonna tell you guys why it's not the same thing. I'm gonna tell you guys why it's not even close to the same thing. Number one, Canelo Alvarez did not want to go down to 152. He did not want to go down to 152. In the negotiations, when the negotiations started, and you guys could look this up, it's on Google. I've had debates about this shit so many times that I already have it memorized. They wanted him to go down to 147. This is before Floyd Mayweather even he had already fought Cotto, but there's another part to it, but I'm not even going to get into that. So when they were negotiating the fight, or they were trying to negotiate, they wanted him to go. They started off at 147. Then Canelo was like, dude, what are you talking about? I can't make 147. Then they went to 150. And Canelo was like, nope. 151. Nope. And then after, when he started to realize that, they were trying to fight him at a catchweight, Canelo himself, being the guy that he is, he said, all right, I'll sacrifice and I'll agree, if you guys want, for the fight, I'll agree to a 152 catchweight. But Canelo Alvarez never made a video. I'm talking about in that time, not before, but 2013. He never came out like Bivol and said, hey, guys, I'll go down to 147 and I'll fight Floyd Mayweather. I'll go down to one blah, blah, blah and fight Floyd Mayweather. He never wanted to go down. Floyd Mayweather forced the catchweight on Canelo, and then Canelo agreed so that the fight could happen. That's number one. The second part that I don't like about that is that Floyd Mayweather was criticizing guys in the past of doing catchweights. He was criticizing Manny Pacquiao for doing catchweights doing the catchweight with Cotto. He criticized Manny Pacquiao for doing the catchweight with Margarito. He even went as far as to say that he considered Cotto undefeated still, and I'm saying undefeated in that fight because obviously he had already lost to Margarito. So he didn't consider him a loser in that fight. He said that to him, he never lost that fight because it was a catchweight. And Floyd said that he never does catchweights because he likes to fight guys at their best. He likes to fight them when they're at their most comfortable. And then fucking 2-3 years later, he fucking fights Canelo Alvarez in a catchweight. That's the difference between that catchweight and what's happening with Canelo Alvarez. It's not even close to the same thing. If Bivol is willing to go down and he says he's good, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
He's saying that because it's a big money fight. Like he's saying that.
But Imran,
we don't know if he's comfortable. He's saying that because he wants the dough. That's why. Remember, Bivol isn't made that kind of money. So for him to go down to 172 to fight Canelo, if he knows he can do it, even though it's a stretch, he'll do it because it's the money. If someone's offering you 10 million or 8 million and your highest payday is what, 800,000, that's a big carrot to you to do it. That's how Canelo's getting him to come down. Otherwise, Bivol wouldn't do that for somebody. Okay, Bivol won't do that for somebody else.
You wouldn't do that for Benavidez. You wouldn't do that for
But all
Plants.
the stars in boxing,
Imran.
all the huge A sides always do this. It's not just Canelo. Floyd did it.
No, but
that's what we're saying. It's wrong.
That's true. That's true. But what I don't agree with is the fact that we are assuming that if you're fighting at a certain weight class, that if you cut a certain amount of pounds, you're drained. That's not true. That's not true. There is a range of weight that a fighter can handle and not be drained. This is just a fact. This is just a fact. If you fight at 175, you could be a small 175. You could be a solid 175, or you could be a big ass 175. And that goes for every weight class. So that's the reason why I asked you guys the question. If Canelo were to fight Errol Spence and he would cut 4 pounds to 164, is he going to be drained? No. Why am I going to assume that he's going to be drained? Why? Because he's cutting 4 pounds?
Yeah, but it comes to 154.
Spence probably cuts a lot to make 147.
A couple of pounds is not a difference, is it really?
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that he's not cutting a whole weight class. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a whole weight class.
What I'm saying is, Mike, what difference does it make? Why wouldn't Canelo fight him at 175?
Because maybe Canelo doesn't want to fight light heavyweights, bro. Maybe that's what it is.
Canelo's a smaller
guy.
guy.
Didn't want to fight Bivol in the first place.
Okay, so that's the question that I posed, though. That's the question that I posed, Imran. I said, so do you guys rather not see the fight?
So basically, what you're saying is Canelo's gonna give him the payday and fight his weight. That don't work like that.
No. He's not gonna fight at his weight, bro. He's gonna fight at the weight
that
light
heavyweight title. Yeah, if there was no title on the line, I wouldn't mind it. He's fighting for a title. The titles 175 pound fight is at 175 pound, not 172 pound.
Yeah, but like Mike said, as soon as you go over that 168, 69, that's a light heavyweight fight.
Exactly. It is. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Okay, so let Bivol come in at 175. Canelo can come in at 172 if he wants.
But Bivol's not bringing in the money, though, innit? Bivol's bringing a belt. Canelo wants that belt, so I'm paying you the big dollar.
Okay,
I'm the smaller guy.
Is it right though, Ash? Is it right though?
It's not right, but it's always happened. And when you talk about Floyd,
nothing in boxing is right.
Guy against
nothing
Canelo.
that happens in boxing.
I'm talking about whether it's right or not. That's what me and Ray are saying.
But Imran, this is my question. Imran, this is my question. How, when you're saying is it right, you're speaking from like a philosophical or a political. I'm not sure what word to use. Like, I'm not sure what perspective when you're saying it's not right. The only thing I care about is whether both of the fighters are in their optimal state, and they're going to perform at their optimal performance. That's it.
We don't know that though, because Bivol's never fought any less than 175.
But why am I going? Why? That's what I'm saying. Like, why am I going to assume? If I could understand that part, I could understand Imran if Bivol never said anything.
Look,
then I would say, hey, you know what? We don't know. But if Bivol's telling us, I don't have a problem, he said, making 168 and they're fighting at 172, why am I going to question that? Why am I going to question it?
Hey man, quick one. Like, I'll give you an example, right? Amir Khan before Canelo, yeah? Amir Khan's a bigger name than Bivol, right?
Yeah.
See you later, guys. Yeah.
So basically,
take care, Ray.
So basically, when they fought, Canelo was A side. Canelo said, "This is the weight. You want the fight, you take it, right?" And when Amir Khan asked about rehydration, he says, "There's no rehydration clause. He's gonna go up to whatever he likes to go up to. You with me?"
Yeah.
So he's the A side. So end of the day, he's the bigger guy. So Amir Khan could have said no, but Amir Khan wanted the money. Amir Khan's like, you know what? Forget that. Okay, I'll.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So
that's
Bivol
exactly
right now, Bivol should come down to 172 if he wants the money. If not, he should say, look, there's no fight. Simple as that. Because end of the day, Canelo's a smaller guy. Canelo doesn't need to go up there to 175 and make Bivol.
Yeah, he doesn't. Exactly.
He doesn't need to make him comfortable. End of the day, he's giving him the money. You got the belt. You bringing that to the table. I'm bringing the money to the table. Yeah. And this is the way I'm going to fight you at. That's what Floyd did, and that's what Canelo is, the main man. At the end of the day, you got to either you come to that weight or there's no fight.
No, and let's be real. Let's be 100% real. We're making a lot of assumptions right now about Bivol, even though Bivol's telling us that he has no problem doing that. What about the disadvantages Canelo is giving up? What about those? What about the fact that he's moving up to 175? He's giving up a gang of disadvantages himself.
To be honest with you, there's no one that can really beat him unless he goes up to like cruiserweight or something. Because
here's the thing, Ash, Mike, I would agree with you if Canelo never made 175 before. The fact that Canelo has made 175 and has fought at 175, it throws that theory out the window because he's fought at 175 against Kovalev.
Yeah, but Kovalev was a guy that was finished, didn't he? He wasn't that same Kovalev that fought Andre Ward.
I get that, but he still fought him at 175.
I'll be honest with you, Mike.
Basically, Canelo's telling you, I'm not talking whether what should happen or I'm talking about from a legacy standpoint, right? You're tainting your legacy because fans are gonna say you're draining the guy, irrespective whether he is what you're saying.
No, I disagree.
We don't know if he's draining Canelo. We don't know if he's draining Bivol, but that's the thing. You're leaving a question mark there, right? When there needs to be when there doesn't need to be a question mark there. I think he would beat Bivol at 175.
Yeah, but Imran, how do we not
he's leaving a question mark beside his name? He's leaving an asterisk.
I just want
to
Imran, go for it, bro. Go for it.
Okay, since like Rocky Marciano days, since like Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, the whole history of boxing, there's no such thing what's right or what's wrong. It's who's the bigger star and their demands. This is all like this is Canelo showing he's the boss because he's be like, if he wants Bivol to wear pink shorts, Bivol's gonna wear pink shorts. Like this is everything. Like this has been happening since the beginning of time. Now to say today, oh, is it right? If it's like nothing in boxing history has shown us that this won't happen. Tomorrow, let's say Errol Spence is the face of boxing. He's gonna do the same thing. It's like this is just the way it is.
But then that's when
there's demands, bro, that are unfair, right? And then there's demands that you can agree to and think that they're fair.
Yeah, but I'm saying Bivol signing the fight.
Bivol is not giving any indication, dog. Any indication at all. And I'm going based on what he's saying that this is an unfair fight for him. He's not giving any indication at all. What if Canelo would have told him, let's fight at 169. Let's fight at 170.
You know what it is, Mike? He maybe said that about other fighters, not about Canelo. Obviously, he could fight another fighter at 169 coming up, minus Canelo, and maybe he could do that. But obviously, with Canelo, it's a different story. So obviously, he wants to have his own advantages. He's the champion.
I still think this is a tough
he's
fight.
the champion at the weight, and he wants to stay at 175. He's saying basically, if you want the belt, come fight me at 175. So it's like swings and roundabouts, isn't it? So
it's give and take, bro. It's give and take because we're pushed. Look, people are wanting Canelo to move up. They're wanting Canelo to move up. Canelo could, you know what Canelo can say? He can say, "Fuck that! I'm not gonna fight anymore. That's it. I'm a 4-division champion. The hell with it." But there's a lot of people that want him to move up, even though he doesn't have to move up. So why is it a bad thing for a guy like Canelo to say, all right, you guys want me to move up? You guys want me to go to this weight class that I shouldn't even be fighting in? All right, I'll go up to that weight class. But I'm not going to go up there. I'm not going to go up there. I'm not going to go up there and just give every single damn advantage to all these dudes when I don't have to do that. So why don't we talk about a situation where, how do you feel about fighting in this weight?
Mike, he can beat Bivol and Beterbiev at 175. That's why.
No, but
that's your opinion.
We're not. Here's the thing: when people say that, I've made videos about it, saying that I don't like the fight of catchweights, and I'm consistent about it of any fighter, not just Canelo or anyone, Mayweather, Pacquiao. I don't care whether it's unfair. I don't care. I just don't like a 170. If the weight classes in the history of the boxing have been 175, 16, 168, 160, right? We don't need more weight classes being made. There's no reason for it, right? What I'm saying is, if I think Canelo can beat Beterbiev at 175 and 175, I don't think he needs to fight at 172 because I think he'd beat him at 175. I don't even think Bivol for me is that dangerous a fight. Bivol's not a big puncher. He's a good boxer. He's not a big puncher. Beterbiev is more the fight that's a dangerous fight for Canelo because Beterbiev's actually a guy that physically imposes himself. Bivol isn't that. So Canelo could ruin Bivol at 175. That's my point.
I get you, brother, but that is your opinion, bro. That is your opinion. That doesn't mean that Reynoso thinks that or believes that. How do we not know? How do we not know that based on the experience that they had with Kovalev, which we all agreed? I think everybody here, when we talked about it, we all agreed. Yeah, he knocked Kovalev out, but that wasn't peak Kovalev. That wasn't Crusher Kovalev. I'm not discrediting the win because it's still a good win based on the fact that Kovalev was a dangerous fighter and he was a champion. But that wasn't prime Crusher Kovalev. So how do we not know that Reynoso didn't see the fact that Canelo was struggling? He was struggling with the height. He was struggling with the reach. He was struggling with the idea that he carries power. And he says, you know what? This is not an easy weight class for us. This is not, fighting these guys is probably too much for us. He said that before. Reynoso has brought that up many times in interviews. So I can understand from their perspective that for us as fans, I get you. I understand you 100%, bro. For us as fans, I wish he would go up to 175 and fight these guys at the limit, right? But if they're telling you, if they're hearing over and over and over, you ain't shit, the guys at 168 ain't shit, nobody's gonna beat you at 168, we want you to go to 175. What if I'm in Canelo's position? What am I supposed to do? It's like a lose-lose situation. I can't go to 175 because they're gonna. I can't go to 175 because if I don't fight them at the limit, even when they're telling me that they're good, they're gonna criticize me. I can't stay at 168 because if I'm fighting guys at 168, they're telling me that they're C-class fighters. So what am I supposed to do?
But if you stay at 160, 160 is the weight for him to stay at. Unify 160.
He doesn't have to go to 160. He could let those guys go to 168 and it's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he jumped all. He chose 175 because he chose a weak division. End of the day, not saying he's a bad fighter. He's a good
168.
Fighter. Well, 175, whichever weight these guys are fighting at Bivol. Is it 168, 175?
I thought you meant the one he's fighting in right now. I thought you meant 168.
His last fight was before Kovalev's at 175, right? He got that belt, didn't he? So he picked that weight, I believe, because he felt like it was a weaker weight where his speed and his head movement will come a factor. Where 160 is more his fighting weight. I don't understand why he's gone up there. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Let's say he asked for a catchweight versus Beterbiev. Then I would have a problem. Then that's when I would have an actual problem. Because I know for a fact that Beterbiev is a huge 175.
Here's the thing, Mike. Though you're discrediting Canelo, though. I'll tell you how. Because basically, what you're saying is that Canelo cherry-picked Kovalev. That's what you're basically saying, right?
What do you mean? Cherry picked? He cherry picked him in what way?
In a sense, because you said he wasn't crushing Kovalev, right?
Right.
So basically, you're saying Canelo fought Kovalev because Canelo knew that Kovalev was done and he could beat him.
Yeah, no, he probably did. But why is that a bad thing when we know everybody cherry picks? Like there's a difference, Imran. There's a difference between cherry picking in a weight class that you're natural in. Like let's say you're a 147 fighter and you're cherry picking the guys and you're avoiding the guys. And compared to, let's say, you see a chance going all the way up, that would be like saying that Roy Jones Jr. cherry picked what's his face when he went to heavyweight. It's still Reese. A good win, man. Yeah, Reese. It's still a good win because we know that there are no 160. There is no middleweight. You really think, man, that Andrade, who everybody hypes up, would have the balls to go all the way up to 175 to fight Kovalev when he can't even fight guys? Charlo and these guys, they can't even fight each other in their own weight class. You're gonna
Yo, Imran.
I
just want to say that Canelo chose Kovalev because he wanted to test out 175, and Kovalev wasn't as dangerous as he was, so he was just like acclimating himself into the division.
But this is what I'm trying to say.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah,
okay,
this is what I'm trying to say. So here's the thing. Canelo right now for me is the best fighter in the game, and I've said it multiple times. But I just don't like the idea of a catchweight fight. If we're saying that someone's going to fight somebody at 172, that tells me that he's not comfortable to fight him at 175, and that tells me that fight shouldn't happen, right? I didn't like the fight when Amir Khan fought Canelo because firstly, I'm a Amir Khan fan, and I didn't like that fight because I knew he had no chance of winning that fight. And I felt like he got his career finished after that fight. After that fight, he was no longer a championship level fighter, right? So those type of fights are dangerous. Secondly, here in the Bivol situation, right? I'm more looking at it from Canelo's standpoint, from a legacy standpoint, in the fact that yeah, it's a great fight and it's a great fight. But the fact of the point is, even at 172, it'd be a great fight and we'll all watch it. The fact is that if Canelo was to beat him at 172, people are going to come out and say, well, hang on a minute. He drained him. They're already saying that. You guys are probably saying it. There's articles that have been released that Canelo's trying to drain trying to drain Bivol. So what I'm saying is he's basically going to get criticism unnecessarily, even though like Mike just said, we don't even know if it's really draining Bivol. Don't even know. But
I agree with you. But Imran, imagine if I saw that you expressed this in the other video, and I agree with you 100%. But imagine, man, if we gave a shit about every fucking fan and what they think, man. You're never gonna satisfy them, man. You're never going to satisfy them. If let's say he fights Bivol at 175, right? And he beats him. You know what they're gonna say? He beat the guy that's not the best at 175.
Mike,
that's what they're gonna say.
Imran, what can you answer me one question? Yeah, you know the greats, the boxing greats, right? When they fought in their weight classes, they beat all the guys in their own weight class before they started moving about.
Yeah.
This guy, Canelo is a top fighter. Like we like Canelo, but he hasn't beat his own natural weight guys, and he's talking about bigger guys. I don't understand that. Can Mike explain a bit about that? Because I don't understand why he's gone up to 175 when he ain't cleared at 160.
True. Look. Let me throw a curveball at you, Imran. Right now, something came to me right now that you kind of brought up about Khan and Canelo Alvarez. That kind of ties in a little bit with Bivol. So when Canelo Alvarez fought Amir Khan, right? It was for the middleweight title, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. Wouldn't it have benefited Canelo Alvarez to fight at 160 instead of 155?
Amir Khan couldn't make 160 on the scale.
Yeah. He could make 160. No, because you don't have to make 160. You don't have to make it because
You can make 155.
No, but Canelo hadn't fought at 160 at that point.
No, I understand. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if we're going based on the best physical state of a fighter, right?
So
wouldn't you think that Canelo Alvarez could have easily told Amir Khan, we're gonna fight you at 160? The fact that they fought at 155 actually benefit Amir Khan.
No, because that was still 2 weight classes above, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No. Okay, hold on. This maybe I'm not explaining
No, I hear
myself.
what you're saying, Mike. He came down as
Canelo Alvarez at that time.
You're saying
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, but exactly.
Canelo Alvarez.
Mike, what was the highest weight Canelo had fought at that point?
Yeah,
no, I get you. But he's draining, Imran. He's draining. He was having a hard time. Canelo Alvarez was having a hard time making 154.
And why didn't he put a cap on the rehabilitation then?
Can I just ask, like,
why? Okay, hang on one sec. EK. Okay, how come then after the Amir Khan fight he went down to 154 and then fought Liam Smith?
Because it was a title fight.
Okay, then forget that.
That's what I mean.
But remember when he fought Lara, it was 155. When he fought Angulo, it was 155. When he fought
Mike,
Kirkland, it was 155. They were non-title fights.
Mike, when he fought Amir Khan, you're saying he came down to 155 and he drained himself as much as he could because he wanted to make it even for Amir Khan, right?
But he was 30 pounds heavier.
So listen to me.
No.
That
wasn't my point. That wasn't my point.
Amir Khan asked for a cap to say, okay, can we not go up a certain weight? He said, no, I'm going to go up to what I like. So it doesn't matter. What you're saying doesn't matter.
No. That wasn't my point, bro. What I was trying to say is that I was trying to connect it with the idea that if a guy cuts down in weight, we are assuming, right, that they can't perform at an optimal level because they're cutting in weight.
Amir Khan, let's just go back to that for a second. Amir Khan, even if he came to 155 and put a cap on, say, 170, that was still too much for Amir Khan. That fight should never have happened. You get what I mean?
Bro, I get you, dog, but you're bringing up a topic that's completely different to what I'm talking about. I don't even consider when I talk about Canelo Alvarez and his resume, I don't even consider that Amir Khan fight. To me, that fight was a joke.
No, but
it was a joke. To me, that fight shouldn't have.
A brilliant fight. We're saying basically Canelo. Okay, then forget all that. I asked you a question, then. Basically, why is Canelo going up to 175, looking at other guys that are bigger than him and saying he wants to challenge himself when he hasn't cleared out 160? What is his natural weight?
Because there's different platforms and different promoters, different like.
No, end of the day, he's a superstar. He's the biggest superstar in boxing. So what do you mean by platforms? I don't understand that. What do you mean by that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I don't know.
Tyson Fury for John.
I'm confused.
But that's a different fighter and a different. You can't just because Tyson.
The only point
I just gave you that one example. There's plenty more examples I could give you. Just gave you that a recent one of them two of different platforms.
Yeah,
and
but
they come together.
Negotiation time is like different. Just because Tyson Fury was able to fight Wilder.
Okay, forget Tyson Fury.
Canelo was able to fight.
Okay, forget Tyson Fury for a second. Then sorry. Well, is he the number one fighter in the world right now?
Who, Canelo?
Canelo, yeah, who we're talking about.
100%. He's pound for pound one.
So I'm sure if you've heard this from plenty of fighters. If they want to make a fight, the fight can be made, and from promoters. So I don't understand what you mean by.
Heyman is saying he wants Canelo to fight 3 times, and that's the only reason he'll give plan. Obviously, Canelo's not going to sign to it. Like there's so many things happening in negotiations.
No, I'm not about 3 to 5 deals or anything, mate. All I'm saying is basically the A side. If someone wants to make a fight, it's like Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather made the fight when he wanted to make the fight. He wanted when he wanted to make it.
So you're okay. So what you're saying? You're saying he's ducking the guys at 160. Is that what you're saying? Or I don't understand.
Basically, if you're the way you guys are saying that he's such a superstar, you should clear his own division at first, be unified where he is, like Terence Crawford, like Errol Spence is trying to do, and then go up and fight the challenges and say, not just have 1 2 belts and move up weight classes and catchweights, like Imran said, then he's just doing catchweights.
No. Honestly, man, I'm confused. I don't know. We were going, we were kind of talking about the Bivol fight and how it could affect him, coming down in weight. And then you kind of threw me a curveball, like with another topic. So I'm trying to catch up right now. Like I'm not sure. I don't know, Imran. Maybe you could chime in. I'm not sure what's
We're talking about Canelo and his optimum weight class.
I think what Ash is saying, right, that he hasn't even fought the best at 160 or 168 yet completely. So why is he moving up to 175? I think that's what he's saying when he hasn't cleaned out all of those divisions yet.
But he's trying. He was trying to fight Caleb.
So I don't know. Like he's fought every champion.
Sorry.
He was trying to fight Caleb Plant, right? Like this is the way I look at it. He was trying to fight Caleb Plant, right? So then all of a sudden he's undisputed, right? Which from a statistical standpoint or however you want to look at historical standpoint, that's an achievement in itself. After that, the guys that you're talking about, whether it's 168, Benavidez, I know. That's where I was getting to. Whether it's 168 Benavidez, who a lot of people think he's the best at 168, or whether you're talking about Charlo or you're talking about Andrade, all those fights are still possible, man. They're still possible. So he could only fight one guy at a time, man.
Yeah,
he could only fight one guy at a time.
I'm saying to you, you guys talking about, look, Manny Pacquiao, right? He's fighting Errol Spence, not for money, not for anything, like for his legacy. So
yes, but he's fighting Errol Spence right now. If I would have told you 3 years ago who is he fighting, he wasn't fighting Errol Spence. He was fighting Lucas Matisse.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is, he's fighting the best around his own weight. He's not trying to go up to 154, which he's done before, and for bigger guys and trying to do a challenge, which he maybe can do, but he's not doing that. He's fighting his own weight.
But he's done that. He's fought at 155.
I know, which I said, but right now.
But I'm sorry. But what's your name? Because I didn't get your name. I know it's Ash. What is? Okay, Ash. But a lot of the reason why is because a lot of people are saying that those are his best opponents, the guys that they can beat him. If he goes up to 175, they consider those opponents tougher than the ones that you're naming.
Not really. In my opinion, he's in his prime. He should be fighting at 160 where the best fighters are. The money is there.
Okay, Ash, let me ask you a question. Who's better at 160 than Triple G? Who was better than Triple G?
Right now.
No, not right now. Not right now. I'm saying he beat Triple G, right? He fought Triple G. So why would he be ducking? Charlo and Andrade?
Look how long it took to fight Triple G, right? And he fought Triple G on the back end of Triple G's career. But look, no excuses.
Come on, man.
He lost the first fight anyway. In my opinion. He won the second fight. Fair enough. But
that's fine. That's fine.
But why didn't he just clear up then? Why didn't he just clear up and say, look, I'm unified at 160. I'm the best fighter at 160. Now I'm going up to 168, and then whatever. He just beat Golovkin
because he was moving up and down in weight classes
He looked at the divisions and he could beat them guys with his speed because he's got head movement, he's got speed, he's quick, and them guys are bigger, they're slower. So he's gone up to say, you know what, I can get these belts, which is fair enough. Look, I don't knock the guy, but at the end of the day, if you're going to call him a superstar and compare him to Floyd Mayweather and
no, I'm not even comparing him to Floyd. I don't even compare guys, to be honest with you. One guy is in a lower weight class. Floyd was
it's not about weight classes. It's about number one star, which he is at the moment.
So you're saying he shouldn't be compared to Floyd Mayweather? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying if you put him in the same breath. No, let me finish. This is my opinion anyway. If you agree, you agree. But if you're going to put him in the same breath as Floyd cleared his own division. He didn't just jump up divisions and do catchweights. He cleared his own divisions or champions. Then he went up and whatever. So that's a different story.
I'm not sure when you started watching boxing, but Floyd Mayweather is literally considered the poster boy of cherry picking, man. Like I don't even know.
Cherry picking. I don't understand what you call cherry picking, but what division has he cleared out and picked up?
Okay. You're saying why? Okay, let me ask you this question. Why wasn't Floyd Mayweather undisputed at 147?
Why wasn't Floyd Mayweather what?
Why wasn't Floyd Mayweather? Why didn't he try to be undisputed at 147?
Why didn't he try to be? When you're talking, he's before his whole career. This, what year you talking? He's been a champion for how many years? I don't know.
No. Floyd Mayweather was a welterweight for a lot of years, right?
Yeah,
Why didn't he try to be undisputed?
I don't know the answer to that question. Right.
Okay, well then, that's my point.
Tell me one, then you enlighten me, innit? You enlighten me. Why wasn't he then?
Because he didn't want to, man. Because he was cherry picking, like you said. He was cherry picking.
He didn't want to. Yeah, okay.
Look, man, look. Let's keep it real. He could have fought
I'm
Timothy
keeping it
Bradley.
real. You said I'm giving you facts, and you're telling me he didn't want to. That's the answer you give me.
He could have fought Timothy Bradley. He didn't fight Timothy Bradley. He could have fought Kell-Brook. He had a title. He didn't fight Kell-Brook.
Listen, man, you could say
he could have fought Manny
Pacquiao.
Pacquiao. He could have fought Manny Pacquiao when Manny Pacquiao was in his
Mike.
When it
was
his
peak.
He fought Manny when he was old too.
He could have fought Manny Pacquiao, who was smaller. Manny Pacquiao was smaller than
Manny
him.
Pacquiao coming heavier
and he
than
chose.
Nike,
And he chose. No, he's not. Manny Pacquiao's not heavier than Floyd Mayweather, man. He's not heavier than Floyd Mayweather.
Well, you come in heavier on the night.
Okay, I just want to say one quick thing. Just because Canelo and Plant doesn't happen doesn't mean Canelo ducking him. Just means negotiations and different platforms, different promoters. There's so many things at playing. So just because Canelo isn't fighting a fighter, it doesn't mean he's ducking. It means the negotiation is not gonna it's not gonna work out. Canelo doesn't want to fight 3 times on PBC. He doesn't want to do a lot of things that other Al Heyman or whoever Tyson Fury's promoter, what's his Bob Arum is gonna tell him what to do.
And it also doesn't mean that he's not gonna fight the guy's Ash is bringing up.
Yeah, so
listen, Mike, I didn't say he wasn't gonna. I'm just saying
maybe
that
he moved up because
he should be doing it right now.
Why does he have to do it right now? I don't understand why.
Why does he have to go and call Bivol up right now and fight Kovalev? There's no need for that. If he's that much of a champion in this way, you're bringing him out to be he's better than Floyd and he's better than whoever, and he didn't do. Floyd is the catchweight cherry picker. Then why is he?
Let me ask you a question, Ash. Let me ask you a question, Ash. In your opinion, you're saying that the guys at 160 are better than Bivol, right? Do you consider yourself to be 100%. in the minority, or in the majority?
Imran, do you agree that the Charlo and these are giving a better challenge than this Bivol would?
No, Bivol and Batavia for me are more dangerous. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're more. I don't rate Charlo's a challenge, but I don't rate.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're fighting someone that's slower than you,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying in terms of you want him to fight all of those guys first and clean up the whole division, fight all the relevant challenges in the lower weight classes, then move up to 175. Yeah. I just want to see him fight Plant. That's it, and win, become undisputed. Then he's become undisputed at 168. Then he's cleaned out that division, right? And then he can move up to 175 and fight the best at 175.
But Bivol is a more dangerous fight than Plant. Do you agree, Imran?
Yeah, it is. But the fact is, Bivol's not a 168 fighter, and Canelo's a 168 fighter. So I want him to fight Plant.
Hey? He's not a big 168. Canelo's a small 168.
But what I'm saying is that the fact is, would you say he's the best at 168?
Canelo, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my point. So my point is that I want to see Canelo clean up at 168 first, like Ash is saying, and then move up to 175.
But is it Canelo's fault
that
I agree. Negotiations don't go through?
Mike, what do you think of the 3 divisions?
Ash, let me tell you something, Ash. I respect your opinion, bro. Now I understand where you're coming from, what you're trying to say. But there's a lot of people, I would say the majority of people would even say that Benavidez, who's at 168, is a tougher opponent than even Charlo and Andrade, man. So there's a chance. There's a chance that Canelo could face Benavidez, which would be even a better fight than the guys that you're bringing up, man. And the majority of people think that.
One thing I'd say, I do agree that Benavidez could be a tougher fight than one of them guys because he's a pressure fighter. And, the way I ain't seen too much of him, but I've seen a bit of him. And he's a bit of a pressure fighter. He's a big guy. And, that could be a tough fight for him. But in regards to the other guys you name, I just believe you have to clear your own division out first. If you're out, if you look at Terence Crawford, for example, he cleared at 140. He didn't have 2 belts and start calling out the champions at 147. He cleared out his old division, then came up to that division. Now he's got belts here. That's how I look at it. That's my opinion, that a champion should do that. Obviously, he's jumping divisions and avoiding fighters, and people look at him, he's avoiding him. But he's got a belt. Why is he going up there? How I look at it. I'm not saying he's a bad fighter or he's like a cherry picker or anything. He's a top fighter, but I believe he should have took these challenges before he gone up there.
I think we're gonna see the fights that you want to see, man. I just think that we haven't seen them, but I think we're gonna see them because it's just you know, it's just the timing, man. You know, which is not a big deal to me because all these guys are around the same age. Some of these guys are even younger. Like Benavidez is even younger than Canelo Alvarez. He's 25, 26. Next year he's going to be 26. So they're going to be, you know, right on point for that fight, for those fights to happen. So sometimes, I don't know. I mean, sometimes, you know, you have guys at different networks. Sometimes the guys that you might think are tougher opponents, there's other people that don't see them as a tougher opponents, you know, or even Reynoso and them. They might feel that there's a better fight with Charlo or with Benavidez than versus Andrade. Some people agree with it. Some people might disagree with it. But I just think that Canelo, man, he could only go one by one, you know, and eventually I think he's going to fight at least most of the guys that we're talking about. And that's the only thing that really matters, man. Like, as far as like him fighting them right now, today or next, I don't think that matters as much as long as he fights them eventually.
And I would like to say then, just because Canelo isn't fighting like Charlo, why isn't Charlo fighting Andre? Why isn't Andre fighting Daniel Jacobs?
Yeah.
Why is everyone just waiting around?
I was gonna make that point, EK. That what they need to start doing, Ash, and Stephen, I want to know your point on this. Is the fact that those guys need to start canceling each other out. And what I mean by that is by fighting each other, because Canelo can't wait and fight all of them. There's about 4 or 5 of them. Canelo's had 60 fights almost. So those guys need to cancel each other out by eliminating each other so Canelo can fight the winner. Do you see what I mean? Otherwise Canelo's going to be around till he's 50, you know, waiting to fight one by one. But if they start canceling each other out, then Canelo can fight the best one, Ash. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and better yet, like they should fight Canelo's past opponents, like Daniel Jacobs, like Callum Smith. They should fight them and then see how much better they look than Canelo or worse. They're doing nothing, and all the blame is going to Canelo.
Stephen, I don't know whether you've heard our conversation, right? We've been going back and forth about we've been talking about Canelo and the catch weights, and I know you spoke about it earlier. And what do you make of him fighting Bivol at 172, Stephen?
I mean, like I was saying earlier, I think it's kind of weak. I think if you want to fight Dmitry Bivol, go to 175 and fight him at 175. I mean, enough of this, you know, jumping up and, you know, him and, you know, what's my man name, Javante. They just doing anything they want to do. Enough with that, man. Stop going up and down. And wait and fighting this person, but stay at one weight class and unify that one. You know, I don't know what to call.
Steven.
I don't know.
Big up, Steve, man.
Steven,
what's up, my man? Yeah,
what's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. I want to ask you a question, bro, because of what you just said right now. Mm-hmm. What do you think? I agree with you, right? Like, as far as the catchweights, like, I was just kind of trying to make a point as far as like that if two guys, you know, agree and you know, there's no issue with it, then I don't have a problem with it. But I agree with, like, for the most part, that they should fight at the limit to avoid any negativity and all that, right? But let me ask you a question. What's weaker, in your opinion? What's weaker? Canelo doing a catch weight, going all the way up to 175, when Bivol is telling us or agreeing that he's cool with it, that he's not going to be drained or anything, he doesn't have a problem with it, or having guys like Andrade and Charlo in their own weight class not fighting each other?
I mean, you know, having the guys in one division not fighting each other, that's just it's no excuse for that.
Okay, exactly. So, like, that's my point. That's kind of like the overall point that I had, is that I understand the criticism that Canelo's going to get, but I just think people are going way overboard, bro. In the fact that it's still an incredible challenge for him, dude. Like, is it weak? Is it weak that he's not fighting him at 175? Yes, it's true. But if Bivol, again, yes, do we know 100%? No, we don't know 100%. But based on what we know, based on the Bivol size, knowing that he's not if he's not a huge ass dude, right? Based on the fact that he's telling us that he can make 168, that he could come down. If both guys are in agreement and there is no issue, even if we criticize it, there's way more that could be that is done with, like, other fighters that is way weaker or less credible than what Canelo's doing, bro. Because even if you don't want to give Canelo full credit, that's still impressive. Regardless, it's still impressive.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Mike. It's kind of impressive, you know, that But I just feel like stay in one weight class, man, and unify that, man. Enough for all that. I'm tired of that too. I'm just as tired as the dudes ducking each other. You know, I'm tired of it.
I get that's what I've been saying, Steve.
You got to be tired of like Caleb Plant like not agreeing to the terms, or Al Heyman.
See, this is my take, bro. I give more credit to a guy who's willing to go up to multiple weight classes than a guy who stays in one weight class for his entire career. Especially if the guy is in one weight class and doesn't have the opposition that is like that doesn't have like Hall of Fame opposition. Because think about this. I'm gonna give you guys a perspective right here, right? Andre Ward, who's a fucking fantastic fighter, right? He's a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a solid, I'm talking about solid, bro, 6 foot guy with a great reach. He's a perfect guy, right? Like a big dude, a big fucking super middleweight, right? Who, by the way, fought at 175 in the Olympics, all right? He fought at 175 in the Olympics. So that means that he became a professional and spent most of his career as a super middleweight, and then finished his career, dog, as a light heavyweight. He finished his career as a light heavyweight. Yeah. And we're criticizing Canelo Alvarez, who started a big chunk of his career, even though he was a teenager, at 147, went up to 154, went up to 160, 168, and now he's going to 175 and is fucking 5'8", not even close to Andre Ward's height. And we're criticizing him because he's supposedly having a fucking catch weight at 172, dog.
Here's the thing.
You tell me how is that fair, bro? You tell me,
Mike,
if you were in Canelo's
I agree
position,
with what you're saying.
Is that fair?
Agree with what you're saying. You're making sense. What Stephen is saying, and Stephen, you can correct me if I'm not echoing what you think, right? What Stephen is saying is that it's not about Canelo moving up weight class. It's about the fact that he's not cleaning out the division that he's in, and he's moving up and down weights. Andre Ward didn't move up and down weights. He cleaned out 168 and then went to 175 and beat the best guy at 175. That's what Andre Ward did. Andre Ward didn't move up and down weights, right? This is what we're trying. I think that's what Steven's trying to say. Canelo's moving from weight class to weight class, and that I think that's what kind of Steven is saying. Now, I like the Bivol fight. Even if it's at 172, I like it, and I wouldn't mind it. But I think that what he should do, personally, what Canelo should do, right, is look for the Plant fight in November. Right. And that's it. Forget the Bivol fight. Forget the Turbio, right? Once you beat Plant, then decide what you want to do. Right. Do you want to stay at 168, defend your undisputed belts, or do you want to go up to 175? Remember, it doesn't help. It doesn't help Canelo when his own trainer is coming out and saying, after we beat Plant, we're going to go up to 175 and we're going to fight Beterbiev, we're going to fight Bivol. And then Canelo's asked, and then Canelo says, well, I think those guys up there are a bit big. I'm not going to 175. So there seems to be a mixed opinion that what should happen and not happen in their own camp. Reynoso, his trainer, is saying that I want him to go up to 175, but then Canelo's kind of saying otherwise. So I'm a bit confused to what actually they want, you know?
I just think it's what I said, man. I think it's what I said. I just think that they don't see themselves as light heavyweights. But if there's an opportunity, if they feel, this is based on what they think. Obviously, we're going to have our own opinions on it. But based on what they feel, right, they think that they could make a lot of great fights at 168. I think Canelo has told people or said, this is the weight class that I want to be in, right? But if there's opportunities, if there's chances for big fights, especially if there's a big money fight or if there's a fight to make history, then they might take an opportunity like that if they feel it benefits them. Because obviously,
I think it's more about the big money fights with Tank, okay? Because these two camps, the Mayweather camp and the Canelo camp, you know what I'm saying? They both operate the same. What they do is they they pinpoint and they target who they think they could beat. Okay, and they go for it. They say, okay, we get this fight right here makes more economical sense. It makes more monetary sense than this fight right here that may be a little bit maybe a little tough. And that's what they're doing. Right. But all the while they're doing that, man, it's kind of leaving people like me, myself. I'm like, man, dude, are you at 135 or 140? What you doing? Are you at 135? Are you at 126 or 140, man? Make up your mind.
That's an interesting perspective, dog, because I mean, everyone, like I said, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I never looked at it that way. I kind of felt like it was harder to go up and down in weight and kind of challenge yourself in different weight classes, especially if you're fighting guys or if you're considering fighting guys like you're going up and fighting Bivol, and then you might fight Benavidez at 168, and then you might fight the other top guy at 160 or whatever, right? But even Andre Ward, like for example, Imran brought up Andre Ward. Andre Ward was never undisputed, bro. He was never officially undisputed. He fought the best guys at 168.
He beat everybody, though. He beat everybody.
Right. But let me ask you a question, Imran. Who was he? Who did he when Canelo was at 160? Did he not beat the top two guys? Did he not beat Triple G and Daniel Jacobs? Yes. So then why should he stay there if there's an opportunity to do other things and maybe, like you said, go to 175, clean out 168, like we all agree that he should probably do so he could get that shit out the way, and then maybe take on another fight like a Benavidez at 168. Like why does he need to stay? Why does he need to go to 160 if he already fought the best dudes there?
Because he's still active and there's best good guys there now where he could be fighting.
Yes. I know that that's what you think, Ash, but a lot of people don't think that.
But then why is he going up to 175 where he doesn't belong?
I think everyone's forgetting different networks, different promoters. There's a whole business.
That's a factor too.
Some promoters don't want to fight. Like Al Heyman does not want to give his fighters to DAZN. What are fighters in DAZN supposed to do? Just it's not their fault. It's Al Heyman will never give Tank to Haney.
So I'm gonna ask this question, guys, and you guys can chip in. Whoever wants to chip in. Ash, Steven, Mike. I'll come to you first, Ash. Basically, Canelo Alvarez. Obviously, we know why the deal between Caleb Plant and Canelo got broke down, right? Canelo was offered 40 million by the PBC, according to reports. Or what some of the sources said. He was offered 40 million, but Canelo wanted 40 million for a replacement opponent as well. So if Caleb Plant just say got COVID or had to pull out through injury, Canelo wanted 40 million for whoever replaced Caleb Plant. What do you make of that, Ash?
That is depends on the replacement, then, doesn't he? If the replacement's top caliber, then
yes, it could be anyone. It could be anyone on 1 week, 2 weeks notice.
If it's that Yildirim, then obviously I don't need to answer that. If it's someone like
according to Steve Kim, according to Steve Kim, I don't know if you guys saw this tweet.
Yeah, what is it?
But according to Steve Kim, he said that Caleb Plant or Al Heyman, whatever, they both had to agree on the opponent. They both had to agree on the opponent. So it was going to be under contract who the opponent would have been.
And I want to say one thing. Canelo on the DAZN contract, he was making $32 million a fight, no matter who's the 300 million contract. And Canelo is moving to another platform to fight. So he won't. That 10 extra million from 32, the 8 extra million was given to him to move to that platform, like PBC, to fight. So it's not like Canelo's never made 40 million. He's making 30 plus million a fight, any fight he fights.
Look, as much criticism
or top guys.
As much criticism as Canelo gets, bro, the amount of media tweets that I saw that stepped in, a lot of people didn't think that was ridiculous. They thought it was fair.
He's a top guy. He's gonna make 40 million no matter.
No. Right, or even if he made
$30 million to fight Aldrin, like the
No, but what people were saying was this, bro. What people were saying was this. Let's say, so he was gonna make 40 million guarantee, right? So let's say Canelo Alvarez, Caleb Plant doesn't fight, right? And let's say they had a replacement. Let's say it was like a Rosado type of dude, right? So then all of a sudden, based on pay-per-views or whatever, let's say the pay-per-views drops Canelo's guaranteed 10 million and he's making 30 million. You're not going to pay 10 million to Gabe Rosado. You're going to pay him $1 million, $2 million max. There's a difference in millions there that you can make up potentially to still pay Canelo 40 million. Like it wasn't. In other words, there wasn't that shouldn't have been the reason for the fight not to happen. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't see the
Imran, do you think like when AJ fights, no matter who he's fight, he's obviously gonna make more than 20 million? So it's like
I don't know, but he hasn't though. Not every fight. Maybe now. I think who he fights makes a difference to his pay. Yeah, I think whoever he fights makes a difference.
There's no way Canelo's fighting anyone from like under what he was already fighting, which was like 30 million a fight for DAZN. It's just the way it goes for superstars.
And that's the way it goes for a businessman, but not for somebody who is concerned with legacy.
It won't be great, yeah.
So Floyd didn't want to be great.
Huh?
I think money matters to everyone.
Stevens criticized Floyd many times in the past,
but he's still great and focused on money. You can do both.
No, Floyd is great too, man. They're all great. They're all great fighters.
One of the greatest, and he focused on money and legacy.
But I think everybody, like we would be naive to assume, bro, that everybody cares about money, man. It's just that the cash cows, they get the majority of the criticism. Andrade, he clearly gives a fuck about money. That's why he's begging for the Canelo Alvarez fight. That's why he's doing it. Because if not, he wouldn't give a shit. He'd be fighting Triple G, or not even Triple G, but Charlo. But you're not gonna get the same amount of money. You're not gonna get the same person.
Why can't Canelo, if he can't get the fight with Caleb Plant, Andrade's with DAZN? Why Andrade said he's willing to come to 168 to fight Canelo. So why isn't that fight being talked about?
Because in your opinion, let's say for example, this is just a guess, right? So I'm not in Canelo's mind or anything like that, but I'm just gonna go based on what I've heard him say. In your opinion, for that fight to happen, Andrade would have to go up to 168, right? He's not gonna go to 160 because he
would.
Right, not just because of that, but because Canelo said many times, he's like, why the fuck am I gonna fight Andrade when I already beat Triple G and Jacobs, who are considered better than him? So Andrade would have to go up to 168. So let me ask you a question. What is Canelo going to get from a fight of Andrade at 168 from a money standpoint or even from a legacy standpoint?
Well, apparently he was offered 40 million for the fight for Andrade.
Oh, come on, man.
Yo, and plus, you know what happens? What's gonna happen when
that's what I'm being serious, Mike. He was
but that came from Andrade's camp, bro.
No, that came from a proper. I read an article about that, not from Andrade. Well, I'm
saying that came from Andrade's. The information came from his camp. Is what I'm trying to say.
Didn't DAZN confirm that though?
Not from what I read.
I'm pretty sure DAZN confirmed that. I'm pretty sure DAZN. Regardless, whether it was 40 million or whatever. The fact of the matter is that if he can't get Bivol, if he can't get Plant, right? Why not fight Andrade? He wants to stay at 168. Really, he's not really he's not really a 175 fighter at the minute, or he doesn't have that much interest in going to 175. So why not fight? Why not get somebody like Andrade to move up and fight him? A lot of people want to see him.
Imran, you know what they're gonna say after Canelo beats Andrade?
He was overrated.
He moved up. He was too slow. He should have fought him at one.
They're gonna say he's overrated, bro. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say he's overrated. They're gonna say who had Andrade fought. He has in his resume.
But that's the same thing about everyone. Floyd beat. They said, "Oh, this and that." So it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, of course it matters, bro. Of course it matters. Because it doesn't do anything for your legacy.
Yeah, but if you see the
But Bivol at 172, that's going to hurt his legacy as well, because people are going to say, well, he was drained.
Not as much. Not. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Not in the long run.
But it will though. He's giving
that
some
why.
With Andrade, there's no excuses. Mike, there's no excuses. The guy's
Imran,
168 and he's struggling to make 160.
There's no way, Imran. There's no way that you believe that Canelo would get more credit for beating Andrade than beating a 172 catchweight Bivol. No way.
100%. No. Him beating Andrade, he'll get more credit because there's no excuses. Well, there'll be a lot more excuses for him beating at 172.
Imran, there is going to be excuses, brother. You know this.
There won't
There's
be.
going to be excuses.
I tell you why.
Yes.
I tell you why there won't be excuses.
They're gonna say that
there's no excuse.
That he was overrated.
But that's another point. That's another point about him being overrated. Possibly, we don't know. Bivol might be overrated. We don't know. We've not really seen him against another top guy at 175.
We ain't seen Bivol against a better beef. We
haven't seen Bivol against the best. So we don't know.
But how do you know? Okay, if we don't know that, Imran, then how do you know that Bivol's a tougher fight than Andrade then?
Because Bivol's a bigger guy.
Okay, so he is going to get more credit then. So he is
he's going to get more credit if he fights him at 175 because then he's fighting a guy, a monster at his weight class. Bivol's a better fighter than Andrade in my opinion.
Based on what I read, and I'm talking about even haters like Montero, based on all these guys that came out and said, they said that they had no issue with the fight with Bivol because Montero had even interviewed Bivol multiple times and that he told Montero himself that he had no problems making 168. And I'm talking about the big guy. I'm talking about Steve Kim. I'm talking about Doug Fisher, Ring Magazine. I'm talking about Montero. These are all the media guys.
Bivol beat Joe Smith Jr.
He beat Pascal. He beat
Joe Smith Jr. is
more guys that we know that Andrade beat. That's for sure.
Yeah, you correct about that. But here's the thing, man. They gonna say stuff about Canelo anyway because heavy is the head that wears the crown. So they're gonna say things about him. So Canelo should be at the point right now where he don't care. All he cares about is just solidifying his legacy. And going back to the Andre Ward thing, the reason why Andre Ward is revered as a true gangster in the sport is because he went through the triple the Super Six and he beat everybody that they put in front of him. He never ducked, he never jumped up and down, he never pinpointed. It seems like there's targeting. There seems like they target these specific. Canelo is picking Bivol because he thinks he can beat Bivol. Canelo thinks he can beat Bivol.
I'm not sure, bro. Honestly,
Canelo had at 175.
They're gonna beat them.
I'm not sure, dog, because if they were that confident, then maybe we wouldn't see a catchweight.
Man, I think he thinks, man. I'm telling you, Canelo thinks he can beat Bivol. He knows he can beat Bivol.
No, of course, like to a certain extent, yes, I agree with you to a certain extent. But I'm with what Imran said earlier. Like, I don't think they're confident overall, not necessarily about a specific fighter, but just the weight class overall. Whether it's Bivol, whether it's Better Biv, whether whoever the hell it is, based on the fight that they had with Kovalev, which they agreed that it wasn't that easy. It wasn't easy, bro. They didn't think that fight was easy.
And Kovalev wasn't even on his. That wasn't even Kovalev.
Exactly. That's my point, bro. That's my point. That's exactly.
I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that. I'm saying that, but it's true. The truth hurts. But it's true. That when Canelo fought Kovalev, it wasn't the same Kovalev.
No, it wasn't. What do you mean? I said that. I said that myself. I said it myself earlier.
Mike, I was talking about Imran. I was just.
Imran. All right.
Wow, I don't know what did you say? That he fought Kovalev? I said that as well. That it wasn't prime Kovalev.
Okay, I just keep with you, man. Everybody just take a breather. Breathe in.
But no. What I was saying, Stephen, is that that's where it falls down. The fact that he fought Kovalev at 175 and now he's asking for a catchweight at 172 for Bivol. That's where if he'd never fought at 175, I think he'd have more of a case for saying it, but because he's fought at 175.
Let me bring a hypothetical here for you guys. Let's see if you guys agree or not. Let's just assume, right? Let's assume that Canelo ends up fighting all the guys that we talk about, right? So like Steven, for example, he wants Benavidez. Let's say he fights Benavidez, he beats him. Let's say Ash wants Andrade and Charlo. Let's say he were to fight those guys, he beats him, right? So, and then let's say he fights Bivol at the catchweight, he beats him. Let's just say an example. And then Canelo retires, right? Let's say he retires. Are you going to tell me that Bivol fight, even after he beats all these other dudes, that Bivol fight is not going to look better on his resume than not being there?
No, yeah, we're saying it'd be better if he's a 175, innit? Than 170.
Steven, what did you say, Steven? I couldn't hear you.
I said, of course.
Exactly. That's my point. So why are we acting like that fight shouldn't happen? Like that's, to me, I think that's the disagreement that we have. We all agree that we don't like the catchweight. We all agree, you know, for the most part on everything, right? But the thing that we disagree with is the fact that I personally rather see the fight, even if it's at a catchweight, especially because of what Bivol said, than not see the fight at all. Imran is saying he doesn't want to see the fight.
No, because I don't want to see a catch. I don't like catchweight fights. I don't like especially when a catchweight for a title, you know, because here's the thing, like I don't mind a catchweight fight. I don't mind a catchweight fight if it's between, like, just say Khan and Brook fight now, right? They're fighting at 150 or whatever. That fight doesn't hold anything, no legacy, no relevance at world level. It's two washed up guys having a payday. Fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. But I have a problem when it's a guy that's looking to create his legacy or looking to, you know, cement his legacy as one of the greatest ever. Like, this is what Canelo's trying to do. Canelo wants to be the greatest fighter ever in the history. Like, not just Floyd, no, he wants to be remembered as the greatest ever, which he could well go down as, right? If he beats the guys that
I don't think so.
No, he could never be.
I don't think he could be the greatest.
If he goes up and cleans up 175 and Batis Batavia beats Bivol, you don't think
Manny Pacquiao.
No, not me, because not me, but I have my personal take on that, and I respect, you know, that's too subjective. But I just think that you can't compare eras. So I don't think that Canelo would have to do something. I don't know. I mean, he would have to do something that's almost impossible, like, because you're talking about comparing, you know, what guys are doing right now with guys of, like, let's say Sugar Ray Robinson. But let's say Sugar Ray. No, forget Marvin Hagler, bro. Let's talk about, let's say, Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Robinson had 200 fights, bro. He had 200 fights. How do you?
No, I'm not saying he's better. I'm not saying he's better than those guys of the era. What I'm saying is Canelo's trying to cement his legacy as one of the greatest fighters ever. So that's what Canelo wants to be remembered as, right? So I'm not saying he's better than Ray or he's better than Floyd. He wants to be remembered in that same bracket,
right?
Chavez Senior he wants to be known better than him. Basically, is the best Mexican.
But what I mean is, do you not think Canelo wants to be remembered as one of the greatest fighters ever?
Like, Canelo, I think, has a better resume right now.
But the Mexican people love Cesar.
I just think, man, that Imran, I get you, bro. I don't. Is that to me? It's not about this conversation is good because it's not really about right or wrong. I just think that. I personally, this is just my personal opinion. I get you though, but I just don't think that there's certain fights. I feel like we have to treat every single fight individually, like each individual case. And there's some catchweights or certain situations that I could agree on, and I'll say, you know what, I didn't like that fight. I'm not gonna give them too much or full credit for that because of this, or I'm gonna give them 80% credit, or I'm gonna give them 50% credit. But there are some catchweights that I don't care about this whole philosophy of boxing and these unwritten rules of you have to do this, you have to fight guy in the limit and this and that, because weight classes are not exact, man. That's just the reality. Weight classes are not exact. There's no one. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Weight classes, bro, are not exact, bro.
Guys. Joe Johnson, obviously not a big fan of Canelo, has made a point. He'll be remembered as the greatest. He's a cheat and looks to fight subpar fighters. Sugar Ray Robinson, hands down. Canelo will be remembered as the greatest Mexican cheat, according to Joe Johnson. Obviously, he's not a big Canelo fan, which
I'm gonna pass on that. I'm gonna pass on that.
That's Joe Johnson. That's his opinion, but I mean, whether we like him, hate him, or love him, or whatever, Canelo's earned the right to be called pound for pound right now. I think the debate right now is whether or not he's kind of using that and manipulating his status as the cash cow in boxing. If he's targeted now, if he's been neglectful now. So I but as far as his me calling him a killer, Canelo's clear. He's that. He's just that. I won't,
Canelo's at a point, bro. Not just him, but a lot of fighters. But because he's a cash cow, he's in the microscope. But he's in a situation that I like to call like on a fight by fight basis. Like, what have you done for me lately? So if he doesn't fight your guy, right? And what I mean by your guy, I mean like just in general. If he doesn't fight your guy, then he's ducking, right? If he doesn't fight this other guy's guy, he's ducking. And that's just how it's going to be, bro, until he gets to the guy that you want him to fight. And then when he beats him, some might give him credit, some might not give him credit.
That's why
everyone's going to have an opinion.
That's why you stay at your weight class, clear that out, and then move on up. That way you can't nobody say nothing. Can't nobody say nothing.
Well, he tried, dog. He tried at 168. He tried. He was going to try to be undisputed at 168, and then maybe he would have done. And then, like I said, he's still going to do that. He's going to do that right now, man. He's going to fight Caleb Plant in November. They're going to come up with, they're going to agree on that. I believe they're going to come to an agreement, and then after that, we might see your boy, we might see Ash's boy, and we might see what Imran wants next year.
Good.
Who knows?
Can I? Is ST Steven? Who's ST?
Yeah, it's Steven.
Steven, can I ask you a question? So you said like Canelo should like go through a weight class to clear it up. He just try to do it, and like it's not like sometimes it's not like Canelo's or plan's fault if negotiations don't work out. So it's not like he's not trying to make those fights. We don't know. He might have been trying to make the Carlos fight.
Canelo's making.
They just don't work through.
Canelo's making more money than I can count. I would never be able to. I would never be able to even conceive the type of money he's making. Listen, man. Worry about your legacy. Stay at 168, clear it out, and then move up to 175. Simple as that. Simple as that. That way, like I said, you made the fight happen. And you got those fights where somebody has to take the lesser amount just to make history happen. Don't keep doing that.
I don't know. Like we don't know the full exact negotiations with Al Heyman. So maybe Al Heyman is like just pushing him off. Like we don't know. Maybe he's putting we don't know the full scope of negotiation.
Well, go back to the zone. You said he making $32 million a fight, $37 million a fight.
32.
Go back to them and make it happen through them.
Yeah, he's saying that was it 32 or was it 40?
So what if Al Heyman says we're never gonna fight on the zone? How's that Canelo's fault? Like Canelo goes over to PBC. It's not all.
That's my
Canelo.
money.
Like, maybe there's Al Heyman, there's Bob Arum, there's like Oscar De La Hoya might never fight with.
I don't see Al Heyman doing that. Al Heyman is the consummate businessman. He's gonna make whatever decision is best business wise, and he likes to see his fighters fight. Al Heyman ain't holding them back.
Is Tank under Al Heyman or Floyd? Is Floyd under Al Heyman still? Like what's happening?
Yeah, Floyd does business with Al Heyman. Al Heyman is one of the biggest figureheads in boxing, all of boxing. He's one of the most powerful dudes. And I'm gonna make this point too, man. We did, and I say this every time, and I think Imran knows what I'm about to say. We need stricter guidelines in boxing to avoid where we can avoid and have these fighters say, you have to fight at such and such weight class. You have to petition to move up. It should be because it's a wild west. Like I bet you like in football, you could say for instance college football, you got to win or football or basketball. You got to win the West before you can play in the finals. That's a definite. So all the teams you have to have beat. You have to have beat out. That way, when you get to the finals, it's no question about it.
That's a pipe dream, bro. I wish that was the case, but it's not gonna happen, dog. It's not gonna happen.
There's too many belts, too many promoters, too many TV channels. There's too many things in boxing for that to happen.
So Steven, so you're big on like dominating a weight class. That's your thing. Like that's like you value that a lot. I feel like that's the feeling that I get. Am I right or not?
Yeah. You kind of right, Mike. Yeah.
Or sure. Do you value more moving up and down in weight classes?
No, I value proving yourself as the best in whatever you're doing. I'm not a big fan of,
So what if let's say, for example, what if you're in a weight class, right? And you're undisputed and you're a killer, you're killing dudes left and right. But what if you don't have the opposition, you don't have the names, the Hall of Famers to enhance your legacy? What would you do then?
Well, it's a thing of you came, you saw, you conquered, and then with Genghis Khan, when he was conquering the landscape, he moved on to the next land to conquer.
So you would want him to go to another weight class and then dominate that weight class.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like Genghis Khan didn't stop saying, okay, I know we knee deep in war right now, but I'm gonna go start a war with the land of the North. He handled one thing at a time. That's the only. Right. It's all about structure and organization.
Right.
It's all
about. I agree. Some big news for you. David Sanchez has got breaking news. He says Canelo back on the table with Al Heyman. Sources: ESPN, Knockout Argentina, and Jorge Ebro. Plant still the top priority for Canelo. Bivol goes to Plan B again. Fight targeted for final October, start November.
All right. Nice. Yeah. I mean, there's just what we said, just what we were talking about. That fight is just they both. Canelo wanted bad, bro. He wanted to be undisputed. He's been saying it since the moment he fought Callum Smith. That was his goal, right? So why would he pass on the situation? I knew that it was just a matter of time, dude. And then Plant, we already know he can't pass on that shit. That makes no sense.
Like life-changing money for Plant.
You guys think that'll happen though? The Plant Canelo fight next?
Of course.
I think
probably
it will.
November.
Second time around, Imran? You're not confident?
Yeah, I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm just tired of all these fights breaking down. Joshua Fury, Plant, Canelo. I was looking forward to it. The only one that's got made is Spence Pacquiao, and it came out of nowhere. It got made out of nowhere. No hype, nothing.
But let's not jinx it because COVID is still around. I don't want that fight to end up
Oh yeah. Yeah, but the fact is we still got it on August 21st. Hoping nothing goes wrong.
After the Teofimo fight fell through, I think boxing has just been humbling. All these great fights are getting pushed away or just being canceled.
Yeah, fair enough though, man. Fair enough.
You guys looking forward towards August 21st?
Yeah, man. Can't wait. I can't wait. I think it's a great fight, man. Pacquiao Spence. I can't wait.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait, Imran, what time would it be in would you be watching at 4 a.m.? 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
Damn, that's
definitely.
Hell no, bro. If I was in UK, I'd just wake up and watch the highlights. I'm not.
Yeah, man, you can't miss that fight. You gotta watch that live, man.
Unless it was man.
You gotta watch it live, man.
Some of you have work in the next morning. That sucks.
Yeah, Steve, gotta watch that live, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Is everyone here from the US or UK?
Say that again.
Who's that, sorry?
Imran, you're from the UK. Is everyone else from the US?
No, Ashley's from the UK as well.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
And me and Mike from the US too.
Yeah.
I'm from Canada.
He's from Canada. Where you from, Steve and Mike?
I'm from Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma, yeah.
Yo, Steven.
Oh, yeah, Mike.
Mike.
Go ahead.
Mike's got he's got a bad right now.
Yeah, Steven, I just gotta ask you a quick question. What do you think about Westbrook going to Lakers?
Man, that sucked, man. I hate that, man. I mean, to me,
and they also got Carmelo. That team is.
I mean, yeah. Wow, yeah. Why is Carmelo still playing ball, man? I mean, does he not have anything else to do? He made all his money.
He's still an OG, man. He's an OG. He's gonna be like Vince Carter.
Yeah. But nah, it hurt my heart, man, to see Rusty go to out of everybody, my arch enemy, the Lakers.
Really?
That's good, man. That's like the dude.
I still hope the Nets win it, but that's what I'll say.
See, I don't like the Nets neither because of Kevin Durant. I hate them.
Nah, I love Kyrie. Kyrie's the king.
Kyrie's a gangster. Yeah, I like Kyrie too. Him, James Harden. You watch basketball, Imran?
Nope.
Is it?
Big fat no.
Golden State guy.
I don't have any knowledge about basketball. Like I know a little bit, but
I think Imran, if you get into it, you'll love it because there's so many like the whole like characters.
Is Klay Thompson back for the Golden State?
Who?
Is it Klay Thompson? Is he?
Klay.
Oh, Klay Thompson.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Thompson.
Yeah, he's back too, but he's injured.
Oh, he's still injured.
Yeah, he's still there.
I know a bit about it because one of my mates watches basketball.
Yeah.
I know a few players. I don't know because they can move about lockdown days. So I don't know where they be playing now. James Harden who did he play for Miami Heat still, or is he playing for someone else?
Nah, he never played for Miami. He played for the Thunder, my city. Then he played for Houston, and now he's with the
Houston
Kyrie.
Rockets. He plays for Houston Rockets, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it mixed up. Okay, yeah, I know a few players.
Yeah, he now he's with the Nets.
And the guy from Boston Celtics, Kyrie Irving, is it? I can't remember his name. From Boston Celtics.
He's with the Nets. Yeah,
he's going to the Nets.
He's with the Nets.
Players move about quick and a lot, and you can't keep up, man.
Nah, you can't.
Yeah, I've been to America a few times myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, New Jersey. I've been to New Jersey. That's where I was staying. Is it Princeton? I was staying in Princeton.
Yeah, Princeton. I'm not sure. I know New Jersey. I got cousins in New Jersey and stuff.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's not far from New York, is it? It's about an hour and a half from New York.
Yeah, when I went to New York, I stayed in New Jersey.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
Sound makes sense.
Yep. But y'all have soccer, huh? I mean, football.
Yeah, football, yeah.
Football. Messi's coming to England, I think. I'm kidding.
You guys catch a bit of that or not?
Well, no, we don't have they don't cover soccer over. I mean, football over here at all.
So what's
we rarely.
The biggest sport, is it baseball or something? Or
basketball?
No, it's basketball, I think.
I thought it was football.
Football, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe football is the biggest sport there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, in the world, yeah, it's football, yeah.
No, I mean for America, man.
American football, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's their
I
biggest
feel like
sport.
Basketball creates more buzz in America. No, Steven?
Yeah. Basketball definitely creates more buzz in America because there's so much political, so much political.
It's so cultural. It's like a culture sport. It's like it's part of the culture. American culture is basketball. Not.
Yeah. Steven, is Cincinnati near you?
No, Cincinnati's in Ohio. I'm like in the Midwest. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm about Texas.
Okay, it's quite far.
Have any of you guys been to Toronto or Canada?
Yeah, I've been to Canada.
Hey, nice.
No, I've never been to Canada.
I stayed at I think it was but I've stayed by the Niagara Falls and the USA Falls right next to each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
I stayed at the hotel on the corner. The Marriott, I think it was on the corner. There's a hotel there. I can't remember. I stayed there for a couple of nights and I didn't really go too far, but I didn't explore too much. But it's at Christmas time when I went.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Imran,
You know, it was nice.
have you ever traveled out of the UK?
Yeah, I've been to like France, Spain. Yeah, I've been to quite a few. I haven't been to America though. That's one thing I want to do. I've been Asia as well. I've been Dubai, Pakistan, France, Spain, many countries in Europe, but just not been to America.
Yeah. Imran,
Yeah.
well, like, what part of Pakistan are you from?
Lahore.
Hey, same.
Yeah, well, I was born in Leicester in the UK, but obviously my parents were born in Lahore.
Yeah. I came. Yeah, that's my background too.
That's background.
From the same.
Yeah, I'm from. My background is from Pakistan, but I'm from Toronto. I'm from Canada.
Okay.
Lahore, like,
yeah.
Same city as Imran.
Yeah. Canada is almost like the States, like America, almost.
Yeah, yeah. It's very like culturally like pop culture is the same. Like culture wise, it's pretty same. Like whatever is happening in like whatever trends are happening in America is like happening in Canada, especially in the big cities.
Yeah. Toronto. What's the other one? Ontario.
No, Ontario like is a province. Toronto is a city, and then Vancouver, like yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the geography lessons, guys. I'm about to get out of here, man. Take me a shower, man. Get on in the bed, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off as well, man. I'm gonna get off as well. But guys, man, thanks for being on, man. Thanks for being on. I appreciate it. Everyone in the chat, the live stream.
Easy, man.
Call it a day, man. Ash and Stephen and EK, cheers, man. I'm gonna be on tomorrow as well. I'm gonna try to do another live tomorrow. So if you guys want to come on, you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
Catch you later. Yeah, take it easy, guys.
Take care, guys, man. Take care. Take care, everyone in the chat. Peace, man. Take care.